Good morning, everyone. Dear distinguished guests, dear colleagues online and with us here in the conference center in Brussels. Our apologies for the slight delay in beginning this event. We understand that logistical constraints in ensuring everybody gets access to the building have led to a slight delay. Nonetheless, we thank you all for being with us today for this side event to the International Solidarity Conference for Refugees and Migrants from Venezuela. We have the pleasure and honor to be accompanied this morning by Andrea Kulaima, the Director for Asia, Africa, Latin America and the Pacific from DG ECHO, who will be commencing the day with her opening words. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias y bienvenidos a todos. Queridos amigos, me gustaría empezar saludando y agradeciendo a la plataforma R4V por la invitación a inaugurar este evento y les doy a todos la bienvenida en Bruselas. Hubiéramos querido darles clima tropical y 15 grados y desgraciadamente se tienen que conformar con el frío que hace fuera. Han pasado ya más de 3 años desde el primer evento de solidaridad con la crisis venezolana que tuvo lugar aquí en Bruselas a finales del 2019. Desde entonces el mundo ha cambiado, hemos tenido una pandemia de por en medio, hemos tenido que organizar eventos de modo virtual, por lo cual el estar aquí presentes todos físicamente tiene un sabor especial. También han cambiado, aparte de la pandemia, estamos en Europa con una guerra sobre territorio europeo. La crisis mundial está, bueno, sabemos todos que está por todas partes. Con el cambio climático, pero también con otro tipo de evento, como ha sido el terremoto en Turquía y en Siria, vemos que las crisis no paran de remitir. Al mismo tiempo, la crisis venezolana, ella sigue y se sigue acentuando, sigue saliendo gente de Venezuela, siguen aumentando los números de migrantes y sus necesidades también aumentan por motivos propios a esa crisis, pero también aumentan por el efecto de las otras crisis que tenemos al mismo tiempo. Por lo tanto, para nosotros era sumamente importante no olvidar esta crisis, porque ha habido otras, y mantener el compromiso de la comunidad internacional con aquellos que sufren sus consecuencias, pero también con ustedes que están en la primera línea de la respuesta. Y es por ese motivo que tomamos la decisión de organizar junto con Canadá la Conferencia Internacional de Solidaridad con los Refugiados y Migrantes venezolanos y sus países y comunidades de acogida, que tendrá lugar mañana y pasado mañana. Por ese mismo motivo de compromiso también hemos querido que en el marco del foro humanitario que tiene lugar la semana próxima, que haya un acento especial sobre la situación en América Latina y sobre todo sobre la situación de migración. Y por eso tenemos un panel el día martes que va a enfocar los temas de movilidad humana más allá de la crisis venezolana. Eventos como el que tenemos mañana y como el que hay hoy son posibles porque hay un mecanismo capaz de aunar los esfuerzos de toda la comunidad humanitaria implicada en la respuesta y por eso quisiera agradecer el trabajo de la plataforma R4V liderada por OIM y ACNUR y también agradeceros a todos vosotros que hacen posible que esa plataforma siga viva y que siga funcionando. Gracias al esfuerzo de la plataforma hay un mecanismo que pone en la agenda internacional la crisis venezolana y que permite coordinar la respuesta a una crisis que afecta a más de 6 millones de personas en 17 países. En este marco global, la Unión Europea ha expresado su compromiso con aquellas poblaciones vulnerables afectadas por la crisis desde su inicio. Desde 2017 se han desembolsado más de 315 millones de euros por parte de la Unión Europea y más allá de las cifras de ayuda, hemos sido partícipes y coorganizadores de la mayor parte de las conferencias sobre esta crisis, la del 2019, 2020, 2020 y 2023 y participes en la del 2021 que organizó Canadá, y que quiero agradecerles que se hayan unido también al esfuerzo de retomar este coliderazgo este año. Para la DG ECO es fundamental el trabajo también que se hace en las mesas técnicas sectoriales. Al fin y al cabo, la respuesta humanitaria no es algo, no solamente fondos, es sobre todo acción de terreno, y es sobre todo no solamente lo que se hace, pero también cómo se hace. Y la particularidad de cómo se hacen las cosas en el marco del R4V es que se hace de una manera muy participatoria. Con sociedad civil, con una presencia de sociedad civil sumamente importante, y sociedad civil en el sentido más amplio de la palabra, incluyendo también a los representantes y a las organizaciones locales de migrantes y refugiados, que al fin y al cabo son no solamente las víctimas de la crisis, pero también son los actores de la respuesta en su día a día. Y estoy segura que en las discusiones que van a tener hoy van a poder seguir ese trabajo también de búsqueda de sinergias y trabajo conjunto. Me gustaría también saludar, aunque a lo mejor hoy esté menos presente en la discusión, al trabajo que han hecho los estados afectados por la presencia de refugiados y migrantes, y saludar sus esfuerzos en temas de integración social y en términos de apoyo a las poblaciones migrantes, diría no solamente las venezolanas, pero también las otras poblaciones migrantes. Y en particular saludar los esfuerzos que se han hecho en el marco del proceso de Quito, y el seminario que hicieron bajo presidencia pro tempore de Chile el pasado 1 de marzo y 1 de 2 de marzo sobre justamente comunidades de acogida y cómo pueden apoyar ellas mismas la respuesta. Ese trabajo y ese vínculo entre el trabajo que se puede hacer por parte de organismos internacionales especializados en temas humanitarios con sociedad civil local, cuyo mandato no es la ayuda humanitaria, sino velar por las necesidades de todas las necesidades de una población, y el trabajo de las autoridades públicas es sumamente importante. Cuando hablamos de nexus, a veces tenemos la tendencia de pensar en nexus entre fondos humanitarios y fondos de desarrollo. Y un comentario que hizo hace un par de semanas el representante de Colombia, cuando tuvimos las visitas de terreno en el marco también de la preparación de esta conferencia en Ecoclífero, de hablar de nexus entre ayuda humanitaria y políticas públicas. Y eso es realmente lo que estamos viendo en esta región, y creo que es algo que tenemos que tomar en cuenta pensando también en otras crisis y en otras zonas. La crisis está cambiando. Yo creo que es algo que vemos todo. La situación se ha vuelto más compleja, y la población en movilidad no solamente viene de Venezuela, sino que viene de muchos diferentes orígenes, algunos tan lejanos como puede ser China o Afganistán, y hay lugares como el Tapón del Darién donde se ven pasar todas esas poblaciones. En varios lugares de la región también hay diferentes crisis que se yuxtaponen, como es el caso de Colombia, donde en el mismo territorio tenemos flujos migratorios, conflicto armado, y que hace que haya personas afectadas simultáneamente por dos crisis. Y en todo el continente hay situaciones vinculadas a situaciones de violencia o a situaciones también de impacto climático, del cambio climático, que hacen que las personas también sean afectadas por esas crisis. Y en ese ámbito es importante reflexionar sobre los mecanismos existentes de respuesta y de coordinación de la respuesta, y analizar cuál es la manera más conveniente o eficiente de tratarlos, teniendo en cuenta las nuevas complejidades que vemos. En el caso, por ejemplo, subiendo más al norte de Colombia, en el caso de la población en movilidad en Centroamérica y México, es sabido que se está disparando y que afecta a personas de distintos orígenes, incluido el venezolano, por lo que la coordinación no tiene que hacer diferencias entre las nacionalidades de las personas afectadas, sino tener en cuenta también que los países en la ruta son también origen de desplazamiento y orígenes de otras necesidades humanitarias. Desde el punto de vista de donante, ante una situación tan compleja, la eficiencia es fundamental, y esa se consigue evitando duplicaciones, cubriendo brechas y también siendo capaces de repensar el modelo en el que estamos trabajando desde hace 4 años, que en su momento fue innovador, pero que también tiene que seguir siendo capaz de renovarse y de seguir innovando y adaptándose a la situación en el terreno o incluso anticipándose a lo que pueda ocurrir más adelante. En el marco de la consulta regional que tuvimos en América Latina sobre la preparación del Foro Humanitario 2023, se hicieron algunas recomendaciones interesantes para disminuir los riesgos a los que se exponen las poblaciones y también a los que se expone un poco la coordinación. Y entre estas propuestas estaba la creación de un mecanismo regional de acceso humanitario que proporcione un análisis regional y apoye a los grupos que ya existen en diferentes países, que mejore el conocimiento que se tiene de los riesgos y que se haga algo de capacitación en diplomacia humanitaria para preservar el espacio humanitario. Eso es una situación un poco, no es novedosa, ese tipo de reto han estado ya desde hace años en diferentes países, pero plantearlos a nivel regional puede ayudar, yo creo, a superarlos de modo más organizado. Para terminar y para dejaros empezar a trabajar, que al fin y al cabo estáis aquí para tener las mesas técnicas, me gustaría reiterar la importancia de este trabajo conjunto para conseguir el único objetivo que nos une aquí, que es el de reducir el sufrimiento de millones de personas afectadas por la crisis venezolana en Venezuela y en los países que acogen a millones de personas que huyeron, pero también de velar también por las poblaciones que no están estrictamente afectadas por esta crisis, pero que comparten el mismo contexto geográfico. Y en este esfuerzo me gustaría reafirmar nuestro compromiso como Unión Europea de seguir apoyando a la población vulnerable afectada por la crisis y también de seguir apoyándoos a vosotros, nuestros socios, en la respuesta humanitaria que se pueda dar. Y con esto, dado por comenzado ¿cómo se llama? El seminario de las mesas técnicas del R4V, y os deseo una jornada muy exitosa y unos intercambios muy útiles. Gracias.
Thank you very much for those words. I will just kind of cover the basics of how the sessions will go today. First, we will have the co-leads for the protection sector, as well as the subsectors of child protection, gender-based violence, and human trafficking and smuggling come up for their session. And just so everyone here knows, with R4V and the presenters that you see today, the point for the day is both presentation, but please feel free to ask questions and communicate with the sector leads and the representatives from the agencies. We have brought sector leads from the region, as well as some representatives of the organizations that are based in Europe, to represent all of the 228 partners of the R4V. They come from both the UN side as well as the NGO side, as that the R4V leadership is at the sector level is co-led by both UN and NGOs. So with that, and understanding that the timing, that we're a little late, I will throw it to the protection presenters. So Fabiola Rueda will come up and introduce the protection sector leads, and they'll start this session. But thank you very much again for coming. Thank you for your kind words, and thanks again. Bye.
The protection sector, together with the subsectors of gender-based violence, child protection, human trafficking and smuggling, and the group of support spaces of the Interagency Coordination Platform for Refugees and Migrants from Venezuela, counts on 117 partners in 17 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, and coordinates 210 support spaces in 8 countries. The strategic priorities for the sector are Identifying and referring specialized protection services for survivors of gender-based violence, GBV, children and adolescents, victims of human trafficking, indigenous peoples, and other special protection groups. Monitoring of activities at the borders, access to the territory, documentation, asylum and regularization, inclusion in national protection systems, accommodation, access to justice, specialized protection. Consolidation and management of information for a comprehensive protection analysis. Prevention of violence through regional campaigns. In 2022, the protection sector reached 928,907 people through provision of protection services and legal support to people with specific needs, including referrals to other key services, including access to asylum systems and regularization measures. Campaigns with information on key rights and services. Strengthening capacities of authorities, community organizations, support networks, refugee and migrant people, and host communities. Development of joint analyses in order to make visible and sensitize urgent protection situations, in particular on vulnerable populations, including children and adolescents, women survivors of GBV, people with disabilities, evicted people, and indigenous people. This year, the sector aims to reach 1.88 million adults and 282,500 boys, girls, and adolescents with protection services, 430,200 people with life-saving information about GBV and direct service delivery for survivors, 33,300 victims of human trafficking and smuggling, for which $225,990,000 will be needed, as established in the Response Plan for Refugees and Migrants from Venezuela 2023. For more information, visit r4v.info.
Good morning, thank you very much. And on behalf of the 117 organizations that are part of the protection group, I'm very happy to introduce the co-leads of the groups of protection with NRC and UNHCR, child protection with World Vision and UNICEF. Co-leading, we have gender-based violence with Save the Children, UNHCR, and UNFPA. And we also have human trafficking and smuggling with OIM, ONU Mujeres, and we have also support spaces with UNHCR and RET. So thank you very much for joining, and I will give the space to Hannah Jordan from NRC.
Hello, everybody. My name is Hannah Jordan, and I work for the Norwegian Refugee Council, and I'm here on behalf of the regional protection sector. So conducted in 2022, the Refugee Migrant Needs Analysis estimated that 7.34 million Venezuelan refugees and migrants will be exposed to several protection risks in the region in 2023, which will increase to 7.78 million in 2024. Throughout my presentation, I'm going to be talking about a lot of protection risks in vulnerable persons. So who are we talking about? We're really talking about lactating, pregnant, transgender women, and women engaged in the sale and exchange of sex as a coping mechanism. We're talking about evicted and homeless families, young adults between 18 to 23, indigenous peoples, and boys and young men face specific risks of recruitment, labor, sexual exploitation, and physical violence. So what are the main protection risks? We've identified 5: human rights violations, forced disappearance and displacement, torture, extortion, forced recruitment and eviction, sexual exploitation and abuse and sexual violence, smuggling and trafficking, and discrimination and xenophobia. So effects of legal and practical barriers for assessing asylum, temporary protection, and legal stay arrangements. Despite the many protection responses provided by governments in Latin America and the Caribbean to Venezuelan refugees and migrants, some restrictive administration policies and procedures, in addition to legal and practical barriers in assessing asylum, temporary protection, and legal stay arrangements, continue to leave many Venezuelan refugees and migrants invisible, further exposing them to critical protection risks while reducing their opportunities to become self-sufficient and integrate locally. Refugees and migrants face emergent protection risks associated with a persistent lack of documentation including human rights violations and risks posed by organized crime, including forced disappearance, torture, extortion, sexual violence, forced displacement, forced recruitment, and eviction. The subsequent inability to access and benefit from the socioeconomic inclusion policies, mostly due to the lack of legal status and individual documentation, continue to push Venezuelan refugees and migrants to onward journeys through Northern and Southern America, exacerbating risks associated with human smuggling and trafficking. So speaking specifically on the irregular armed actors in crime networks, the COVID-19 pandemic, its resulting socioeconomic impact, in addition to the rapid growth and presence of irregular armed actors in crime networks along the region's border, have worsened living conditions faced by Venezuelan refugees and migrants, especially when they're trying to access safety and protection services. Migrants and refugees without legal status and documentation fall into the hands of organized crime networks who exploited them in mining, drug trafficking, and human trafficking. Unfortunately, crime groups often control the migration routes. Speaking on the situation in the border areas, of particular concern to the protection sector is the situation in the border areas throughout the region, including maritime borders in the context of the Caribbean, where Venezuelan refugees and migrants tend to concentrate, often without access to relevant and practical information regarding risks, existing legal stay mechanisms, access to asylum and regularization opportunities. And these really do end them up exposing to further rights violations. For instance, the situation along the Panamanian-Colombian border, where in February 2023, 22,611 Venezuelan refugees and migrants were reported, and this represents an increase to 6% in January. In addition, on the border between the US and Mexico, at least 16,000 Venezuelan refugees and migrants have been either expelled or refused entry between October 2022 and January 2023. Leaving them further exposed to violence, including GBV, trafficking, and exploitation. And lastly, on discrimination and xenophobia, the protection sector is very concerned over an increased risk of discrimination and xenophobia against Venezuelan refugees and migrants. Such a situation, compounded by the absence of legal stay documents, continues to limit the enjoyment of socioeconomic and cultural rights, in addition to pushing Venezuelans to further invisibility, onward movements, and exposing them, particularly the youth, to resorting to illegal economies. So this includes mining, smuggling, and drug trafficking, as well as the sale and exchange of sex as coping mechanisms. The next slide, please. So the response in 2022. This slide represents 64.5% of the protection sector's total target for 2022. The protection sector has implemented its response to the following modalities. Number one, the protection sector partners promoted access to territory, asylum procedures, and legal stay arrangements, initiatives such as regularization plans, through advocacy to governments across the region, as well as through direct assistance to Venezuelan refugees and migrants. The protection sector also provided technical support to local partners, further developing existing capacities for the provision of assistance and specialized protection services. For example, to support ongoing registration and regularization in Peru, Ecuador, and Colombia, partners provided technical support to governments while providing legal assistance and cash and voucher assistance to refugees and migrants from Venezuela. Orientation and legal counseling activities, including case management, was also offered to refugees and migrants across all national and sub-regional platforms. To respond to increasing needs in mental health support, partners provided specialized psychosocial support services, including in Panama and Peru. The protection sector also supported capacity development activities at the local institutional level, focusing on the role of local authorities and host communities, ensuring a community-based approach, especially when considering the protection needs of indigenous people, including the active participation of Venezuelan refugee and migrant-led organizations. As an example, in the Southern Cone, training was provided to various response actors to reinforce the protection and human rights-based approach and the integration of gender, age, and diversity in all programming. In addition to what I've mentioned, the sector has also strengthened the protection analysis and dissemination based on joint data collection and common analysis efforts protection advocacy through key regional stakeholders, and provided technical support to national protection sectors in the field of legal and public policy frameworks. Next slide. And then, based on the RMNA, the regional protection sector plans to target 1.8. Oh, sorry.
You are being interpreted. If you could please not read quite so fast.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah. Do you want me to go back? No.
No, just slow down.
Okay. Sorry about that. So in 2023 and 2024, the sector plans to target 1.8 million people in 2023 and 1.56 million in 2024. The top protection priorities and needs of the protection sector are asylum, temporary protection, and other legal stay arrangements, including regularization of refugees and migrants, and this also guarantees access to protection and services, access to quality protection services for those at particular risk of violence and human rights violations, including GBV, and reducing and mitigating the risk of eviction and promoting access to adequate housing. And then lastly, based on the findings of the refugee migrant needs analysis, the protection actors should increase their efforts on the following priorities. Number one, to promote and ensure access to effective asylum procedures, temporary protection, and other legal stay arrangements. This means also providing technical support to governments and promoting the exchange of good practices and lessons learned across the region. The protection sector will also advocate through key regional actors for flexible entry and legal stay requirements, including family reunification procedures. Also, the sector will focus on protection monitoring activities, focusing on border areas and the enjoyment of refugees and migrants' human rights. The sector will promote and provide technical assistance in coordination with national sectors for the adjustment and development of referral pathways, which will guarantee access to protection and assistance services. And then lastly, before I hand it off to my GBV colleagues, the sector will work towards the effective social, economic, and cultural inclusion of Venezuelan refugees and migrants, supporting the creation of conditions conducive for their effective local integration in harmony with host communities as part of a solution strategy. Over. Yep.
Here we go. Well, now we are in child protection subsectors. First, as Fabiola mentioned before, the child protection subsector is co-led by UNICEF and World Vision. And first, we would like to say thank you to all the organizers for this space to share with all of us some of the challenges and also some of the needs, but also some of the achievements and progress that we are supported by the subsector at the regional and national level platforms to improve our response. In terms of this, we have to move to the next slide, please. In terms of the needs, of the child protection needs, we would like to highlight three major needs, but also we could continue to our conversation during the day about all the others manifestations and child protection needs that we have in all the journey and all the route for the children on the move. And also, first we want to highlight in terms of the violence, abuse, and exploitation. Okay, more lento, sorry. I read on more on the space. And when we're talking about children on the move, in transit, destination, host community, in irregular situations, we continue facing in all the journey of the children the needs in terms of the extremely vulnerable with all the forms of violence. And when we talk about in different forms of types of violence, we are talking about physical, sexual violence, emotional violence, and early unions. That is another form of the violence, but also child labor. There are the different forms of violence that we have some data collected for the RMNA national chapters. And one of the examples is in terms of Peru, for example, that we have an 80% of children and adolescents that reporting having experiences of psychological or emotional violence in all the stages of the route. Also, we have some information that different forms of violence and sexual violence and physical violence as the most important types of violence that we have the most evidence in terms of Darien Gap, Chile, Peru, and Bolivia border as well. Other examples that we have and the collecting data is in terms of the armed violence, and for example in Brazil, we have some reports in terms of the increase of the death of violence of adolescents by organized crime, but also in Colombia, in all the impact that we have on the children and adolescents in terms of the armed conflict, but also with the involvement and recruitment in terms of the forced recruitment for the children and adolescents for the crime organized violence. In terms of the child labor, and also there is a news, we have, in the next months, we have launched some on our studies in terms of the situation of child labor and children on the move in the region, focusing on Venezuela refugee and migrant children. And we noted about the increase for the terms of the child labor in the route for the children, then of the as an impact of the COVID, as an impact of the COVID situation. So we have some data that increase and the lower decrease in the income for the families, on the Venezuela families, and there is effect of the children and adolescents. In terms of the second, the unaccompanied and separate children, well, we have to say that unaccompanied and separate children has been a priority for the subsector at the beginning in the 4 years ago, and we continue to put in focus our intervention to attempt to improve our response, to provide a comprehensive response for these children in terms of the needs of clarity, consolidate, create mechanisms in countries through the child protection system, but also between countries. And we need to continue improving and strengthening the child protection system, but also all the immigration system and asylum system that we can enjoy to working together in terms to provide a pertinent child protection services, but also a family reunification process in terms of according to the best interests of determination for the child. And the third child protection needs that we can put in here is in terms of the mental health and psychosocial support, MHPSS. Well, I think Hannah mentioned a lot about that. I mean, in terms of all the traumatic events, in terms of the displacement, family separation, victims or survivors for sexual violence, and the need that we have to improve our specialist service in terms of the mental health and psychosocial support. Next, please. And we highlight some progress and achievements that we are working in the last year, in terms of the child protection subsector partners reach in terms of our response in different services, as for example, in counseling, legal support, orientation, intervention to prevent and respond to violence, support family reunification, provide documentation, registration, transitory care for unaccompanied and separate children, and we reached 133,503 people in all of these services that we have. But also we continue working in the strengthening and increase our capacity in the child protection with the child protection actors and the child protection systems through training, elaboration and development different tools in the analysis, on the needs analysis, but also we have an example there in the screen that you see. There is an interactive map that we put it together all the child protection services that we have in all the route and all the region to see what we have, what we need to improve, and how we coordinate our child protection services in all the route for the people that they are benefits for our service, but also for us, for the subsectors as well, to know where we are and how we are working on that. The other, next please. The other two things and the progress that we can share with you is in terms of the partnerships, on the joint working, and also with the Quito process, or Proceso de Quito, in terms of the protection, thank you, in the protection, Mesa de Protección, the Quito process, and now we have the Guía Operativa para la Cooperación Transnacional de la Protección Especializada de la Niñez y Procesos de Movilidad Humana. And there is operational guidance, it is to improve, to reinforce our response in terms of the child protection systems and services between countries. And there is also that is approved last year, and now continue working with, closely continue partnership with the Quito process. We are then set up to the guidance operative. And the last one is is in terms of the general evidence and awareness campaign, like this example, Pasos en Compañía. That is an awareness campaign at regional level to highlight the different risks that we have for accompanying separate children on the route, and to do some advocacy action with the different actors at the regional and the national level, with the subsectors at national level. We have a lot of advocacy pieces in terms of Colombia, Peru, El Salvador, Mexico as well, in terms of the Pasos en Compañía. That is some tools where they have the subsectors at national level to advocate for the prevention of the different risks. And the last one, an example for the general evidence, we have two analyses that development joined with the protection sector and traffic and smuggling subsector. One is in terms of an analysis of double affectation and crime and involvement crime for the children and recruitment for criminal groups organizations. And the other is in terms of the child labor and the situation of the children and the children on the road. So
yeah, no problem. Thank you very much, Catalina. And this has been a report of many of many of the results that we have had as a subgroup. We really appreciate the space of co-creating and collaborating as NGOs and with UN system and also host governments. Speaking of what are we next, and we are continuing. Our commitment is to continue working in the protection of the refugee and migrant children and adolescents from violence, exploitation, and abuse, and promote their well-being and inclusion into the national child protection systems. We continue to strengthen and advocate for gender response in the specialized, and specialized care for unaccompanied and separate children, and visibilize their vulnerability and risks, ensure access to effective process and services for children and adolescents and their families to asylum, temporary protection, and other legal arrangements of effective documentation, and expand access to rights and services. This is the commitment that we have for the next coming 2 years, recognizing all the work and process that we had in the last 4 years as a subsector. But this will not be possible without the support and engagement from the different agencies, NGOs, and also donors. And we are targeting more than 550,000 boys and girls and adolescents, and we require $143 million. This is a call for us to reflect that this is an opportunity cost if we are not investing on child protection and access to services for children, for girls, boys, and adolescents. And we are committed to continue providing that technical support and guidance to the implementing partners, but also recognizing that the need is growing and that this is extended to the whole of the region as people continue being in the move. And we are continuing to provide those services and support for implementation in the different response countries. Thank you. So we go with gender-based violence team.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Maria Elena Ariza, and I work for UNFPA on behalf of the gender-based violence subsector. Today, I'll be telling you a bit about the GBV priority needs that we have seen in 2022 to date. I'll be talking about the subsectors interventions to respond to those needs, our achievements thus far, and our funding asks to continue the implementation of the GBV prevention and response strategy in the 17 countries. As you know, we're entering the 5th year of this humanitarian mobility, this mobility situation affecting refugees and migrants in a context of economic crisis among host countries, in a context of increasing xenophobia, in a context of political transitions, of converging humanitarian crises that impede social integration of refugees and migrants and pose barriers for social integration and access to services. This is compounded with population movements, either back to Venezuela, northwards to reach the US, southwards to reach Chile, under very dangerous situations that exacerbates pre-existing vulnerabilities and creates new manifestations of gender-based violence affecting women, girls, LGBTI populations. To shed light on the needs, I wanted to highlight first the dangerous migration routes that pose sexual violence risks for women, girls, LGBTI population, and to men to a lesser extent. In 2022, refugees and migrants, as Hannah was saying, continued through irregular migration routes through the Darien in hopes of reaching the US. This irregular route is a stronghold for illicit economies controlled by armed groups that subject women and girls to sexual violence and rape, among other forms of violence. An organization, for instance, like MSF, provided clinical care of rape to 396 people from 2021 to 2022. From 2022 to 2023, this number has significantly reduced to 177 due to humanitarian access barriers. The worrying trend being that only 36% of women and girls having access to care within the 72-hour window. The same applies, the same risk of sexual violence and criminal networks apply to migration routes to reach Chile. That, unfortunately, the route is controlled by illegal armed groups that subject refugee women and girls to sexual exploitation, to trafficking for sexual exploitation purposes, and other forms of violence. Second, I'd like to highlight that women face increased sexual exploitation and sexual violence at the hands of host communities. As I was saying before, xenophobia has worsened, leaving women and girls with these hypersexualized stereotypes under the premise that they're both vulnerable and sexually available. This results in malicious sexual invitations, in women perceiving that the public space is unsafe, and this is compounded with women's inability to access the job markets and to meet their basic needs. In turn, employers take advantage of their vulnerability to demand sexual favors in exchange for allowing them to continue to work. Women have had to exchange sex to secure transportation, to delay evictions because they're unable to pay their rent. They've had to exchange sex and sell sex to survive. I'd like to also say that the situation is particularly worse for adolescents, which are the group more sought for exploitation. They face many barriers to continue their education and their empowerment programs, and their life is basically on hold. This situation of unfulfilled basic needs and no spaces for psychosocial support assistance has created protracted vulnerability for adolescent girls. They fall prey to engage in early marriages and unions to secure survival, to meet their needs, with a series of consequences for their reproductive health, for their mental health well-being, and also facing early pregnancies. Lastly, I would like to also say that despite all this growing need, many barriers to care persist. While host countries have been doing a very good job providing services, integrating them to national protection systems, some services are considered still inaccessible for refugees and migrant girls. They don't trust service providers. They feel that their specific needs are not taken into consideration, that the reception areas lack privacy, that they're not going to understand, for example, people with diverse sexual orientation, that there's language barriers for indigenous survivors. So the majority of people do not seek help. To address all of these priority needs, there's the GBV subsector coordinates the response, where service providers deliver direct services to gender-based violence survivors. For example, case management services, mental health and psychosocial support, clinical management of rape, health needs. The subsectors coordinate that response, aiming to ensure that referrals are smooth and there's a referral pathway and standard operating procedures, and that actors work together to respond to those needs. Second, we develop the capacity of duty bearers of organizations of both community-based and INGOs and local NGOs to improve the quality of the services provided, teaching core competencies to provide better care, and making services more accessible. From the subsector, we create models of care. We adapt other models of response to the humanitarian crisis of Venezuelan refugees and migrants, and train based on those models, such as the interagency case management guidelines, such as the interagency minimum standards, and create, for example, models of psychosocial care for adolescents. We've shifted a focus to engage and build the capacity of women-led and women rights organizations, knowing that we have to strive for sustainability and localization. We're currently prioritizing training them to provide GBV programming that abides to standards of quality. We also lead prevention campaigns, knowing that GBV is also rooted in attitudes and behaviors and harmful social norms. And we, at the regional level and national level, hold prevention campaigns, shedding light on positive expressions of masculinity, on harmful social norms, on xenophobia debunking, so that people can change, hopefully, their attitudes and behaviors towards Venezuelan refugee and migrant women, girls, and LGBTI populations. Lastly, we do assessments to shed light on drivers and patterns, both geographical assessments and also assessments that are thematic to generate evidence on the latest needs and to also improve our programming to tailor the response to needs. I'll finish in 1 minute. Thank you. All right, next slide, please. Sorry. All right, main results. In 2022, our response was only funded at 27%. And we have managed to reach 76,000 plus people with GBV prevention, response, and mitigation. As well, we've trained over 62,000 duty bearers, community-based organizations. We've reached more than 57,000 people through community-based awareness sessions. And with 62,000 services delivered to survivors. Again, the majority of people do not seek help, and this is just a small percentage and a small indication of the people we succeed in reaching. So next slide, please. In 2023, we will strive, A, to improve service delivery, B, to improve, to mitigate risks along migratory routes, and C, to strive for social cohesion and create ties of support and empathy between host community and refugee and migrant women and girls. And for that, we are appealing 62.8 million in the first year in 2023, and 57.8 million in 2024. This will enable us to reach 430,000 people in 2023 and 333 people in 2024. And I'd like to close saying that the needs continue to deepen. We will face more needs, and we have limited humanitarian funding, unfortunately. Your commitment is crucial to maintain the continuity of life-saving services for women, girls, and LGBTQI individuals. And we are therefore thankful for your continued support. Thank you very much. Over to you. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Maria. Good morning, everyone. I will be presenting the main needs of the subsector on migrant. Sorry, someone will help. 1 second. Can I have? Thank you. Of the subsector on human trafficking and smuggling of migrants and refugees that we lead together with IOM. So just to give you a little bit of context, the subsector is the newest within the protection sector and the first and only of such kind in a humanitarian response. And also it is the most underfunded, with only 21% of funds required for the MRP 2022 available. This is alarming, given that the risk of human trafficking and smuggling, as well as the level of vulnerability of the people in need in the region, has only increased. We are talking here about extremely vulnerable populations. Think of the journey of someone that tried to cross the border between Bolivia and Chile during 2022. Most likely, this person endured several years of deteriorating socioeconomic conditions in their home country, transited through at least 1 or 2 previous destinations unsuccessfully, has undertaken routes that are harsh, through harsh terrain and difficult conditions, and are now jobless, unable to access basic goods and services with an irregular migratory status. This is, of course, the perfect soil for human traffickers and smugglers. The prevalence of these crimes throughout the region is omnipresent. Venezuelan victims of trafficking were identified in almost all 17 MRP's countries, with the majority of them being women and girls. In South America, 70% of survivors are women, whereas in Central America, this number corresponds to 40%. And in terms of smuggling, 72% of Venezuelans surveyed in countries throughout the region reported that they had used a smuggler or a coyote during at least one part of their journey. Next slide, please. So how does the situation look in 2023? Of course, the increasing uneven and unstable socioeconomic conditions across the region will only exacerbate the needs of refugees and migrants, and the border policy changes, as well as the increasing number of countries that have introduced visa requirements for Venezuelan nationals, has resulted in more refugees and migrants resorting to dangerous border crossings, becoming also more vulnerable to human trafficking and smuggling. What are the trends then in terms of routes and risk areas? So most of those at risks of human trafficking and smuggling are in capital cities or in border areas. We have the migration flow northward towards the United States, involving crossing what we know is one of the most dangerous zones at the moment, the jungle terrain between Colombia and Panama, the Tapón del Darién. In December 2022 alone, this area registered a record of 48,000 irregular crossings, of which 62% were Venezuelan nationals. And just to illustrate the level of danger that migrants face in this area, in Bajo Chiquitito, the first point after crossing the Darién, all interviewees at the migration station reported seeing or meeting victims of sexual violence during their journey, and some women reported they have been sexually assaulted by up to 10 people in that journey. In terms of the migration flow towards the south, increasing numbers of refugees and migrants attempt to cross irregular routes around the tri-national border between Chile, Bolivia, and Peru amidst harsh climatic conditions and thinly populated areas. And once they get there, due to the redirections or unmet social security needs, there has also been an increase in population that go back north from Chile, Peru, and Bolivia. And lastly, there is also a significant human mobility flow towards the Caribbean, with Aruba, Curaçao, Colombia identified as the countries with the highest risk for human trafficking and smuggling of migrants. Now, I'd like to tell you a little bit about the profiles of the population that are the profiles we identified differ across the lines of gender and ethnicity, which play a significant role. So in terms of sexual exploitation, female heads of households, particularly those with limited livelihoods, people engaged in sex work, and LGBTIQ persons, especially transgender women, are the most vulnerable. Then regarding labor exploitation, indigenous persons and African descendants, people with disabilities, and children, particularly non-accompanied children, are the most vulnerable profiles. And moreover, according to a study we carried out, Venezuelan migrants and refugees are increasingly being exposed to the expansion of transnational organized crime networks across the region. The next slide, please. So, sorry, the priority needs. Yeah, no, it's good. So in terms of the priority needs, the first one is access to safe transit routes and regularization. As we mentioned, the recent border control policy changes, introduction of visa requirements in most countries have led to an increase in the use of unofficial means of transportation, in limited ability to access documentation and regularization procedures, informal work, and limited income generating prospects, all of which increases dependency on smuggling and trafficking networks and risk of abuse and exploitation. Second, access to information on risks attributed to criminal dynamics. Refugees and migrants from Venezuela are particularly vulnerable to threats by organized criminal groups, and this, what we call the double impact, includes being a target of forced displacement and forced labor, mainly within Colombia, Aruba, and Curaçao, as well as in the border zones between Colombia and Ecuador, and in the triple border between Peru, Bolivia, and Chile. Second, to smuggling and extortion in border areas such as that of the Darien Gap, human trafficking, and high-interest loans in Brazil, Bolivia, Chile, and Colombia. And third, another important need is the access to protection services and livelihood opportunities. The rise of these crimes is playing a great demand on national protection systems, and according to joint national assessments, there is a lack of capacity to identify and to address trafficking and smuggling situations. Refugees and migrants often do not consider themselves victims, as they may have normalized these situations, having been subjected to them for extended periods of time as a means of subsistence, or they may assume that they are not eligible for protection from these transnational crimes due to their irregular migration status. And in addition, there is a shortage of information, accompaniment, and protection initiatives directed towards victims of traffic. And we know that the level of access to these care services mostly depends on the civil servant or the police officers who initially take the claims, who, generally speaking, are not properly trained on the matter. Another main need identified relates to the lack of coordination among law enforcement entities across the region. So just to finish, in terms of the focus of our response, if we can go to the next slide. So during 2022, the subsector focused its effort on the development of a joint proposal with UN agencies of a regional coordination mechanism to improve the judicial response to transnational human trafficking cases. Besides, as mentioned, the subsector provided technical support for the elaboration of a study on the dual impact of organized crime on refugees and migrants from Venezuela, including a technical report that was published and key messages fact sheet that were distributed in 7 countries in the region. As for 2023 and 2024, the focus of the strategy will seek to promote a holistic response to human trafficking and smuggling with diverse actors, including civil society organizations, public institutions, and humanitarian actors. We will continue to work under the framework of the 4 Ps, meaning prevention, protection, prosecution, and partnerships. And in terms of protection, the focus will be on data collection, communication strategies and campaigns, and capacity buildings. In terms of data, given the fast-changing migratory flows movements, the subsector partners will be focusing on carrying out risk assessments and periodic regional diagnosis. In terms of the communication campaigns, innovative prevention campaigns targeting refugees and migrants on specific displacement and transit routes will be developed at the national level and focusing particularly on those platforms frequently used by migrants and also by smugglers and traffickers. The campaigns will put a special emphasis on the risks associated with criminal dynamics, linked to trafficking and smuggling across the region. And also partners will strengthen the capacity building actions on human trafficking and smuggling with a strong gender and intersectional perspective for civil society organizations, civil servants, and law enforcement officials. In terms of protection, we will create and disseminate a toolkit for early detection of human trafficking and smuggling across the region, addressing the dimensions of gender, age, ethnicity, and diversity. And R4V partners will also provide direct assistance and referrals for refugees and migrants who have experienced or are at risk of becoming victims. And as part of our sustainable strategy for the insertion of victims of trafficking, R4V partners will also promote the economic and social integration of victims of human trafficking and people who are at risk of becoming victims. I'm about to finish. And lastly, in terms of the prosecution, the subsector partners at the regional level will consolidate the coordination mechanism for cross-border judicial collaboration in human trafficking cases, including networks of anti-trafficking prosecutors and civil society organizations involved in the prosecution of transnational trafficking areas. In terms of partnership, we will continue to build alliances across the region. This will be at the core of our strategy, including synergies among UN agencies with UN Women, UNODC, ACNUD, and IOM. All in all, the challenge in terms of responding to human trafficking and smuggling is enormous, so it is urgent that the agencies and the partners work together to provide protection and strengthen institutional capacities. So I thank you for your attention, and I will be happy to respond to any question you may have. Thank you.
And the last one working group, Espacio de Apoyo. Only we'll have to share with you what is a support spaces or Espacio de Apoyo. There is a structured intervention that we have along the route in the transit and the host communities where we provide some different kind of services, comprehensive services like a protection, assistance, identification, and referral to specialist services for the protection. But as well, we have basic services as wash, nutrition, and all of these services are with a focus, or there are focus in terms of age, gender, diversity, in terms of the inclusion on the LGBTQIQ+, and in working together with the different actors at the humanitarian response as NGOs, community-based organizations, governments, church, and different organizations that are included. And in terms of this, only we have to share with you, but we have a cost estimation about the setup of the comprehensive support spaces or espacio de apoyo integral, and to have all the services, orientation and information, identification and referrals, protection assistance, community-based organization, but also intervention in AIP and PSCI, for example, that will have two-way mechanisms to include the population, the beneficiary population in there. We need around 12,000 USD dollars to put and set up a space per month and support the space per month. Only for my part, so quickly.
Will you manage the Q&A, Hannah?
Back ahead to Alejandra, I think.
Yeah, good morning. I'm representing Save the Children, who is the co-lead of the gender-based violence subsector. I'm not presenting, I'm just thank you, the whole panel, and I would like to open the floor for comments, questions that you might have. Do we have? Yeah.
So anyone in the floor or also virtually who's watching can type in questions, or if anyone from the floor wants to make a comment or question for the participants, now's the time. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Sophie Orr, representing ICRC as the Regional Director for the Americas. Very pleased to join you all today. And many thanks for organizing this space. We really do value very much the role and the work of the R4V platform. The protection risks and terrible violations have been very well highlighted already this morning. We see the same on the ground and regularly bring up many of those issues in our confidential dialogue with states. Echoing some of the findings of the recent study produced by the child protection sector on the double impact on unaccompanied and/or separated migrant children from Venezuela, I'll focus my comments in part on this particularly vulnerable group. Along the migratory routes across countries, the ICRC coordinates with the IFRC and supports the Red Cross national societies to respond to many of the humanitarian consequences faced by the migrants. Family separation, people going missing, loss of life along the routes are some of these consequences. Migrants and refugees are particularly exposed to such risks as they often find themselves in situations of armed conflict and violence as they transit through countries and across borders. Unaccompanied children and adolescents are doubly vulnerable in those situations. As was highlighted in the report from the R4V platform, the risks and violations of their rights are common but still remain underreported. The complexity of ensuring a comprehensive identification and registration of migrant children make it difficult to grasp the full scale of the problem and therefore how best to respond. A key focus of our work with migrants and their families is linked to the ICRC's mandate and relates to preventing and responding to family separation and migrants going missing or dying along the route. In the context of Venezuelan migration, the Restoring Family Links program of the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement in the Americas and in the Caribbean has developed a coordinated response to provide humanitarian services to separated migrants and their families and support efforts to clarify the fate and whereabouts of missing migrants. We wish to underline that when family members are separated, measures should be taken to ensure contact is reestablished, that they are reunited wherever possible and without delay. States have the obligation to respect, protect, and fulfill the right to family life and support family unity. Indeed, safe and legal pathways for family reunification are vital. Family reunification is often the only way for vulnerable people, including unaccompanied and/or separated migrant children, to enjoy their right to family life, and it is instrumental to migrants' well-being and their integration in the receiving societies. We appreciate the commitments of states engaged in the Quito process to address this issue and to pursue efforts to uphold the right to family unity. We welcome the Chilean government's support for this issue within the Quito process and its intention to organize a seminar on the topic in the near future. With a long-standing experience in protection of family links and operational presence along the migratory route, the Red Cross, Red Crescent movement and its family links network can further contribute to strengthen respect and protection for the rights of families and separated people, including through the provision of guidance to the authorities, the development of relevant mechanisms, policy frameworks, and good practices. Many thanks.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Muchas gracias. Mi intervención la voy a hacer en español. Mi nombre es Pedro Hernández, soy el embajador a cargo de la División de Migraciones de la Cancillería de Chile. Quiero en primer lugar saludar al panel, a la ACNUR en la representación que está en sala, a la misma que la OIM, y a los colegas de los países que nos acompañan, que son mismos también del proceso de Quito, que están en sala. Y en particular a quienes nos permiten discutir en este primer panel muy motivante y felicitar por la interesante información que nos han entregado, que he tomado nota con mucha atención. Ya se ha hecho mención en esta primera intervención, solo me voy a referir en nuestro rol de la presidencia del proceso de Quito y veré si tengo tiempo para comentar las referencias que se han hecho a Chile en cada una de las presentaciones que han ocurrido en este primer momento. Destacar que desde el 15 de diciembre del año pasado, Chile ha recibido la presidencia del proceso de Quito del Brasil, que me acompaña aquí en la mesa, con una excelente octava ronda, hoy día estamos en la novena ronda, y Chile ha definido 4 ámbitos de trabajo que coinciden, creemos, con lo que aquí se ha planteado en esta sección y entiendo también en el resto de la jornada. Queremos en particular poner énfasis, aquí todos los panelistas han hecho mención a aquello, al tema de las comunidades de acogida como un punto central y quien inauguró este encuentro, Andrea, hizo mención, a la cual me voy a referir, a este taller de la semana pasada, antepasada. El segundo ámbito que la presidencia, en concordancia con los países miembros, hemos puesto énfasis o queremos poner énfasis, es un tema que ha estado presente en los panelistas y que creo que es bueno explicitarlo. Muchos de los problemas que aquí se han planteado es por la irregularidad de muchas personas en nuestros países. Por lo tanto, el proceso de Quito se sigue comprometiendo en difundir distintas facetas de la regularidad y la residencia y formas de residencia que los países han ido dando. Felicitamos en este sentido una vez más a Colombia, al Ecuador, al Perú con los procesos de registro, y Chile se incorpora también, gracias al apoyo de la OIM, en esa iniciativa durante este año. En tercer lugar, estamos planteándonos una vez más la importancia del enfoque de derecho y el acceso a derecho, y en también lo que tiene que ver con la cooperación internacional y la cooperación regional. Esas son las dimensiones de acción que Chile ha propuesto a los países miembros, que busca, por un lado, mantener la historia del proceso de Quito, pero a la vez incorporar algunos elementos que surgen de la denominada Declaración de Los Ángeles. Segundo, señalar que el proceso de Quito es un sistema de actores donde está la presidencia, una troika, un grupo de amigos, un conjunto de especialidades técnicas, y el Brasil nos incorporó, además, las organizaciones de la sociedad civil. Hago especial énfasis porque en el punto que viene a continuación queremos mostrar de qué manera hemos querido plasmar en acciones concretas este rol de la sociedad civil. Voy a lo tercero. El 1 y 2 de marzo tuvimos en Santiago el primer taller de nuestra presidencia, taller presencial con mucho esfuerzo con cerca de 90 delegados de todos los países miembros, en donde abordamos 4 temas. 2 de ellos coinciden con este panel de hoy día, de esta mañana. Uno que tiene que ver con las niñas, niños y adolescentes, y un segundo que tiene que ver con mujer y acceso a derechos. Los que allí participaron quisieron detenerse en 3 grandes ámbitos dentro de esta conversación: desafíos, modelos y alguna hoja de ruta. Yo no lo voy a leer acá, pero quiero destacar que en el caso de los niños y niñas adolescentes hubo especial preocupación con respecto al tema del acceso al sistema educacional como un derecho fundamental de los niños y adolescentes, y se plantearon una serie de propuestas, y por lo tanto en alguna medida esta plataforma nos permite, por lo que he escuchado, seguir fortaleciendo esa línea de acción, en particular en la implementación de kits de formación sobre niñez para funcionarios de primera línea en los gobiernos locales. Cuando digo gobiernos locales, cada región y cada país tiene una particularidad, pero estamos hablando de los gobiernos en donde finalmente esa familia se incorpora a la comunidad de acogida, y es el colegio, la escuela, el centro educativo, el lugar donde se van a encontrar. También en ese mismo encuentro quisimos crear un segundo grupo de trabajo que fue sobre mujeres y acceso a derechos. Hubo dos más que lo voy a tocar el resto de la jornada para no extender el uso de la palabra. Y en ese aspecto del acceso a de las mujeres y sus derechos, que también se vincula con el tema de violencia de género, que se ha tocado aquí también, en particular se ha querido poner énfasis en un relato sobre el rol que tienen las mujeres migrantes en general y las mujeres venezolanas en particular en el tema del trabajo, el acceso al trabajo digno, las oportunidades del cuidado, una serie de aspectos donde las profesionales, mujeres trabajadoras, desarrollan una actividad y los participantes en este encuentro han puesto especial énfasis en ese punto. Termino planteando, y agradezco la mención que se acaba de hacer sobre el tema de reunificación familiar. Efectivamente, podemos anunciar acá, lo estamos preparando ya con los países miembros, aquí los miembros de la Secretaría Técnica me podrán confirmar, podemos anunciar que ya en el mes de mayo, en Costa Rica, se va a realizar la segunda actividad de nuestra presidencia, que va orientado a la reunificación familiar. Pero queremos que esa experiencia recoja lo positivo de lo que fue la experiencia del 1 y 2 de marzo en Santiago. Es decir, además de los representantes de los países miembros, participe la sociedad civil, los organismos internacionales, los gobiernos locales y los actores que son relevantes en esta materia. Por tanto, vamos a hacer un esfuerzo metodológico para que no solo estén los representantes gubernamentales, que lo van a estar, sino que también estos otros actores, porque nos ha permitido esta experiencia de Santiago una gran novedad. Los relatores de la plenaria para los 4 grupos, 2 de ellos eran representantes de la sociedad civil. Es decir, es un espacio que agradecemos a Brasil que haya incluido en la agenda del proceso de Quito y creemos que tiene un rol importante, que es descubrir justamente la brecha entre lo que se propone en el ámbito gubernamental y lo que ocurre en la realidad. Y ahí hay demanda, usted de Chile lo hace muy bien en la temática y varios de los actores que están acá. Sobre el tema de la temática de frontera, la temática de trata y lo que tiene que ver con cómo resguardamos a las personas migrantes en esa condición, uso la palabra más tarde para referirme a ello. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Do we have any comment or question online?
Sorry, would anyone else like to comment or question?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It's quite, I mean, you're the first group, and we can see it's an important issue. I was wondering, I'm Vincent, I'm from Action Against Hunger. I was wondering in how far national legislation links up also to the violation cases, especially thinking of women and girls on the move, because one thing is where the violation might happen, and the other part where reporting is done. And because there's a lot of recommendations going out to what kind of activities we can do as a sector itself, but I didn't see a lot on this legislation and what national governments can do or how they can work together on the reporting, but also on legally dealing with these cases. So I don't know what your vision is on that or recommendations.
All right. So there are several challenges in terms of securing an appropriate response to survivors of sexual violence on the move. Like the first barrier I'd see is the obligation of mandatory reporting. People, for instance, traveling through the Darien Gap intend to make their journey as quick as possible. The Panamanian government has a requirement of mandatory reporting, and treatment to clinical management of rape hinges on the report, is conditional on the report. So, and this is the case of many, and this is the case of many states. It's just what states have put in place as a measure to not have impunity for sexual violence, right? And that deters women from seeking help because their interest is to continue on the migratory route. They will just access emergency contraception on the side, carry on. So I guess we wouldn't, our perspective would be the need to first provide care without mandatory reporting, and also make that mandatory reporting a bit more survivor-centered. These processes are often re-victimizing. Survivors have to tell the stories multiple times. They're questioned on the veracity of their statements. They often have the challenge of not remembering events in a linear situation or not explaining themselves very clearly, and they are perceived to be lying. And I guess making those access to justice system more survivor-friendly would be the first step, like that would lead to a better response in the states. There are also, like, access to justice is prioritized in Latin America, and we salute those efforts. There are protocols to make reports in other countries, in your destination countries, about instances that happened during the migratory route. And the key would make those processes survivor-centered to encourage more people to seek help. But this would be my preliminary reflections. If anybody have additional comments, those would be welcome.
Further comments, questions? So you're closing, right?
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. This concludes the first session. Again, anyone online can leave a question during the day and we can respond and have a protection specialist respond if it's technical in nature of the day. Just so you know, we'll take a 10-minute coffee break and then we will start up with the next session, which is on integration, health, and education. Thank you very much.
Ya aprendió. 1, 2, 3, sí.
Dear colleagues, thank you very much. I hope you had a nice coffee break. As you realized, undoubtedly, we are running a little bit late. Bueno, I hope it works now. Great. As you probably have realized, we're running a little bit late. That was owed to the access delays this morning. In order to make up a little bit of time, we tried to cut a little bit short the coffee break, which didn't work, but nonetheless, we're very happy to welcome for the next session the respective co-leads of 3 sectors, namely education, health, and integration. And we will commence the session with education and then continue with health and integration. And we very much appreciate questions to the respective panelists following the interventions. With that, handing over to education. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm representing the education sector. The sector is co-led by Save the Children, who I'm representing, my colleague Susana Urbana, and it's also co-led by UNICEF. So I will start the presentation, and then it will be followed by Juan Pinzon. Education is a fundamental human right. For refugees, for migrant refugee children, education not only means the continuity of learning, but also provide a sense of normalcy and a key to a different future. However, that right is being hampered. R4V, the platform, works in a cooperative way with different actors for advocating and securing for people right to education. It's not hampered, in particular for refugees and migrants. What we have seen is that after COVID, in the region, 137 million children have returned to presential classes. However, for migrants and refugees, that has been quite difficult to return. The deepening of the socioeconomic crisis in Latin America since COVID-19 pandemic continues to have a devastating impact on education, where refugees and migrants, boys, girls, and adolescents, has been affected by the prolonged interruption of education and its repercussion in the loss of learning, tap into a region with inequalities. We might just to remember that this is the region with the highest inequalities. So 5,041,000 people in education need, according to data from R4B. And it is estimated that 4 out of 5 children cannot understand a simple text. To provide an example, 20% of refugees and migrants interviewed at arrival in northern Chile reported children have not received formal education in the last year. That clearly demonstrate loss of basic literary learning. This impact, combined with the lack of access to other rights, has diminished the immediate opportunity for integration in host countries. Studies from LAC regarding actual losses are still scarce, but the available evidence point of significant learning losses for migrants and refugees. and that could increase exponentially as they continue to force multiple barriers to accessing and remaining in educational services. As I indicated before, 5.4 million people in education need services for 2023. If we look into the countries, Colombia has a need of 4 million, Peru 910, and Ecuador 190,000. Those are the largest populations need for education. At the same time, these are the countries that have done the most administrative and political decisions for inclusion of migrant children in the education sector. Next, please. So those have been the trends, or the trends that we have seen lately in Latin America. But what are the barriers for these children to accessing educational services? At the macro level, heavy requirements hinder the fulfillment of the right of education for migrant refugee leaders in Latin America. Documentation such as authenticated records are especially problematic as they often prevent them from enrolling in school. Lack of documents remain another major challenge. For example, in Peru, 62% of refugees and migrant households surveyed mention lack of documentation as a primary barrier to school attendance. The integration of migrant and refugee students into formal education system is further hampered by the lack of critical resources and investments necessary to support students. High cost of education, for example, school fees, school supplies, and transportation also discourage migrant refugee or seeking families from sending their children to school. For example, data reveals that in Colombia, 29% of boys, girls, and adolescents between 6 and 17 years old are not enrolled in schools, mainly to their parents' or care person inability to pay for school fees and materials. If we look at, we were focusing more at the macro level, but if we look at the community level, discrimination, xenophobia, violence within the classroom, and inadequate wash services in schools are among the other barriers. Teachers' lack of training in working with migrant children and have limited experience with issues of displacement and diversity also create additional barriers. Discrimination by native-born educators and peers, as well as the lack of educational materials that acknowledge the culture of origin of migrant and refugee children, can further impact their self-esteem and feel inclusive in the school setting. In addition to those, macro, meso, community level, and individual level, the gender of the migrant, their location, the school setting, the home setting are additional barriers that hampers their accesses to education services. So this is the general context and the barriers, and now I will pass the floor to Juan, who will talk about what we have been done, what is the response.
Thank you, Alejandra. Good morning. My name is Juan Pinzon. I work for UNICEF, co-leading the education sector with Save the Children, as Alejandra mentioned. So Alejandra started talking about the trends, the barriers, but now I want to talk about the good stuff, basically what the R4V partners are doing to ensure inclusion of refugees and migrants into the national education systems. So R4V partners, in close coordination with host governments, support access and retention into the national education systems. As of now, access is more or less an issue, but retention and permanence is the main issue. So there are key barriers for permanence that Alejandra mentioned, but the R4V partners are working extremely hard to ensure the inclusion and retention of refugee migrant children into the national education systems. So what are they doing? First, they're providing financial support and cash also, CVA, cash programming to families to support slot enrollment support, purchasing school supplies, transportation, which is a big issue, providing with support so they can go to school, school meals, among many other things that families and children need to get into school. So financial support and cash-based assistance is also one of the main ways that partners are supporting their education inclusion. Another thing that is coming up after COVID, COVID pandemic, is the worst shock to education in the past decades. So children have severe learning losses. So education partners in the region are supporting and are working very hard to develop adaptive learning materials, accelerated models, anything that we can do to tackle learning recovery, learning losses, which is one of the main things that we're struggling for right now. Especially migrant refugee children have severe learning losses, as Alejandra mentioned. 4 out of 5 children cannot read a simple text. So this is really, really, really important. Also, education partners in the region support adolescent on skills development, preparing them for their transition from school to the workforce, provide mental health and psychosocial support. This is not only done for children, but also for parents, for the whole education community, and to counter xenophobic behavior, bullying, therefore supporting the integration into schools. A little bit of a segue for our next panel eventually about integration. What else the education partners are doing, the R4V partners? Working very, very hard to ensure recognition, validation, and accreditation of previous studies. As Alejandra mentioned, the lack of barriers, documentation, school diplomas is a big barrier for inclusion. So the R4V partners, in close coordination with the host governments, are ensuring constant advocacy to ensure that existing normative frameworks are implemented. Most of the countries in the region have normative frameworks for the inclusion of education system and also simplifying administrative processes. So there's strong advocacy with national governments to ensure that children that arrive in host countries are accepted into national schools without many, many documents, which is one of the main barriers that we still have. So RBA, the acronym for recognition, validation, and accreditation, is promoted through information provision, capacity building for education personnel, parents, caregivers, and also MOE personnel. Also, we're working very hard with sub-regional organizations to implement existing equivalency tables to ensure validation of previous studies, so we can promote great advancement. I mean, if any children is going to school, they want to receive a diploma. It's also very important. I mean, not only to go to school, but also to advance grade and to receive a diploma for further promotions. This is very, very important, the RBA. What else? What else are we doing in terms of the R4V partners? There is very strong regional support to countries, R4V national platforms. Have many, many initiatives. The first one is supporting host countries in the implementation of activities to generate evidence and best practices to strengthen policies and normative frameworks. As I mentioned, all the countries that I know of have normative frameworks, but we need to support them with evidence and data, which maybe have some gaps in it, so the regional support is key to support those host countries. What else are we doing? We're building capacity building of education actors in education and emergencies and DRR, disaster risk reduction. We live in a region that is very prone to disasters, so it's key that we also support capacity building in these 2 sectors. Also, what are we doing? As I mentioned, we're strengthening education data systems to ensure greater integration into the national education systems in the region. So in a nutshell, as you see, the R4V partners in the region have doing a lot of work to support the inclusion into the national education systems. That can be summarized in these 3 priorities. First, the improvement of educational services, quality, and inclusion. Second, as I mentioned, recognition, validation, and accreditation of previous studies. everything that's related to the administrative documentation, school diplomas, and recognition of previous studies of the host in the host countries, and reduction of barriers to exercise the right to education. Alejandra mentioned all the barriers. We have plenty of barriers, but the R4B partners are doing great work to try to overcome these barriers. So for these priorities to be successful, there needs to be a significant investment into the education sector. There are more than $112 million of financial requirements for 2023 and more than $100 million requirements for 2024. R4B education partners are doing great work, but resources are needed to support the education of refugees and migrants, and of course, the inclusion of them to the national education systems. This is a key word, inclusion. Partners have done great work. 2021, more than 280,000 people, including children, were reached, and for 2022, around 256,000 people, including children, were reached by the R4B partners, around 30% of the target. However, we still have a large gap in the education sector. It's deeply underfunded. We have only around 10% of funding collected. So I just wanted to put this out there. The education is really key. Just wanted to leave you with a key message that education saves lives. So please really support us to ensure the inclusion of refugee migrant children to the national education systems. I don't want to bore you with a lot of work, so I just want to see if there's any questions, comments regarding the education. I wanted to leave the key highlight the word that education saves lives, and as Alejandra mentioned, it's a key human right. So it's really important for everyone to invest in education. It's going to pay off, really. So I'm going to leave it over there. If you have any questions, comments, we're happy to answer them.
Hi, I have a question. In a recent study that we made in World Vision, Fabiola Rueda from World Vision, in a recent study that we made in 5 countries for economic social integration, one of the key issues that we found, especially in women, refugee and migrant women that are single-headed households, was the lack of ability of care, like especially for children under 5. And we know that it's not a compliant age in the education sector, right? But for those preschool years, is there any assessment or approach that are you recommending to take, especially because it's not only a barrier to education, but it's also a barrier for social integration and economic integration, which increase the vulnerability risk of girls and boys at that age. So is there any recommendation from the sector on that?
Thank you. Yeah, definitely. I think in the last year, especially, we're trying to ensure that the national platforms include ECD and ECE as part of their response. It's not that easy, but yeah, we have some countries, for example, Colombia, which is working very hard on early childhood development as part of their response in the R4B and the RMRP. So yeah, there are some countries that definitely prioritize ECD. It's hard for some of the countries that are experiencing transit, because the refugees and migrants are there only for a very few days or weeks. But for countries that experience refugees and migrants are staying there, settling there, it's easier to implement ECD, early childhood, or ECE services. And this is a message that I would try to pass as regional coordinator to pass to our national platforms to ensure that ECD services are part of the inclusion of education systems. There's UNICEF, Save the Children, all the partners, NRC, World Vision, they all have great ECD support that we can provide to partners. So I just wanted to encourage that don't think about education only about 5 and up, also think about 5 and below. And before, I mean, we're going to talk about health eventually, but early child development is key for health. So you can see the multi-integration of sectors in this. But definitely keep in mind that early child development, 5 and below, is key for the development of the child. Thank you.
Juan, we got a question online, and it links the efforts from the education sector with the discussions, the thematic discussions in the Quito process on education as well. And it links also with the contributions that the donor community, which we hope will mobilize the funds for the sector and for the host governments over the coming days. In addition to financial assistance that is obviously required, what other support can governments and other advocacy groups provide to enhancing education levels across the region?
Thank you, Philippe. Yeah, definitely the host governments can provide great support in, for example, flexibilizing their administrative processes for inclusion into the national education systems. I mean, it doesn't cost money because there are already normative frameworks for inclusion of children into the education systems, but it's hard for it to go to the field level. So they can support us with this, ensuring that the administrative barriers are less, are removed. So this is one of the things, supporting us with advocacy and to prevent xenophobia and discrimination. This is also that, I mean, I know advocacy campaigns cost money, but governments can also play a strong role in ensuring that everyone can see the benefits of integration of refugees and migrants into the national systems. So this is also a great thing. Where else? I mean, everything that governments can do to facilitate or be partners to implement in the field, it's well appreciated, well received. And we have great experiences in host countries. And I think the government plays a key role in taking the lead and all of this, so that their leadership and their support is super essential. I think what I mentioned earlier about supporting us into reducing all the barriers, legal barriers, administrative barriers, and all of this for children inclusion into the national education systems is essential. For example, they can also support schools having extra spaces or slots, which is one of the key barriers that we have. Schools are full, so we don't have spaces for children in schools. And this costs money, but also ministers of education and governments can support us to find these extra slots in schools. So there's some of few things that I can come up with. I don't know, Alejandra, we have something that else.
I would also like to add investing in research. The pandemic has really hit the education sector, as you all know, extremely hard. And we still need more evidence on the losses, so we need more evidence, we need more data, so to provide and make sure that the governments are delivering the interventions based on what the data is telling us. So I think that that is very much needed. Another issue that I mentioned among the barriers is training. Teachers need adequate training, needs to be respondent to grades and classroom settings that are different. I mean, they have different nationalities, so they need to make sure that the school efforts in terms of engaging those communities, they are adequately prepared to do that. And at the same time, working with communities. We have ample room to work. I mean, countries working on the communities, make sure that they are really welcoming migrants and refugees in their settings.
With a request for a short answer, you speak a lot about integration of refugee migrant children in schools. We have a question relating to facilitating recognition of university degrees, access to tertiary education. If you can just elaborate very briefly on that.
Thank you. Yes, this is key. This is something that we work with the integration sector. So I might leave this to the integration sector, but definitely there needs to be recognition, validation, accreditation of high school for children to be able to go into the higher level learning. So there has to be a close link between the education sector and the integration sector. We need to talk to each other to make sure that children, adolescents, are in fact graduating from high school, even high school, elementary, high school, and then be able to go into the higher universities. So without RVA at the education level, there's no RVA at the higher levels. So there is something that the integration sector needs to work very closely with the education sector. So if you facilitate RVA, recognition, validation, accreditation at lower levels, children can advance great, they can gain the learning, they can be recognized for their efforts, they can recognize for their learning, and then they can pass and advance and graduate high school. And then they can go to the integration into universities, which I'm going to leave for the integration sector to speak eventually. Thank you.
Okay, well, fantastic. Thank you very much. We'll come back for more questions if there's time permitting at this point. We'll hand over the floor. Well, first of all, we thank very much the colleagues from the education sector, and we'll continue at this point with the interventions from the health sector.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor, and good morning to everyone, and thanks to our colleagues for presenting the education needs on Venezuelan migrants and refugees across Latin American region. My name is Oksana Domenti. I'm from WHO, and I'm glad to share today, together with my colleagues Ayesha Kadir from Save the Children, our joint perspective on the Venezuelan refugees and migrants' health needs. I speak today on behalf of our colleagues from Pan American Health Organization, who has been directly involved in the need assessment, and of course they are involving also in providing and helping authorities together with partners to deliver health services, but who cannot be here physically today. However, I hear from my colleagues that they are up very early and stand by to help also to answer very specific question if you have from Washington and Panama City, but I'll try to do also my best from here. At the co-lead agencies on health, we are representing this interagency effort where we see a unique value in working together with UNICEF, with UNFPA, with UNHCR, IOM, and to bring in the best of our comparative strengths to support authorities across the region in their response to the specific health needs of Venezuelan migrants in Latin America. And let me show now a quick snapshot. Yeah, one moment. Of the health needs in the region. So we see that according to our current data, that according to the current estimation 2022, the total affected population amount to almost 6 million, and we estimate that there are 3 million people in various health needs, which is almost 57.1% of the entire population. So, and we see that men and women are equally in need, and that we have also a large group of children that require also health services. According to information collected in the 17 countries of the R4V response, including secondary data review and survey with refugees and migrants, healthcare was identified as a priority need, and access to health services remain a key challenges across region. The situation, however, varies across the region, and you can see this on the slide and on the map. So there are countries where the situation is really good, and the refugees have access to health services, and there are countries where almost 70% or 79% of refugees and migrants, they are not covered with health services. Among the priorities identified concerning healthcare, refugees and migrants reported the need to access quality primary health care services. So primary health care services is the primary need. Special emphasis was placed on the need to receive mental health and psychological support. You can imagine this is really a standard need for all migrants and refugees, and we see this also in other regions and post-conflict situation, as well as sexual and reproductive health care, focusing on adolescent, family planning, prevention of pregnancy in the adolescent population, health services for pregnant women, antenatal care and postnatal care, and maternal and child health care. Noting that also regular childhood immunization were also largely disrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic, and this also create additional problem. I'd like now also to share with you some key facts and to highlight of our analysis. As I told you, the situation varies across the region. As you can see also on the slide, the most worrying situation is in Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, and Chile, where more than an average 58% of refugees and migrants report facing difficulties accessing healthcare services. So 7 out of 8 national and sub-regional platforms identified substantive mental health and psychological support needs. Our assessment also identified that 64,000 pregnant women in the region require maternal and child health services, will require in the next 9 months. And another important findings, as also the colleagues from education sector mentioned, is also the lack of documentation and administrative information. So this we have identified the main barrier to accessing also health services. So really want this message to pass here. And let me now hand over to my colleagues from Save the Children, who
Sorry, I think I just just cut off your mic when you were in the middle of talking. Thank you. My name is Aisha Kadir. I am here representing colleagues on behalf of the Latin America and Caribbean Regional Office for Save the Children. We co-lead the sector with PAHO. So I think, I'll take you through some of the main findings of the rapid multi-sectoral needs assessment in R4V countries. But before I begin, I would really like you just to take a step back and think about everything that's been said until now. And also thinking about from this point on, keep this in mind as you hear the other sectors talk as we go forward. Because the issue, we can talk through some specific key priority areas for health, but at the end of the day, we're talking about people. And health does not occur in a vacuum. Everything around us, everything that happens to us in our lives impacts our health. And that in turn impacts what happens to us going forward. And this is no more clearly apparent than for children. So the health risks of migrants and refugees, they differ at different phases of the journey, from before they leave and the conditions they were facing before they left, throughout the journey, which, depending on how they travel and how long they travel and what happens to them and what they experience and what they witness, and of course, in their country of destination. And a lot of the safety risks and the sexual and gender-based violence risks that the protection team so carefully covered this morning persist after they've arrived in their destination. So some of the most important health risks that all migrants, but especially children, face are social in origin. And for children, it's really critical to remember that they go through quite an extraordinary transition from the time they're born until the time they're a fully mature adult. If you just think about if a child is lucky enough to be born at a normal birth weight, then they're 3 kilos, and they can't coordinate their limbs. They need full attention to be able to survive from a caregiver. And they progress. So think about a 2-year-old, and then a 5-year-old, and then a 10-year-old and a 15-year-old, 15, 16, 17, they can do all of the things that adults can do physically, and they can even get pregnant, become parents, but they're not fully emotionally mature. And so they shouldn't be mistaken for being adults, even if they do adult things, also like working, taking on adult responsibilities, which may be thrust upon them because of the conditions they're facing. So just think about these things as you hear what the sectors coming forth talk about. But the focus of all of the sectors here are, ensuring children have access to school and catch up on lost learning, protection from violence and services for survivors of violence, integration into host communities. All of these things, they actually, supporting people to meet their basic needs, they have very important protective influences on health and health outcomes. And these are actually measurable, so we can track them if we choose to. Investing in programs to support children is not just something we should do because it's the right thing to do. This is actually investing in the substance of who our society will become. Because adversity in early childhood changes the functioning of the body and it changes the structure of the brain. So we have an obligation actually to try and mitigate, and a lot of the harmful effects of adversity are reversible. So we do have an opportunity to work across the sectors to put children back onto, and also adults back onto, a healthy, safe trajectory for a healthy society. Looking at the Rapid Needs Assessment, the RMNA, access to primary healthcare services was noted to be some of the most important sort of fundamental health needs. And this, within this, there are a couple of specific areas that were of focus. Sexual and reproductive health, specifically for refugee and migrant women and girls, because they were the highest risk. They found to be the highest risk for gender-based violence, sexual trafficking, along the migration route, including in the areas of destination. This is also the case for boys and men, so we can't forget them, but the vast majority are women and girls. And it's really important for us to be able to coordinate our strategies and increase access to all aspects of the minimum initial service package for sexual and reproductive health. And within that MISP, it's really important for us to also think about mothers and newborns as a unit. They are really, their health outcomes are affected by what happens to the other. So a mother's health and well-being affects the baby. A baby's health and well-being affects the mother's health. And there's very good evidence to prove that. So yeah, and part of the other thing is that knowing that people have been forced to move, forced from their homes, thrust into a lot of uncertainty, witnessing violence, experiencing violence, being subjected to it, mental health and mental health services, I'll talk about this more on the next slide, but they are really important to in any sexual and reproductive health intervention. They're really important to be integrated into that. Mental health of refugees and migrants has been said multiple times this morning. It is known to be a very serious concern. Scaling up access to quality care it needs to go beyond psychosocial support, relying on communities, also now when communities are disrupted, but ad hoc sort of communities that are formed through the migration process and in the places where people go to. We can't just rely on them or support them to help respond to mental health. Also, mental health first aid, psychosocial first aid is exactly that. It is first aid. People who are suffering from mental health problems will need ongoing care, and it's really important for us to scale up the access to quality mental health services so that adequate and safe and appropriate care can be given. And if we, mental health caregiver mental health is one of, if not the most important determinant of children's health and well-being for migrant and refugees. So if we want to protect and promote, set children on a positive, healthy trajectory, we really have to invest in mental health support for caregivers, as well as for children. For gender-based violence, case management is, our colleague here earlier was talking about barriers in access and also the legal system and sort of the role of that. The way people perceive, the way people seek care, the reluctance to seek care can be is a major barrier, and there are many reasons for that. We need to understand that, but also understand that seeking care is really important as the first step. There's a 72-hour window to prevent HIV and other serious infections, and people being afraid to be slowed down or to be further victimized, further subjected to violence, actually inhibits their access to care. Getting sick can lead to a lot of complications as well. So basically, we need to kind of rethink how we're doing in making sure it's possible for people to access the various services for gender-based violence, and this should include quality case management with medical and mental health care alongside the protection and together with the protection actions. And adolescents, they've been highlighted again this morning multiple times as being a group of particular risk and particular concern. There are increasing numbers of unaccompanied young people traveling across the region. This has become a worry because it's happening more and more. And there are different reasons they travel alone. Sometimes they are separated from their caregivers. So they've started out traveling with a carer, but then get separated. And they are extremely vulnerable. They're vulnerable to exploitation, to different forms of violence, not just interpersonal violence, but also structural violence. So violence where they don't have their access to care, for example, to health care is that much harder because of their age and because of perceptions of what they should be doing and the kind of places they end up going to and being situations they're put in. So we really need to understand what their needs are and their risks are. And the only way to do that truly is to actually engage with them. They're not passive, passive recipients of what happens to them. They have thoughts and understandings of what happens in their lives. They actively participate in their lives. And they have been forced into situations where they have to take decisions that adults would normally do on their behalf. So we really need to work with them, together with them, and understand what their priorities are, and then develop services that meet these needs. And that's what I would call adolescent-friendly services, recognizing what their needs are, what they perceive, what their priorities are, and working within that. And sexual and reproductive health is one part of that, but it's also comprehensive primary care. And lastly, but not leastly, immunizations. This is a fundamental cornerstone of public health interventions across the globe. And when people are forced to leave their home, for any reason, immunizations is one of the first things to go out the window. And immunizations are life-saving. They prevent serious illness and death not only for children, especially young children, but also for people with other medical complications. So uncontrolled diabetes, for example, HIV. Anyone with immune compromised status is at risk if the population is not adequately immunized. And of course, the most important, the people who are at the highest risk of any kind of complication from an infection are actually the most vulnerable, the migrants themselves, the refugees. So immunizations, we have the technology. This is simply a matter of figuring out the logistics, working together in all of the places where we meet migrants and refugees, and using this opportunity to catch up on immunizations. So yeah, I will now hand over back to my colleague Oksana to tell you a bit more about the health priorities from the RMNA. Thank you.
Yeah, let me now share with you some of other recommendations of analysis and RMNA 2022. So what we recommend is also to develop a strategy to address the healthcare needs of refugees and migrants in transit, also as for education and without legal status. This is really a priority, is to improve the health coverage that include vaccination and public health programs such as maternal and child health, family planning, and contraceptives, as well as treatment for TB, HIV, and other diseases. We will also recommend strategy to reduce the discrimination and xenophobia as well as health empowerment of refugees and migrants, which we also consider necessary to eliminate the barriers to access to health services and essential supply. We see also indigenous of people and people with incapacity being the most vulnerable, between the most vulnerable group among refugees and migrants, and they really need a cultural approach to improve their access to health services. Now let me, this is a backdrop of the platform response plan, and you can see some of key facts of this response plan. So according to platform projections for 2023 and 2024, the number of Venezuelan people living outside is really growing, and the people in need of health will equal almost 53%. Also, in the response plan, together with partner, we target almost 27% of the population in need, which is equivalent with 1.9 million of targeted population in 2023. And according to the estimation, the funds which are required to cover these services, also for government but for partner, is almost $188 in 2023 and plus additional 161 million in 2024. And I could mention that we represent 23 partners involved in health response in the region. These are some of the key objectives that health sector will prioritize to meet the health needs of refugees and migrants, as well as affected host community. So first is to promote and support the access to essential healthcare services and supply at all levels of care during transit and in destination. Also to help strengthen national capacity and really to advocate for the inclusion of refugees and migrants from Venezuela in national health systems. I will skip probably a few slides and we'll go to some conclusions. So to adequately support and meet the health needs of Venezuelan migrants and refugees in the region, we really need to work together, agree across sectors, but also across partners, and to join forces. And let me conclude by highlighting that the continuity of cooperation is important to address urgent needs of migrants, especially when they don't have legal status, have limitation due to administrative procedures or are in transit between countries. It is also important to recover the vaccination coverage, so the focus should be on this as well, and standards of public health program such as HIV, TB, and others to ensure good protection of the health of migrants and host population. The interventions supporting by the international cooperation should be focused on the most vulnerable people, as pregnant women, children, indigenous population, people with disability, and elderly. And the intervention to prevent and address acute problem associated with mental health and non-communicable diseases will reduce the mortality and morbidity among migrants. And as you know, to really support health, we need to strengthen action across other sectors and take a holistic approach toward addressing health needs. Health is a key aspect for integration, for social cohesion, for social security in the region. And having said this, let me now hand over to our colleagues from the integration sector to present the broader needs and response. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the integration sector's 135 partners, thank you very much for being here with us today. especially being the last session right before lunch. And thank you very much for your interest and support in integration. Before we start our session, just to quickly introduce ourselves, my name is Sarah Stemler. Together with ILO, I co-lead the regional integration sector on behalf of IOM.
Gracias. Bueno, nosotros vamos a combinar en este panel los idiomas también en los que estaremos compartiendo con ustedes nuestra experiencia. En un primer momento me gustaría compartir con ustedes el contexto al que nosotros nos estamos enfrentando en los países de América Latina y el Caribe en este momento. Nosotros tenemos, para abordar el desafío de la integración socioeconómica, un crecimiento económico que está desacelerado en nuestra región y que impacta directamente en la lentitud con la que estamos recuperando el empleo en nuestros países, también en los crecientes niveles de informalidad que tienen nuestras economías y también en una limitada capacidad de inversión y de gasto social en nuestros gobiernos. Eso impacta definitivamente tanto en la población de acogida, para que ustedes tengan una idea, nosotros ahora mismo en promedio en la región, 6 de cada 10 empleos para una persona nacional están en el sector informal, y si hablamos de las personas refugiadas y migrantes, tenemos 9 de cada 10 empleos que se genera en ese sector informal. Entonces el desafío en ese aspecto es muy importante. También del lado más social, el contexto también es desafiante y complejo, ¿no? Los países de acogida enfrentan, como hemos escuchado a lo largo de la mañana de hoy, una creciente sensación y sentimiento de xenofobia que está en las comunidades de acogida, que conviven esas comunidades, y también estamos atravesando persistentes y continuas crisis sociales en nuestros países y asimismo también una creciente demanda sobre el acceso a servicios públicos claves, por ejemplo, la educación, la salud, que aquí ya lo hemos escuchado, la protección social y servicios que faciliten el empleo. Entonces, en este panorama social también tenemos algunas buenas noticias, por ejemplo, que nosotros cada vez como países de acogida estamos teniendo varios procesos de regularización en marcha. Los gobiernos están comprometidos, como nos lo compartía el embajador Pedro Hernández en la intervención anterior, con estos procesos de regularización, y más bien nosotros lo que tenemos que estar muy atentos en estas estrategias de integración socioeconómica es cómo esa oferta de regularización está combinando con la creación de oportunidades efectivas para ejercer los derechos económicos y sociales de las personas refugiadas y migrantes que están en nuestros países. Por ejemplo, nosotros tenemos que estar muy atentos porque lo que estamos viviendo también son migraciones secundarias, es decir, personas que han podido incluso tener un estatus regular en sus países de acogida, terminan transitando hacia otro país, por ejemplo, ya ustedes lo han visto en muchas noticias alrededor del mundo, atravesando el tapón del Darién en una búsqueda a llegar a Estados Unidos o Canadá, poniendo en riesgo su vida, y eso está muy asociado a si esa regularización efectivamente nos está logrando dar acceso a estos servicios efectivos de generación de medios de vida para hombres y mujeres refugiados y migrantes. Entonces, en este contexto, nosotros tenemos un proceso de regularización que es muy desafiante, pero que también nos llama a tener una oportunidad para alinear mejor esas ofertas de regularización con los procesos de integración socioeconómica que estamos viendo para nuestras personas refugiadas y migrantes. Nosotros en el sector de integración tenemos varios activos muy importantes. Todos nuestros socios en la plataforma tienen un gran conocimiento, tienen una gran experiencia de trabajo en el tema y tienen mucha capacidad instalada para responder en los países. Y esos activos nosotros tenemos la capacidad de aprovecharlos activamente y tenemos también la oportunidad de alinear mejor esa regularización con el diálogo de la integración y también promover muy fuertemente la apropiación y el liderazgo de este proceso que puedan tener nuestros propios gobiernos en los países de acogida. En ese entorno nosotros estamos trabajando como sector de integración.
So we just heard the challenging context that we work in and what this implies for integration. Another big challenge that our partners face is funding. We consistently receive low levels of funding year after year. About only 10% of the funding that our partners need to implement integration programming is received. Just to mention that integration programming, we don't just address the needs of migrants and refugees, but we also work in addressing the needs of members of the host community as well as returning nationals. This is to ensure that we are not doing any harm and that we ensure we are not creating any unwanted tensions and that we promote cohesion between all members of a community. It's also important to highlight that the majority of funds to the response to Venezuela to date has been focused on humanitarian assistance. Just to give an example, in Colombia, last year, 85% of the funds that partners and the government have received in Colombia has been directed towards the humanitarian assistance, whereas only 15% has been directed towards integration and development efforts. We are now 7 years into the crisis. It is really important that we support integration efforts, as we heard from Maria and as well as other panelists. If we don't support people to become self-reliant, to be able to generate income, to be able to support their families, to pay rent, to buy food, to access services, humanitarian needs will continue growing, and they will become more vulnerable, and oftentimes we are seeing onward movements, as Maria just mentioned, for example, through the Darien, exposing themselves to further risks and humanitarian needs. In addition, integration program requires medium to long-term funding. Integration doesn't happen overnight. Integration cannot be done through a 2-month program or a 6-month program. Integration takes years. So integration not only requires long-term funding, but integration also requires a holistic and comprehensive approach, working vertically and horizontally. Vertically means we work at the individual level. For example, if we are supporting a person to access employment through the recognition of their diploma, or if we support them with vocational training, at the family and community level, for example, working with communities to ensure cohesion, as well as at the local level, working especially with local authorities in terms of ensuring inclusive participation in planning, in design and planning programs, working as well with local civil society organizations and the private sector, and as well as the national and political level, ensuring that all of these efforts are also complemented by policies that support effective integration. Integration programming also is not just economic integration. It requires that we work across all sectors and that we have a comprehensive approach. So it's ensuring that people have access to income-generating opportunities, whether this is through employment or through entrepreneurship or other livelihoods approaches, as well as financial inclusion. It's important that migrants and refugees from Venezuela as well have access to housing, as well as services such as education and health. And this is where we collaborate closely with the health, education, and shelter sectors. It's important that we ensure social cohesion, between different members of the community, as well as mitigate xenophobia. Psychosocial well-being has been mentioned quite a bit by previous panelists. This is important to address as well for effective integration of certain populations, as well as addressing cultural and linguistic barriers. Integration programming also requires that we adapt our response to the different groups of people and to the different contexts that we work in. Just to name a few of the different population groups that the integration sector works with, we work with women, with youth, with members of the LGBTIQ+ community, GBV survivors, ethnic and indigenous groups, persons with disabilities, the elderly, and victims of trafficking, just to name a few. Each group will have different integration needs and priorities, and this will also depend on the context that they find themselves in. For example, an unemployed youth in the capital city of Lima will have very different integration needs than an indigenous person at the border of Brazil and Venezuela. So exactly, integration will require time, and funding will be needed to ensure that we are able to design appropriate programs for these different groups in these different contexts across 17 countries that are very different. And finally, just to mention, since we're working in a very challenging context with funding restrictions, it's important that we explore new and innovative partnerships and coordination and financing mechanisms, that we have continued and predictable engagement with donors, but also that we need to explore how we work with international financial institutions, the private sector, civil society, and South-South cooperation. And as a final point, before we welcome you on a journey through the region, one focus of the sector's partners has been at the local level. It is communities that are the people that receive the migrants and refugees and that need to find innovative responses for integration, and they're the first responders. So we've been focusing our response mainly at the local level, looking at how we can support local governments, but also civil society and the private sector and members of the host community, ensuring that we have a territorial approach and an area-based approach at the local level. Thank you very much, and over to Maria for the videos.
Now, a nosotros nos gustaría compartir con ustedes algunas de los trabajos que hemos estado realizando en los países, pero que tengan la oportunidad de verlo y de escucharlo de las propias voces de las personas refugiadas e inmigrantes, y también de aquellas personas con las que trabajamos en varios de los gobiernos de nuestros países. Nosotros hemos organizado estas presentaciones alrededor de los 7 ejes de trabajo que tiene nuestra estrategia regional de integración socioeconómica. La estrategia regional fue adaptada por la plataforma R4V y también por los países que integran el proceso de Quito, y actualmente orienta muchas de las acciones que nosotros estamos realizando con todos nuestros stakeholders en los 17 países en los que interviene la plataforma. Así que podemos empezar, por ejemplo, con una pregunta que Zach nos hacía antes. Zach, ¿verdad? ¿O te cambié el nombre esta vez? Filipa, siempre le cambio el nombre. Que Filip nos hacía sobre el reconocimiento de títulos. La primera experiencia que vamos a ver es precisamente el trabajo que realizan en Colombia sobre este tema.
El Servicio Nacional de Aprendizaje SENA viene prestando los servicios de evaluación y de certificación de competencias laborales para los colombianos, colombianas, refugiados y migrantes interesados en el reconocimiento de los aprendizajes adquiridos a lo largo de la vida. Muchas personas llegan a nuestro país sin ninguna carta de presentación que demuestre la experiencia que han desarrollado a lo largo de la vida, y este se convierte en una de las alternativas más efectivas para que todos ellos puedan venir, demostrar todos los conocimientos, habilidades y destrezas que han desarrollado a lo largo de la vida, independientemente de cómo lo hayan hecho, y el SENA entrar a certificarlas como tal.
So we just heard a great example from Colombia on the recognition of professional titles. The next example comes from Peru, where we'll hear a testimony from a Venezuelan doctor who was able, through the recognition of his diploma, to practice in Peru, providing medical services to both Venezuelan migrants, migrants from other nationalities, as well as Peruvians.
Desde que emigramos desde Venezuela, poder ejercer mi profesión es uno de los factores o una de nuestras metas. Tuve mucho tiempo vendiendo en la calle cafés, desayunos. Trabajar para el Estado es un factor muy importante para nosotros. Es demostrar que los buenos venezolanos que vinimos aquí, vinimos a hacer el bien y que conocemos muy bien de nuestra carrera y a trabajar con un gran equipo entre venezolanos y peruanos, porque no trabajamos solos.
También en la plataforma hemos estado trabajando de la mano con la sociedad civil para aprovechar y maximizar el beneficio y las oportunidades que ofrecen los procesos de regularización que están teniendo lugar en países como Colombia, Ecuador, Perú, República Dominicana y Bolivia. Aquí vamos a ver un ejemplo de lo que hemos estado haciendo con organizaciones de la sociedad civil en República Dominicana.
Sabíamos que había muchos venezolanos en muchas partes de República Dominicana que no tenían acceso a información. Y dijimos, ¿por qué no amplificar nuestro conocimiento sobre el plan de normalización e irnos directamente hacia las zonas donde sabemos que había población que carecía de ese acceso a la información?
Gracias a este movimiento yo pude conseguir un trabajo digno y que, bueno, que sigan adelante y que sean muchos los venezolanos que puedan agregarse a este plan y ser legales en este país.
We just saw a great example of regularization process in the Dominican Republic, but as mentioned by Maria and other colleagues, regularization is not sufficient. It's important, but not sufficient. It needs to be complemented by integration efforts. One example is through vocational trainings, especially in dynamic sectors such as the green sector or the technology sector. Here we have an example from Ecuador on a robotics course that focuses on youth.
Sí, aprendió bastante y me ha ayudado más porque pienso que es algo fundamental ahorita, porque el mundo ya está actualizándose cada vez más. Y bueno, aprender sobre programar, inventar o hacer circuitos es lo que ahorita está saliendo más. Entonces creo que es muy importante aprenderlo y aplicarlo en nuestra vida cotidiana en realidad.
Continuando con este recorrido, en realidad para nosotros es un placer darle la bienvenida aquí en la presencialidad de este evento a María Clara de Paula Tusco. María Clara es la jefa de la División de Asuntos Humanitarios del Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores de Brasil, y ella compartirá con nosotros la buena experiencia del programa de interiorización que tiene Brasil, que ha permitido no solo promover la integración de las personas, sino también beneficiar a sectores específicos, empresariales y privados, trayendo habilidades, conocimientos y profesiones para cubrir vacantes que suelen ser de difícil colocación a través de las capacidades de estas personas migrantes y refugiadas. Bienvenida, María Clara.
Muchas gracias. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to participate in this roundtable today. And I would like to thank R4V Platform for organizing this event in preparation for the conference tomorrow. Special thanks to IOM and UNHCR and all the other agencies for their close support to the Brazilian government in this issue. Let me start saying that earlier this month, Brazil sent a delegation of 4 women to the meeting mentioned by Ambassador Pedro Hernandez from Chile on host communities and host governments in Santiago under the Quito process, to share the Brazilian experience of integration of Venezuelan migrants and refugees. One of them was the Secretary for Social Assistance from Nova Iguaçu, a city located in the state of Rio de Janeiro in the southeast of Brazil. After the event, the mayor of this city recorded a video that touched me deeply, and I think it illustrates the spirit of our interiorization strategy that I would like to share with you today. In the video, he says that he was watching TV and saw a report about the overload situation of public services in the state of Roraima, in the north of Brazil, caused by the inflow of migrants, and then he thought, there are more than 5,000 towns in Brazil. Why doesn't each one of them make a small contribution to alleviate this burden in the north? Then he sent the Secretary for Social Assistance, that same one who was sent to Santiago this month, for Roraima, to better understand the situation and talk to the migrants themselves. So she decided to take some of the most vulnerable ones, the elderly, to be relocated to her city and created the first shelter for Venezuelan migrants in Rio de Janeiro. This initiative was carried out as part of the interiorization strategy under the Operation Welcome, Operação Acogida, which is the Brazilian response to the Venezuelan inflow. The operation is a multi-sectoral task force based on regular coordination among governmental agencies, including local, state, and federal levels, civil society entities, and international organizations. It is designed around 3 main pillars: registration and documentation, so as to guarantee access to the full range of rights and services; shelter, vaccination, and provision of food and basic items for the most vulnerable; and 3, interiorization. This third pillar is one of the most innovative measures of the Brazilian response, and it has been widely commended by the international community as an example of humanitarian assistance and promotion of mid- and long-term lasting sustainable solutions for the socio-economic integration of migrants. It consists of the voluntary relocation of migrants and refugees who enter this country through the land border in Roraima, in the north of the country, to other states of Brazil, in order to better integrate the migrants and refugees socially, economically, and culturally throughout the country. It also helps to reduce the burden on infrastructure and economies in the Brazilian border with Venezuela, in the north. We are proud that this program came up as a very successful solution. In almost 5 years, the interiorization has benefited almost 97,000 Venezuelans settled in over 930 different towns spread in the whole country, where they can find better integration opportunities and also contribute to developing the communities that host them. Only Venezuelans who are regularized, immunized, clinically evaluated, and who signed a voluntary agreement can participate in the relocation actions. This strategy includes 4 modalities: family reunification, social gathering by ties of friendship, relocation from shelter to shelter, and relocation with a job vacancy previously assigned. In all the four modalities, I could say that the success of the strategy is due to the coordinated work among the federal, state, and local governments, international organizations, civil society organizations, academia, and the private sector. Before concluding, I would like to highlight that this March, women are being prioritized in interiorization actions. In a symbolic act on International Women's Day, a plane crewed only by women, including the pilot herself, transported 35 Venezuelan immigrants, especially single mothers and their children, from Roraima to São Paulo and Santa Catarina in the southeast and south of the country, where they were hired by 2 companies in the food and service sector. The purpose of the action was to draw attention to the vulnerability of migrant women and to call on companies to increase job offers for them. Finally, I just would like to mention that I am pleased to report that the Brazilian government is in the process of normalizing its diplomatic relations with Venezuela. We are convinced that dialogue is the best way to help this neighbor country overcome its challenges and crises that gave rise to the migratory flow. In coordination with the Venezuelan government, Brazil will continue to welcome migrants who enter our territory in a spirit of solidarity and always based on a human rights, people-centered approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Clara, an excellent example of coordination vertically, horizontally with a variety of partners and also across the humanitarian and development nexus. Thank you very much. To continue our journey, we will now go to Argentina to look at an example of how we support entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is a great way for migrants and refugees to generate income, especially those who cannot access the formal labor market. This is one of the areas of the bulk work of partners of the integration sector, where we provide a lot of capacity building, mentoring, and provision of seed capital to startup businesses. One point that I wanted to mention that's been a new focus for sector partners is that we support both the startup of businesses, but what we've seen is the importance also of supporting small and medium enterprises. They are the ones who, if we support them to grow and be able to trade nationally and regionally, they're the ones who generate employment opportunities, not only for migrants and refugees, but also for members of the host community. So we have thousands of examples and testimonials. Here is a small one from Argentina.
Están todos cordialmente invitados. Tenemos platos venezolanos, tenemos postres venezolanos riquísimos, artesanía y por supuesto lo mejor que podemos darle, que es nuestro calor y nuestro abrazo venezolano para toda la comunidad argentina.
En la estrategia de integración socioeconómica, el eje de cohesión social es clave, porque tenemos que apostar por construir comunidad y convivencia pacífica y constructiva entre las personas refugiadas, inmigrantes y las comunidades de acogida. Aquí queremos compartirles un ejemplo de Trinidad y Tobago. Nosotros hemos experimentado con nuestros socios de la plataforma acciones enfocadas en deportes, música, arte, gastronomía y esta que van a conocer de Trinidad y Tobago.
Mr. Mashama said the women also learned other valuable life skills during the personal and community safety project.
It was a 12-week program that included things like emotional intelligence, mediation management, conflict management, domestic violence awareness, human trafficking awareness. So it was not just only about the physical part. We had health and wellness instructors come in and do some stuff with the ladies. We had a dance segment where we had a dance instructor come in and do some dance with them and things like that.
The next example focuses on the private sector. The private sector is a key partner for integration and for promoting specifically migrant employment. This next example is a testimonial from an enterprise in Ecuador that employs migrants and refugees from Venezuela.
La inclusión de personas refugiadas y migrantes en el sector privado nos trae grandes beneficios a corto, mediano y largo plazo.
Sí me tocó trabajar en la calle, vendiendo cosas en la calle por mi cuenta. O sea, es difícil, pero ya que te dan la oportunidad en una empresa, ya que tú vas a recibir un sueldo ya fijo, ya eso es una tranquilidad y una estabilidad que uno le da paz.
Como Sara nos contaba antes, el proceso de integración socioeconómica es eso, un proceso y no un momento. Por eso, lograr la participación y la vinculación de niños, niñas y adolescentes en ese proceso de construir una vida en comunidad es muy valioso. Aquí la experiencia de Chile.
El programa me gusta porque el profe nos enseña algunas cosas que no sabemos, el respeto, y aprender cuando en nuestro turno de esperar, jugar y jugar con los chiquitos y con pases.
El profesor que está es buenísimo, él lo guía, lo ayuda en todo aspecto, porque el niño no sabía nada y estoy muy contenta también que esté aquí en el barrio.
We have several more videos to show you, but due to time limitations, we'll pass to our next panelists. But just to let you know, we've distributed boarding passes to all. They've been on all the tables, but we have more in case you don't have one. Please visit these. There's a QR code. You will see over 60 videos from all of our partners of the integration sector, testimonials from migrants, refugees, government, civil society, and private sector. They're really great videos, so please visit those. We are pleased to present you Nancy Arellano. Nancy Arellano is on the board of directors of Coalición por Venezuela. Coalición por Venezuela is a coalition of over 80 civil society organizations. Nancy has also founded Vene Activa in Peru. We are pleased to welcome Nancy, who will share some perspectives on challenges as well as lessons learned in terms of integration of Venezuelan migrants and refugees. Welcome, Nancy. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos. Y bueno, nuestro agradecimiento a los hosts y por supuesto a la plataforma R4V por esta oportunidad que para mí es una responsabilidad al tener el encargo de representar a Coalición por Venezuela, 98 organizaciones en 22 países, que significan los más de 8.17 millones de personas en movilidad y miles de trabajadores y voluntarios que día a día persiguen la redignificación de la migración, desde la migración y para la convivencia. Los migrantes han sido un motor de desarrollo a lo largo de la historia mundial, económica, cultural y socialmente. Desde la antigüedad en la configuración misma de la cultura occidental, europea y por supuesto y en especial de las Américas. Latinoamérica misma es particularmente síntesis de un largo, mixto y continuo proceso migratorio. En este sentido, el caso venezolano es particular porque es un cambio de matriz. Fuimos una de las sociedades de mayor recepción de migrantes de la región al ser el mayor emisor. Y esto nos convierte en gran medida en migrantes de segunda, tercera o cuarta generación, que hoy emigramos y en muchos casos reemigramos. En este proceso de gobernanza, en el contexto de acuerdos, del Pacto Mundial y de las plataformas de apoyo, cabe preguntarse cómo asegurar la gobernanza y el espacio de sostenibilidad. Y allí nos preguntamos por qué fracasa la gobernanza de la migración si no hay integración socioeconómica. El desarrollo de los países con fuertes migraciones no es tanto una consecuencia de la asistencia como el resultado de la integración socioeconómica, cuando se abren posibilidades de creación innovación, acceso al sistema económico y financiero, cuando se fomenta el arraigo. Cuando se fomenta el arraigo. Si no se reconoce al extranjero como igual, como ciudadano, como parte del pacto de convivencia, no se permite que se desplieguen sus potencialidades, y más bien las visiones plagadas de prejuicios subsumen a los migrantes en un proceso de adiaforización, como lo denomina Zygmunt Bauman. Un proceso donde la gobernanza migratoria falla porque condena al deshumanizarle al extranjero, priorizando su condición de extraño al pacto social, para determinar su lugar en el hecho social y económico, dejándolo de lado y haciendo de este hecho de exclusión un acto no reprobable moralmente hablando. Entonces, como un círculo vicioso, surgen barreras que impiden el desbloqueo de aportes potenciales y se generan dependencias o exclusiones del sistema de asistencia. Si no desbloqueamos la integración socioeconómica, la gobernanza va a decantar hacia la noción típica de securitización por un lado y potenciando el dumping social de facto. Tensiones altamente peligrosas que favorecen riesgos como la trata de personas y el tráfico de migrantes. Esto impone, entonces, un enfoque de perspectiva de integración de los migrantes en las políticas públicas, o el enfoque migratorio en las políticas públicas, más que generar políticas netamente migratorias. Me explico. La proliferación de planes de integración específicos para migrantes genera tensiones con las comunidades de acogida, donde aún hay un sinfín de necesidades insatisfechas. Las necesidades locales, preexistentes, están compitiendo con el fenómeno migratorio reciente, causando cada vez más tensiones que, lejos de favorecer nuestro proceso de integración, se vuelven en dificultades. En el caso de la región, Colombia, Ecuador, Perú, los migrantes se ubican mayoritariamente en zonas donde viven las personas de niveles socioeconómicos D y E, por lo que es necesario tener un enfoque para entender las necesidades de estos segmentos y combinarlo con las características y potencialidades de los migrantes venezolanos, quienes, si bien comparten el espacio físico y el marco de necesidades de las comunidades receptoras, cuentan con algunas herramientas y habilidades diferenciadoras que pueden jugar a favor de la eficacia de las políticas de inclusión económica y social. El rezago de nuestras comunidades no responde a brechas históricas como ocurre con las comunidades de acogida, por lo que son portadores de ciertas características típicas de los incluidos en el sistema, por ejemplo, el nivel formativo y experiencias productivas. Por eso, decimos que es necesario fortalecer las capacidades de resiliencia del tejido social en la comunidad receptora para la sana integración de la población migrante. En este sentido, además, desde nuestra perspectiva, para lograr el impacto positivo de la migración venezolana en la región, como anunció el Banco Mundial en 2019 o el Fondo Monetario en 2022, necesitamos pasar del enfoque asistencialista al enfoque integrador, con mucha más contundencia. Esto implica asistencia técnica y financiera a los países para desarrollar estas políticas con un enfoque migratorio y la implementación a favor del desarrollo de los propios países. Hemos identificado 7 ejes clave que hemos denominado el heptágono migratorio como un sistema que nos permita generar un tránsito al proceso efectivo de integración sostenible. Si queremos romper el ciclo de empobrecimiento de los migrantes venezolanos y que sus impactos en las comunidades no sea el agudizar indicadores de brechas en un grupo que en gran medida ha pasado de la clase media a la clase baja, se requieren soluciones escalables y sostenibles. La propia crisis venezolana es una lección en este sentido, la necesidad de un plan de fondo. Y ahí los 2 ejes básicos para lograrlo, educación y medios de vida, basados en la identidad como llave, una que vaya más allá del planteamiento de procesos extraordinarios y excepcionales de regularización y que permita un camino hacia la residencia permanente o incluso la obtención de la nacionalidad, con una correspondencia con la mirada socioproductiva, formalización para el aumento de la base tributaria, impactos trazables y formalidad. Son casi 7 años de la migración venezolana y ya son millones quienes son parte de la nueva vecindad, pero que están al margen del sistema, como bien se mencionaba antes. Hablo como venezolana, como migrante, como hija de migrante, como representante de una organización de la sociedad civil que forma parte de la red de organizaciones venezolanas más grande del mundo. También hablo como mujer y como parte de ese 40% de profesionales que formamos parte de la migración, que señala el Fondo Monetario, podemos aportar hasta 4.5 puntos del PBI en los países. Queremos hoy avanzar en una ruta de arraigo, una oportunidad de ser parte activa de las soluciones en nuestras comunidades de acogida, en lo que hoy son nuestros países, porque es donde están nuestros hogares. Un acto de solidaridad el acto más preciado es la oportunidad de redignificación de nuestras historias vitales como personas productivas, como trabajadores capaces de aportar a la sociedad. Y en este sentido, con mucho orgullo y compromiso de cientos de colegas, incluso en el Perú, queremos mostrarles 2 ejemplos que consideramos prueba de que es posible una transformación fundamental. Por un lado, Migracentros, una iniciativa que une el sector privado, Intercorp, centros comerciales como el Real Plaza, el Estado, la sociedad civil y la cooperación internacional para generar espacios de articulación y servicios que pongan como posibilidad la ruta de arraigo, el camino del diseño personalizado de una serie de pasos para llegar a la calidad permanente y la integración sustantiva. Y el segundo, Empresas Integradoras, que es una iniciativa para generar ambientes de trabajo inclusivos para 7 grupos de interés con enfoque migratorio y con espacios de diálogo permanente con las centrales sindicales en el Perú. De hecho, las centrales en Perú han asumido la actualización del Plan Intersindical de Migración Laboral, gracias al apoyo de OIT y aceptando que desde nuestra propia organización de migrantes, seamos parte del apoyo técnico. El mensaje final es que sí es posible, pero se necesita todo el apoyo y foco en la sostenibilidad, planes que vayan más a mediano plazo. Estoy segura de que la región verá recompensada positivamente esta inversión social y que juntos podremos avanzar. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Ese aplauso nos sirve de una vez para cerrar, porque ya no tenemos en este espacio más tiempo para preguntas y respuestas, pero estaremos coincidiendo en los pasillos y siempre abiertos. Muchas gracias, María Clara, muchas gracias, Nancy, y a todos ustedes por su tiempo. Que tengan buena tarde.
Thank you very much. We will use the opportunity and the inspiration of having just seen lovely Venezuelan food on the screen to break for 1.5 hours. We will reconvene here just shortly before 2:30 hence. Thank you very much. We are inviting for lunch. It should be just outside of the meeting room here. And we look forward to welcoming you back, as said, shortly before 2:30, where we continue with shelter, humanitarian transportation, and cash assistance. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. We will go ahead with the next session. So up here at the stage, we have colleagues from the Shelter, Humanitarian Transportation, and Cash Working Group. And again, for colleagues here on the floor, as well as those watching virtually, please feel free to ask questions. Hopefully we'll have some time at the end of the session for some questions. And then those virtually, please message in with any questions, and we'll try to make sure that we are able to have time for everybody. But the floor is yours to the colleagues of the sectors and working groups. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us in this first post-lunch session. My name is Florencia Alejandre. I'm from UNICEF, but I'm here as co-lead of the Regional Cash Working Group under the R4V platform, and I'm joined by Julia Grasset, who is co-lead from Save the Children of the same Regional Cash Working Group, and to my right by Rafael Matarneri, who I give the floor.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Rafael. I work for UNHCR, and I'm representing today. I'm actually the co-lead of the Shelter Working Group, the shelter sector, and I'm also representing today the Humanitarian Transportation Working Group. I will explain a little later. On my right, we have two speakers that are coming to join the roundtable today. Elkin Velázquez, please present yourself.
I think it's okay. Thank you, Rafael. My name is Elkin Velázquez. I am the regional representative of UN Habitat for Latin America and the Caribbean.
And Hannah Jordan.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hannah Jordan. I work with the Norwegian Refugee Council, but I'm here on behalf of the Regional Protection Sector.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Elkin. Yes. Yes, I have it. All right, so as Zach was saying, let me try to move myself. Okay, it's okay. As Zach was saying, we're gonna open the roundtable on shelter, humanitarian transportation, and cash and voucher assistance. And to start with, we're going to start with the shelter. Distinguished representative of donor countries and donor organizations, distinguished representatives of hosting government, colleagues, representatives of civil society, refugees and migrants from Venezuela. Welcome and thanks for attending this session. As mentioned, I am Rafael, and I will be presenting on behalf of my fellow regional co-leaders, Eloisa Berjo, who works for APSI, and Celia Izquierdo, who works with IOM, and other 58 partners that are members of the Shelter Working Group here in the Americas region. Thank you. Oh, okay. It's okay. It's not there. It's fine. Before starting with concepts and logical frames and statistics and figures commonly used in this type of interventions, I would like to humbly and respectfully ask all of you to imagine spending one night in the street. Hold that thought for a little moment. And now imagine that maybe your kids or your nephews or your family are also spending a night in the open. Every one of you has just defined what a shelter is, most likely. Just keeping that thought in your mind. and making that sort of empathy. All of you most likely have defined why shelter is important. So having that, coming from that frame of mind, I would like to say that the following reflections are aiming to highlight needs and gaps in our shelter response. The aim is to seek your support, not only for the provisions of funds that will enable assistance, but also to keep advocating for longer-term solutions that foresee refugees and migrants cohabiting peacefully with host communities, focusing hopefully on opportunities rather than challenges. Shelter is more than four walls and a roof, we used to say. It's protection at its core. It's the ability to live, to thrive, to connect to a community, to own a physical address where we can be found, to access basic services, to enable our kids to go to school. Access to adequate housing is a right in itself, and it's linked to both physical and social dimensions. It is defined by human rights. It has 7 elements, and that touch into security of tenure, affordability, habitability, so on and so forth. This year, the shelter sector targets over 500,000 persons for 2023, another 500 approx for 2024. We request $130 million for 2023, another $170 million for 2024. In the table that you can see on the left of the screen, we see the overall RMRP needs. We can see that RMRP needs have increased over the last 4.5 years. However, the funds received, they tend to decrease. We hope, with your support, to do better this year. Shelter lines of intervention in the region are mainly 3. The first one look at providing, responding to emergencies through temporary collective accommodations. The second one is access to individual shelter, and this one more in the frame of integration. And the third one is the work we do in the territories, looking at settlement, looking at community infrastructure, and usually framed under peaceful coexistence. Recent need assessments outline that shelter remain top priority for refugees and migrants. Actually, that trend, we used to see that it was in the first 3, in the first 4, in the beginning of the response. And for some reason, it has actually becoming more and more of a priority. 90% of refugees and migrants have spent at least one night in the street. 65% of refugees and migrants lack resources to continue paying their rent. And refugees and migrants from Venezuela are mainly settled in overcrowded, substandard accommodations, along with host communities in highly populated, popular settlements in the region. We have key asks related to the following 5 priorities. The first one is that one. It's okay, it's that one. Rent remains the most used shelter solution for refugees and migrants. The sector keeps on developing and supporting rental subsidies programs. There are some interesting and innovative government interventions, such as Semillero de Propietario, which was launched by Colombian Ministry of Housing and which expanded their national programs for refugees and migrants. This program not only looks at rent, but also is looking at rental stock, facilitating and providing credits for house repairs. So it's actually looking at both sides of the of that equation. Thank you. The second priority is the idea of consolidating a network of temporary collective accommodations. The aim is to promote investment in established networks as a way to be more predictable, also to expand existing shelter networks to refugees and migrants. As we know, commonly disaster management networks are activated in natural disasters. Nevertheless, these emergency response protocols left out refugees and migrants. There is still work to do in order to ensure that similar protocols are also in place to support refugees and migrants' responses. We estimate that approximately in the region, we have more than 1,000 of these temporary collective accommodations running as we speak. 600 of them are run by civil society. There is lots that needs to happen also with governments. There are a lot of policies looking at responding to natural disasters, and there are very interesting, innovative response systems for nationals, but because of the lack of nationality or of regularization, refugees and migrants remain outside this benefit. Third, area-based interventions are prioritized in hosting territories. These interventions are key to promote social cohesion and peaceful coexistence between refugees and migrants and host community. If one analyzes our shelter interventions over these 4, 5, 7, 7 years, the tendency to implement more and more this type, there is a tendency to implement more and more this type of interventions, of projects. This seems a positive outcome as this may represent an evidence of socio-economic integration. Fourth, we are placing the focus on vulnerable groups and the need to adapt and ensure our shelter responses to these groups. These include working with binational indigenous population in bordering Venezuela, with Brazil, with Guyana, with Colombia. This response entails tailored responses, not only as they belong, these groups belong or are framed under different juridical frameworks, but also as they entail a deep understanding on cultural and social matters. And finally, we continue to support the response to those that are on the road and at destination through the provision of household-related items. Yeah. Oh, no. Okay, back. I'm gonna ask a question to, if you can go back, we leave that for the end, if it's possible. Okay, that's it. So I will benefit from the fact that to my right we have Elkin Velasquez, and I would like to give the floor to El. Cut my floor. To give the floor to Elkin. And I'll ask you a question. How you and Habitat Elkin and the sister agencies have addressed the response to refugees and migrants in host cities and territories? I refer to, I mean, throughout the morning, what is quite nice about being third in the roundtable is that we start to see that we all are speaking the same language somehow. We are all aligned, and we all talk about integration. We all talk probably about the same things. It's just that in each one of our sectors, we contribute to that. In this case, Elkin, we're talking about the spatial framework, the spatial component, the work with municipalities, the relation with local governance. On that regard, how do you see the work you guys do and in these territories? Over.
Thank you very much, Rafael, for the invitation. Of course, with thanks as well to the European Union, to Eduardo, to Jose, and to Diego for this kind of invitation to share with you 4 messages on the question you are asking. But allow me not to be a UN person at the moment, but to go back to an old life, a previous life in a municipality, in a city, and thinking like a mayor, thinking like the strategies of a mayor or for a mayor. The thing is that very often during the last 3 years in Latin America and the Caribbean, mayors have been calling upon the UN to ask for support, and of course to EU institutions and to the development allies of Latin America and the Caribbean. And the thing is very simple. The needs to provide services to new population arriving to their, temporarily or permanently, to new population arriving to their territories is critical. And that's why they have been asking for that support. The first point has been what we have been hearing is important to have shelter. Even more important to have, thank you for mentioning that, Rafael, permanent solutions. Because in this particular case of the Venezuelan population arriving to Latin American cities, they tend to concentrate in precarious neighborhoods. And in precarious neighborhoods, there is this big need of permanent solutions of housing. So from shelter, that is important, to permanent housing solutions, utilizing the global standards of adequate housing, and that you presented that already. So that's the first message. The second message is trying to think long-term, durable solutions. We refer to that perspective in the humanitarian area. In development is long-term sustainable development. And that comes with figuring out what a family needs in a neighborhood. They need housing, of course, but of course, security of food. They need access to education, health, and of course, public spaces. And in addition to that, culture and other amenities. Migrants have also the right, when they are going for integration, to the same responses that the local communities, the hosting communities have. On the one side, we talk about integration, but on the other side, we talk, simply speaking, about inclusion. In those precarious neighborhoods, we have the hosting families having more or less the same needs in terms of inclusion compared to integration. Of course, it counts without saying that the part of regularization and protection is critical for migrants and refugees. But at the end of the day, when you are the mayor, you are looking at your population in a neighborhood, and the response has to be integrated. Or in other words, if it is integrated, you do more with less. And I think this is one of the critical messages from our side, is that when we really enter into this human settlement approach in proximity, in Europe we are talking about the 15-minute city. When you are in the favela in Rio de Janeiro, it is also about the 15-minute city, on where you are in Villa del Rosario, Cúcuta, at the border with Venezuela, in the precarious neighborhoods. It's also about 15 minutes neighborhood, having all these rights, in the proximity. Very, very important then to advance in this integrated perspective. There is an EU project already, and we happen to be part of this project together, IOM, UNHCR, UN Habitat, to support cities, and we are working with 9 cities in Latin America and the Caribbean, with 9 mayors, 9 communities in neighborhoods that are precarious, to support this process of integration, but an integration that is having an impact as well in hosting communities. And guess what? This is an antidote against xenophobia, because those communities in those precarious neighborhoods, when they are not shy, they come and say, why them that are just coming now and not us? And when you are the mayor, you have the possibility to do more with less, to utilize well the resources that come from the international community, the resources that are, of course, in the country and in the city, to respond in an integrated manner. So we really see a lot of value, a lot of positive outcomes when we work in this manner, integrating shelter with this wider perspective. By the way, that connects very well with what was just discussed by some of our colleagues in the previous table. So this is the messages that I would like to convey from mayors in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you. Rafael.
Thank you, Elkin. We're gonna...
O trabalho do setor de abrigamento no Brasil oferece proteção para pessoas refugiadas e migrantes enquanto elas se preparam para seguir em frente com seu processo de integração local, seja em Roraima ou em outras partes do país. Nos abrigos, eles recebem assistência humanitária de diferentes organizações parceiras, participando ativamente do processo de tomada de decisão.
Término alojamiento simplemente es un sinónimo de acogida, de humanidad, de estar juntos, creciendo y construyendo a favor de nosotros mismos, creando los puentes, tejiendo redes que nos van a permitir mejorar condiciones de vida a nivel mundial.
Creo que es importante porque los albergues se convierten en un punto de referencia para migrantes y refugiados en situaciones de vulnerabilidad, en donde no solamente se ofrece servicios de alojamiento, sino alimentación, higiene y baño, y además se pueden identificar otras necesidades de atención.
Okay, and these were the voices of some of our partners. As I mentioned before, in total we're 61 organizations. I just wanted to bring some of their voices to this space. Now, unfortunately, it's gonna still be me presenting humanitarian transportation on behalf of colleagues that are not present at the moment in Brussels. Nevertheless, I was part of the humanitarian transportation team a little while ago, so it's not that far from my knowledge. If there are questions related to shelter, maybe we can, I don't know, is there any question now in the, otherwise we can leave them if there are questions for the closure and we continue. Okay, good. So, it's okay, you can leave it there. Philippe and Zach did something with the whole presentation. They took all the pictures, the nice pictures. Anyway, that's fine. This is a sector regionally led by IOM, Oxfam, and UNHCR, representing altogether 23 partners. So as I was saying, I serve as a bridge to share with all of you the messages the colleagues have prepared. Celia Izquierdo in the name of IOM, Gina and Maria in the name of Oxfam, and Viviana Peña representing UNHCR. Yeah. Therefore, humanitarian transportation contributes to protection, integration, and access to basic goods and services of vulnerable refugees and migrants from Venezuela. The sector estimates that during 2023, 2.1 million people, and during 2024, 2.2 million people will be in need of humanitarian transportation support. It is expected that half of this population will be women and girls, which poses a concern as they are commonly more exposed to risk during mobility. To enable the humanitarian transportation response, the sector estimates the need of $25.4 million USD for 2023 and other nearly 25 million in 2024. You see? Took all the pictures. All of them. Okay. I just want to leave this publicly so everybody knows that they took our pictures away. In humanitarian transportation, there are two different modalities of intervention. The first one is called local or urban transportation. It's the less polemical one. It is focused on supporting access to economic integration and access to basic services. This type of transport is provided within a locality or between nearby localities to facilitate round-trip mobility, generally from the periphery to urban centers. Such transport focuses on the search for livelihood opportunities, not only that, but also access to basic services and administrative issues, like regularization processes, for example. It seeks to minimize transportation costs for refugees and migrant families to allow prioritization of food and other essential expenses by them. Then the second modality is now called long-distance transportation. It allows the transportation between 2 points within the border of a given country. It is provided for people in transit with the intention of moving either within the country, outside the intra-urban areas, and or reaching the next country on the migratory route. The population of concern is required to have documentation and to comply with other relevant legal requirements or approval requested by country authorities for their movement. Travel is generally contemplated under family reunification support networks, social reunification. Reaching specific labor opportunities, or other cases related to protection needs. Do not harm principles are at the center for the provision of this modality, as it is only provided if the situation at destination is foreseen not to worsen the living conditions at the origin of the journey. Thank you. Looking at recent joint need assessments, we can say that the need of safe and regular daily humanitarian transportation, there is a need, for safe and regular daily humanitarian transportation support to access basic services, goods, livelihoods, opportunity, documentation, regularization. Most refugees and migrants in transit or located in remote areas do not have sufficient economic resources to access safe transportation. Women and girls have expressed the greatest need for accessing humanitarian transportation as a way to avoid protection risk, particularly related to human trafficking and smuggling, gender-based violence, and so on. Access to safe and regular transportation and the provision of humanitarian transport by R4V partners has been directly affected by country requirements on the legal status of refugees and migrants from Venezuela. This remains a challenge. The main three objectives of humanitarian transportation are then related to protection, integration, and access to basic services. Protection. Humanitarian transportation supports to mitigate protection risks such as human trafficking and smuggling and GBV, particularly among women, girls, and persons of diverse gender identities and sexual orientations, as well as people with disabilities, so they can travel safer and avoid risk along the way. The picture that you see in the screen is taken from Oxfam, Colombia, and is capturing the transit of migrants in Colombia from Venezuela border, from Cúcuta, which is Colombia border with Venezuela, to urban centers in the country. The second objective is related to integration, and I think Maria Clara already expanded clearly on this program. The picture captures a family supported by the relocation program framed under Operación Acogida, Operation Welcome, led by the Brazilian government. As Maria Clara already said, the program supports families who enter northern Brazil toward other parts of the country, either shelter to shelter, family reunification, social reunification, if I heard well, and labor at destination. Since 2018, over 93,000 people has benefited from this program and have reached over 300 different municipalities within the country. Third objective is access to basic goods and services. Humanitarian transportation aims to facilitate access to these. The picture is taken outside a temporary collective accommodation in Ipiales, Colombia. Refugees and migrants have been supported with local transportations to access their goods. That's it. Now I'm going to give the floor to our colleagues from CASH.
Thank you, Rafael. So we are going to present now on behalf of the Regional CASH Working Group on cash and voucher assistance as part of the R4V response. We represent here 50 organizations, 54 organizations as of 2022, that provide financial assistance through cash and voucher programs in 17 countries across the region.
So just a quick outline before we start. We're going to start looking at the use of cash and voucher assistance to date in the R4V response and framing it a bit. Then we'll be looking more at the needs for basic income support. We'll be explaining what that means exactly, but you will see that this links a lot with the presentation that we've been hearing this morning. Then we'll be looking at what the preferences are from the affected population in terms of modalities of assistance. And then finally, we'll be looking a little bit more at the question of bridging the gap between humanitarian assistance and social protection assistance. Without further ado, to date, a couple of basic and key figures about the cash and voucher assistance response within the R4V. So we have reached about almost 1 million refugees, migrants, and host communities in 17 countries, and this assistance has been provided by over 54 different organizations, starting with the primary recipient country being affected populations in Colombia, and then Peru, and then Ecuador. The proportion of the cash and voucher assistance as part of the R4V response represents approximately 40% of the population reached in 2022. So it's just to give you an example of the weight that this has as part of the response. And within this 40%, a little bit less than a half is multi-purpose cash assistance. So cash assistance that is designed to meet a multiplicity of basic needs and that is provided usually in an unconditional manner, which means that beneficiaries can choose to use it as they think is best. And then 58% that is more what we call sectorial cash or voucher assistance, which means that the assistance is designed to meet a specific sectorial need. In this case, primarily it is food security, as our colleagues will be explaining into further details afterwards.
So to frame a bit, why do we have a cash working group and why do we give the space to CVA, cash and voucher assistance as part of this response? It's maybe important to understand that when the response started, cash represented a relatively small portion of the modality of assistance, but as years went on, cash became more and more as a more significant portion of the way we provide assistance to refugees and migrants. And the idea of having a regional cash working group sort of emulates the organization in national platforms. In every country, almost every country, there's a national cash working group that helps different organizations coordinate and align cash assistance. And this is important because normally we provide this type of assistance in the same territories. So we have to have an alignment and complementarity and ensure we don't duplicate our efforts. At regional level, our first aim is to support national cash working groups and to get together organizations that work in cash and voucher assistance regionally to improve the way we do this, to cross-fertilize experiences in different countries, and at the same time to improve technically in some of the most challenging issues that we face when providing financial assistance to people on the move. And this could be the adequate calculation of minimum expenditure baskets for migrant and refugee population, the way we coordinate, and this is an increasing need, with local authorities in charge of social assistance and social protection mechanisms, and the way we address the specific needs of some of the groups that require financial assistance, some of them being, for instance, unaccompanied children and adolescents, which is increasingly also a focus of our work. So we would like to highlight three important messages in relation to cash transfers and cash and voucher assistance in the R4V. The first one is that insufficient income and insufficient financial resources prevent refugees and migrants from accessing essential goods and services across sectors. And this exposes them consistently to protection-related risks and hampers their integration into host communities. So not to repeat all the data that our colleagues in integration already explained in terms of the difficult regional context, in terms of slow recovery and unequal recovery from the socioeconomic effects of COVID-19, the increase that it was seen in minimum expenditure baskets across the region during the last year, and of course the inflationary trends that are common to several countries in the region, we would like to highlight that this is normally worse for people on the move. And we consistently have reports of migrants and refugees being overrepresented among populations living in poverty, among populations that are earning below the minimum wage, and about, of course, those that are that can access informal economic activities and thus are not protected in any way from income loss. And this is a big difference from nationals residing in their own countries who can access informal and formal ways of protection from income loss.
Another important issue is that as a result of lack of income, refugees and migrants have to resort to negative coping strategies for survival. Now, we're not talking about like light coping strategies that, well, you know, they might not be eating what they prefer or things like this. We're talking about really serious negative coping strategies that are really having a huge impact on their well-being, on their health, on their nutritional status, and as well on their protection. So we just wanted to give a couple of examples, but you probably already have noticed throughout the morning that for each sector that has been presented, there are financial barriers that have been highlighted. And this is really what we want to focus on here. So an example that is more related maybe to food security, in Colombia, Venezuelans reported that they had to take on debt in order to buy food. So like even that very basic needs is something that some Venezuelans are not even able to meet. Same thing with medical expenses, having to borrow from friends, from family, or having to get in debt in order to purchase medicines or to access basic medical services. In Ecuador, children are kept out of school due to associated costs of going to school. It's not just in Ecuador. We have in most of the countries where we're doing some monitoring or the data that we're looking in targeting for cash assistance, we're seeing that it's usually over 20% of children that are kept out of school due to financial barriers. And this obviously leads to increased protection risks and notably risks around child labor, engagement in child labor, which is also extremely high. I have written down 80% for Peru, but we know that like there are similar numbers in other countries as well. And then finally, we just talked about shelter. Obviously, access to shelter, ability to pay rent is an extremely important expenditures for people on the move that they are not able to meet, which leads them to stay in unsafe situations. And that obviously brings a lot of protection concerns, like our colleagues this morning mentioned, around risks of GBV in some collective centers, risks of eviction, risks associated to sleeping in the streets or public spaces.
So we would like to bring in a few, so beyond, let's say, the data we are presenting, some of the voices of cash and voucher assistance as part of the response to refugees and migrants. And in this first case, we would like to illustrate what Claudia is 29 years old, and she's currently settled in Ecuador, was able to do after she received a first payment of a cash transfer program. So she explains the first payment went basically to cover the rent. She got to pay 3 months of rent, and she also received a food card. And the fact that she did not have to spend all of the money she was starting to earn on rent and food allowed her to get what she describes as some things, but were things that actually enabled her, basically a stove and a fridge, enabled her not only to improve living conditions for herself and her children, but also to start cooking and selling food, improving her relationship with neighbors to whom she sells this food, and even getting to go to the market to sell thanks to a neighbor that offered to take care of her children. So how specific basic income support can lead to this small and quite considerable progress in people on the move's life is something that we wanted to highlight in this example.
Another example is the example of Diego, who is 32. So he used to be a baker in Venezuela, and he started to be on the move in order to reach Peru and to reunite with his family. However, he didn't have the means to pay for transportation, so he had to basically stop in different places on his way in order to generate some income in order to pay for the next leg of his trip. And various jobs here, we highlighted job related to cleaning cars and traffic lights. So that's just an example to highlight a little bit this this journey that that refugees and migrants have to undertake. It's not a journey that takes a couple of days. It's a journey that can take months and months. That also like puts extremely vulnerable people on the move, walking in the streets. Any one of you that might have been at one point in one of the affected countries, that might have been in one like big highway, will have seen them. It's pregnant and lactating women, it's children, it's people living with disabilities that basically just walk along the roads, like trying to reach to their next destination. So we just wanted to highlight this example also to make a linkage with the presentation that we had before on humanitarian transportation. Providing cash assistance in order to ensure people are able to safely access the destination is also a priority.
Our next message, well, it's not new, we've been saying it already, but we would like to stress it, is that what we see is that the needs from refugees and migrants are both multi-sectoral and changing, they are evolving needs. And this is precisely why cash transfers are an adequate modality of assistance. They give flexibility to address different needs, varying needs that might be of a certain kind today and change tomorrow, that might have emerging needs such as health-related expenses, for instance, and that they also put choice back into refugees and migrants' hands in the way that they can improve their situation. An important message in terms of the adequacy of cash is also that it is preferred. And the data we are able to collect, these numbers in particular are from Colombia, point at the ways in which refugees and migrants themselves have responded. They would like to see some of their basic needs covered. In particular, we see food, in which, if you see in these graphs very quickly, the darker gray area is cash. Then we have lighter in red vouchers and the provision of their services, and in kind in that, let's say, lighter color. So we see that consistently across food, education, and accommodation, cash is preferred as a modality of assistance by people on the move.
So our third, I believe, voice for today is from Judith. So she's a CVA participant in Bogota, Colombia, and she fled violence in her hometown originally and moved with her children and partner. So she said, I believe that cash assistance is more convenient than receiving help in electronic vouchers, because with the vouchers, we have to find the places where we can use it. And in the case of my family, since we are in a new place that we do not know, it is difficult for us to locate those specific places. But with the cash, we can buy what we need in any store that is close to us, and it does not require us to keep moving. So that's just another example to illustrate a little bit also one of the reasons why project participants might be preferring cash assistance, multi-purpose cash assistance. And then finally, we're moving on to our third main pillar for this presentation, which is the linkage the linkage between humanitarian cash assistance and social protection assistance. So we have seen a huge effort from hosting government in order to open up and include refugees and migrants into their social protection scheme. There has been a lot of effort that have been done. However, there are still challenges, and I think it's really important to highlight that those challenges are still there. They still exist, and they can be overcome, but they require still some work and some coordination and collaboration between the humanitarian actors and the social protection scheme. Here we have just one example from Colombia. So 42% of regularized households are registered in the social registry in Colombia, which is already a huge achievement. However, there are still some barriers in order to reach the full 100%. There are some barriers that are related to lack of knowledge, more administrative challenges. That is something that humanitarian responders can support beneficiaries of cash assistance in overcoming. So there is really this role of coordination to integrate and to expand horizontally the existing social protection scheme. But there is also a need to remember that populations on the move might at some moments require a different type of assistance than populations that are usually targeted through social protection schemes. So it's important to align, but also to keep in mind that when a family arrives into a new country, they might need support to purchase some basic furniture, some basic items, so additional costs that might not be required on the long run. So just to keep in mind that at some moment there will be still this need for humanitarian interventions to support those punctual needs. Same thing, we're talking about protection cases in some moments, or health cases. In some moments in life, you need to have like that additional support in order to meet a specific need. So that's where really humanitarians can also complement the social protection scheme by expanding it vertically as well as horizontally.
And so to illustrate this point and reinstate a bit the role that cash transfers can have, not only the response of urgent humanitarian needs, but also in supporting integration efforts, is that we see more and more from the territories the integrated and coordinated work that takes place between humanitarian actors coordinated under cash working groups and social protection local and national authorities. And illustrating this is the story of Elio and Mirlenis. They are both from Venezuela, although they met in Colombia. Mirlenis is 18, Elio is 21. And although they wanted to reach Peru, they stopped halfway in Ecuador, where they had a relative and they thought they could have some interesting opportunities for socioeconomic integration. They soon discovered they were expecting a baby, and so they were included as part of a medium-term cash transfer program that provides 9 months of cash support. This is a program that is coordinated among several UN agencies and NGOs, and that is maybe most importantly aligned to the social protection mechanism that covers nationals. So the benefits that are provided, the frequency, the top-ups for early childhood are exactly the same as that is received by host communities through the national social protection system. So in this case, the access to cash allowed them to access basic goods, basic services that were required for welcoming their newborn. And it's one of the examples by which cash can be used to complement, to coordinate whatever assistance is provided until they can fully access the social protection system, which is ultimately what is required for adequate integration and statutory protection.
So just to conclude, we said we had 3 points, we actually have 4. Basic income support is critical because lack of income underpins barriers to access essential goods and social services across sectors, like we have seen today. The needs of refugees and migrants from Venezuela are multi-sectorial and evolving. Thus, multipurpose cash assistance enables refugees and migrants to fulfill their basic needs integrally with choice and dignity, promoting participation into local economies.
A third point is once again the point on social protection. So as we see the response evolve, we more and more see the need to work very closely with government-led social protection to make sure that any cash transfer program is well coordinated, is well aligned, and is supporting the transit into state-led social assistance, if not into productive and income generating activities. And for these, actors working in cash assistance require enhanced coordination efforts and a medium-term approach, a medium-term outlook into the kind of programs that we provide. In terms of host communities, we would really want to signal a final point that is, and this again comes from the ground, from the cash working groups, subnational and national cash working groups, that is that there's an increasing need to look at the responses we provide in a holistical manner, considering the host communities who are often challenged by poverty, by lack of access to services, by violence in some cases, and who suffer complicated situations together with refugees and migrants, and to make sure that we address the multiple crises and we consider them integrally in order to facilitate integration and ensure social cohesion when we act in the ground. That would be all, and thank you very much. And maybe we can go on into questions.
We still have three questions we're gonna ask to our protection colleagues. So, in the panel, you can see Hannah, who you met this morning. The three sectors, we like to ask a question, to share a thought with Hannah. This is something we tend to do. We work in close relation with protection. At the end of the day, as you see today, we are all working towards the same thing, and all of these sectors are interconnected. So, Hannah, I want to ask you, the first question is related to evictions, yeah? So, evictions remain a reality for refugees and migrants from Venezuela throughout the region. Just want to ask you, what is the impact of these evictions on their life? What we can do to minimize it? What sort of analysis you have done from protection? Over.
Thank you very much. And I promise I'll be quick and speak slower this time. Rafael, in the very beginning of your presentation, you said that shelter is more than four walls of a building. And I think when we're talking about shelter and protection, we're really talking about physical safety, psychological safety, and we're talking about keeping families together. It's much more than four walls. It's a home. The regional protection sector, we did a regional survey of evictions of refugees and migrants from Venezuela, an analysis of the main impacts and needs. We did this in February 2021, and I just wanted to share some statistics with you. As I said earlier today, evictions and the threat of forced evictions is one of the main protection risks that Venezuelan migrants and refugees face. So coming from the survey, the type of shelter and accommodation for Venezuelan refugees and migrants, 73.7% had verbal agreements with their landlords. Verbal contracts are associated with less security and tenure of housing. Within the study, they also found that if a family was evicted, almost 75%, 74.7% of the households would become homeless and live on the streets. In addition to that, almost 77% of survey respondents stated that they had experienced some security incident related to eviction, and that there's a greater impact suffered by women in the context of the risk of eviction. And they had worse medical situations, the higher need for specialized services. So what I'm trying to say here is that the survey and the study really demonstrated that the link between shelter and accommodation and protection and the acute protection risks that migrants and refugees face from eviction, and not only the physical risk of safety and security, but also the psychological violence that results in a family not having anywhere to stay. Just think if you were trying to go home and you realized that you had literally no home and nowhere to go and no money to get into a hotel or accommodation, and how scary that would be, especially if you have children, older parents, persons with disabilities, and if you were in a country that was not your own. So what are some solutions? I also mentioned this earlier today, so we'll come back to a reoccurring theme, but programming and access to legal documentation. The study also found that risk mitigation measures for evictions were legal documentation and access to regularization processes. And the effects of this legal and accessing asylum and temporary protection really increased people's sense of security and ability to get the formal contracts that they needed to be able to stay in their homes. And then in addition, of course, is that with all of this comes the necessary need for protection mainstreaming within program cycles and within the way that we design programs, and also how humanitarians are able to stay accountable to populations that we're serving. And with that mainstream of protection, Rafael also mentioned this, comes the criticality of having do no harm assessments and conducting protection risk analyses when we're looking at how to support families and individuals to get into homes safely.
Thank you, Hannah. Now, the second question on behalf of the humanitarian transportation. Humanitarian transportation is an urgent need, especially due to the lack of documentation and financial means to pay safe transportation. How does humanitarian transportation help mitigate protection risk for refugees and migrants? This may be a bit broad, but you can nail it down, please.
Sure, thank you. So in terms of humanitarian transportation, I really wanted to focus, and maybe if I can speak a little prematurely on cash as well. When we're talking about any type of cash programs, cash and voucher assistance and humanitarian transportation, as I just said, the criticality of protection mainstreaming and having proper protection risk analyses that target the most vulnerable and at-risk populations, and ensuring that those analyses and the way that we are able to support families are done through an age, gender, and diversity lens, and acknowledging that people have different needs, and the intersectionality of those needs and vulnerabilities are really important for us to ensure that we have safe programming for them, and that the services they're receiving are tailored for them. Specifically on humanitarian transportation, I also wanted to emphasize the need for really strong referral pathways for families and individuals to tap into that service of humanitarian transportation, and also to utilize that safely, and the necessity, say, of linking humanitarian transportation with specialized protection programs. And that's, I would say, also the same thing for cash as well, is, and one thing that I've heard throughout today, and I'd like to emphasize, is the centrality of protection, and that it's really essential to ensure the visibility of the needs of all Venezuelan migrants and refugees, and that we are all looking at really the same objective and goals. We just have different ways to get there. And the regional protection sector really does require common vision, in addition to coordinated and complementary actions across all sectors, so that we're able to respond to persistent protection risks and achieve these protection outcomes.
Thank you, Hannah. And I think we're fine.
I think Hannah just covered most of the cash-related protection issues, so maybe we can open broadly the floor to any questions, comments, or reactions to our presentations.
Tengo una pregunta sobre un tema que a mí me parece que es, en todo caso, polémico o a debatir. Has hablado del transporte humanitario, lo acabáis de hablar desde un enfoque de protección, y has hablado del transporte humanitario transfronterizo, ¿no? Aprovechando que está aquí pues, la copresidencia, ¿no?, del proceso de Quito, entender también, ¿no?, dentro del proceso de Quito cómo se entiende, cómo se valora. Estamos en Europa, estamos en Bruselas, sabemos lo que implica o lo que podría implicar el transporte humanitario desde África hacia Europa, lo que son las devoluciones en caliente. En cambio, hay otro tipo de enfoque cuando hablamos de justamente el transporte humanitario de los ucranianos hacia Europa. Y bueno, creo que reconociendo esa sensibilidad que hay en Latinoamérica respecto a la crisis venezolana, de nuevo entender un poco desde el proceso de Quito si se ha hablado dentro de ese proceso y cuál es un poco la posición de los países. Gracias.
Gracias. Le doy la palabra al representante de Chile. Gracias.
Muchas gracias por la pregunta y muchas gracias por la oportunidad de hacer uso de la palabra en este panel. Antes de contestar o reflexionar a partir de su pregunta, agradecer el panel anterior y ¿no? Que no tuve la oportunidad de comentar. El tema de la gestión integral de frontera ha sido un tema no solo del proceso de Quito, ha sido un problema de debate en todos los procesos regionales en los cuales participamos y he participado. Es un tema de relación bilateral, sensible. Mi país la tiene con los 3 países con los cuales compartimos frontera. Compartimos una de las fronteras más extensas del mundo con la Argentina. Tenemos una frontera muy activa con el Perú y una frontera en un gran proceso de dinámica con Bolivia. Eso en el caso de Chile, pero ¿qué hay que decir de la frontera peruano-ecuatoriana? Y podríamos seguir hacia el norte. Por lo tanto, el tema sí ha estado en agenda y sí ha estado en el proceso de tenerlo presente como un punto de conversación, y hemos recibido importantes apoyos tanto de la OIM como del Alto Comisionado para buscar mecanismos de conversación en esta materia, tales como hay decisiones que los países han tomado a veces unilateralmente que han debido ser revisadas posteriormente en forma bilateral. Voy a poner un ejemplo. Cuando las fronteras se abrieron posterior a la pandemia, nos encontramos con un problema. El problema era que necesitábamos coordinar interinstitucionalmente todas aquellas entidades que concurren en la gestión humanitaria de una frontera, que no es solamente la Autoridad de Control Migratorio, concurren ahí el servicio que hace al control fitosanitario, concurren ahí las autoridades que enfrentan el contrabando y el registro, control o como queramos denominarle a la movilidad de las personas. Por lo tanto, la pregunta es, ¿si se ha tratado el tema? Sí. ¿Cuál ha sido el resultado? Cada etapa ha tenido, cada ámbito ha tenido su faceta. Me salgo un rato del proceso de Quito y entro a la Conferencia Sudamericana, por ejemplo. En ese espacio, Chile, que terminó su presidencia en noviembre, impulsó con el apoyo de la OIM y otros organismos un programa de paquetes de acción para generar capacidades focalizadas a través de la frontera, o en la gestión de frontera. Y de hecho los países de la región tienen, entre otras materias, mecanismos de lo que se llaman comités de integración fronteriza, donde se aborda no solamente el tránsito, también la respuesta humanitaria. Ciertamente, la experiencia de la pandemia y el cierre de fronteras nos puso en un shock. O sea, el shock significó personas que quedaron, por ejemplo, bolivianos que no pudieron volver a Bolivia, o argentinos que no pudieron volver a Argentina. En cambio, países como Chile y otros sí generaron mecanismos de retorno con altos costos para las personas y las familias. Raya para la suma, es un tema en evolución, genera desafíos y hay que ser muy innovador en los mecanismos de trabajo. Mi opinión, y aquí quiero dar opinión también personal e institucional, es que no existe mecanismo de trabajo en fronteras si no es entendida como un espacio de integración fronteriza. Yo uso la palabra zona de integración fronteriza, reconocer que en esa frontera hay otros actores. Voy a poner un ejemplo. En la zona limítrofe de Chile con Bolivia están las culturas aymaras, que tienen una cultura de transhumancia que supera cualquier relación que pudiera incluso ocurrir entre los estados. Por lo tanto, el desafío de abordar decisiones en el tema humanitario, por ejemplo, en el caso de Chile, la actual administración, que tiene que aplicar una norma que quedó en la ley, que es la reconducción, por ejemplo, se ha tomado la decisión que en el caso cuando en ella están involucrados menores, los menores no se reconducen. Y se quiere dar ese enfoque. Ahora, eso obviamente son decisiones polémicas, que tienen distintas miradas y que ciertamente requiere de respuestas muy valientes, muy innovadoras, pero bajo el principio de que debemos entender que es una zona de integración. Nuestros países no tienen zonas calientes, con alguna excepción. Las fronteras son espacios de encuentro. Y cada vez se transforma en espacios de encuentro cada vez más notables, y eso tiene que ir unido a decisiones por ese plano. En el caso de mi país, y en mi caso es mi responsabilidad, me corresponde generar los mecanismos de cooperación consular y migratoria con todos los países de la región, en particular con los limítrofes, Argentina, Bolivia y Perú. Y lo sé que lo hace Ecuador con Perú, Ecuador con otros países. O sea, hay una dinámica que es muy característica de América del Sur, que se vio afectada por la pandemia por razones que son más allá de este aspecto, y que ciertamente el flujo imprevisto de 7 millones de venezolanos en la región, por supuesto, que genera gran tensión. Pero tengo la impresión y la convicción que los países han podido, con excepciones, dialogar sobre esa materia. Eso yo le puedo contestar. Después quiero hacer otra intervención en otra materia, pero quería contestar en este minuto esa pregunta.
¿Alguien quiere complementar el tema o continuar otro? Adelante, adelante.
Muchas gracias. Cambio inglés. My name is Mariela Guajardo and I work for IOM headquarters, but I'm here representing a new United Nations Network on Migration workstream on missing migrants and humanitarian assistance to migrants in distress. IOM co-leads this workstream together with UNHCR, ICRC, and IFRC. The objective of this workstream is to develop actionable recommendations for the UN Secretary General on missing migrants and humanitarian assistance in distress in a transit context. These recommendations will be included in the next Secretary General's report on implementation of the Global Compact on Migration. There is no doubt that the R4B is a unique and extremely comprehensive coordination mechanisms in terms of geographical scope, sectors of assistance, linkages with national and local systems, and of course of all the people that you have reached. We are very keen to include R4B's achievements and good practices, so I'm really here in full listening mode and really appreciate all the sectors' presentations and this last comment from the floor on how we can consider your experiences in other regional contexts. To develop the recommendations for the Secretary General, we're going to be carrying out a series of consultations or so-called GCM, Global Compact on Migration talks, at global and regional level. The first global consultation will be on the 23rd of March, and I hope all of you can join, either in Geneva or online. You can find the registration details at the UN Network on Migration website. And then our regional consultations, dates to be defined, will of course include the Americas, and we really hope to work with the R4V to include your challenges, achievements, and good practices, and make sure that these are considered as part of the recommendations for the Secretary General. Thank you.
Thank you.
Disculpa. No, yo quería hacer un comentario, si es posible, sobre un punto que este panel ha puesto en el tapete, que lo había anotado para la intervención de la mañana, que tal vez lo pasé muy rápido en el momento de la primera intervención, pero no lo desarrollé mayormente. Se está repitiendo en todos los ejercicios que ha hecho los expositores muy brillantemente, concurren finalmente que la comunidad local y el gobierno local es un actor que emerge con mucho vigor como un actor en este proceso. Tal vez sea interesante que la plataforma, por un lado, como lo queremos hacer en el proceso de Quito, en el ejercicio 23-24, busquemos modos de apoyar concretamente eso. En ese sentido, el encuentro que tuvimos en Santiago se atrevió a hacer algunas recomendaciones que no están terminadas. Aclaro, las haremos llegar ya sea a través de la plataforma en Santiago como a través de la plataforma regional, pero que claramente buscan generar capacidades. Por ejemplo, en la mañana fue el panel de educación, ahí se habló aquí en la mañana de la necesidad de tener destrezas en esa línea, pero no basta con decirlo, tenemos tal vez que ir a ciertas acciones pedagógicas, de kit, de buscar incluso una palabra que me atrevo a plantear acá, que es lo siguiente. El ministro de Educación, nuestro, en el Consejo de Política Migratoria, el primero del gobierno del presidente Boric, se detuvo en este tema y señaló lo siguiente. Tenemos profesores venezolanos en Chile que no pueden ejercer la profesión porque no pueden terminar la convalidación de sus títulos. Por lo tanto, yo creo que si allí podemos, digamos, creemos, tanto en el proceso como en mi país y en lo personal, escuchando a mi ministro de Educación abordar ese tema, podría ser una sugerencia. Y lo señalo porque en el caso de mi país, no es el caso de la región, el proceso educativo público se ejecuta a través de los gobiernos municipales. Está municipalizado el sistema educativo. Ese es un aspecto que me parecía que aparece con mucha fuerza en el tema. Lo segundo, he escuchado también acá, y me hizo cada vez más sentido, sobre todo en este panel, por la cantidad de información que ustedes procesan, el proceso de Quito está impulsando en el componente de educación crear una red de académicos en el proceso de Quito. O sea, centros de investigación dentro de los países miembros. Les vamos a invitar a todos los países que nos designen un punto focal de ese calibre para tener una red de académicos y o centros para generar, ¿qué? Parte de lo que ustedes han dicho. Hay mucho que elaborar acá todavía, hay muchos conceptos incluso que construir, hay muchas ideas, fuerzas que hay que transmitir, porque creemos en el proceso de Quito que tenemos que construir un nuevo relato, y qué mejor que hacerlo con la plataforma, porque ustedes están en el trabajo de la respuesta al problema, nosotros estamos en la formación de la política pública en el proceso, y ustedes están generando respuestas. Y me alegro mucho de poder estar hoy día aquí conversando con ustedes, en representación en parte de los países, con mi co-líder del Troika, que es Brasil, que lo ha hecho muy bien antes en el panel, explicando una experiencia que para nosotros es notable con el programa de acogida, que lo hacemos nuestro como proceso Quito. Ya no es una experiencia de Brasil, es una experiencia de la región, que la probemos en común y aquí en Europa, también a la Comunidad Europea. ¿Qué quiero decir con esto? Que en la red académico puede ser una experiencia y, ¿por qué no?, también la plataforma nos puede ayudar con acciones, como por ejemplo, temas pedagógicos. La pedagogía para los niños no es la misma que yo aplico a un muchacho que vive en una comunidad local, no es lo mismo. El impacto cultural que significa venir y que lo bajen un grado porque no cumple el requisito que llegó, y no quiero extenderme porque puede ser, es muy fuerte para una familia vivir una experiencia así, y para un niño ni hablar, ¿no? Entonces yo creo que creemos que ahí hay un tema, y termino señalando también lo que tiene que ver con, también en el plano de lo que aquí se ha planteado, hace al tema de cómo generamos mejor cultura de la migración, que es un nuevo relato migratorio. Ustedes van a las redes y las redes sociales solo hablan de problemáticas que son como oscuras, feas, desagradables, y no se visualiza el aporte, algo se ha dicho aquí a propósito del aporte a la persona, al proceso de desarrollo de las comunidades. Por eso es que nuestro eslogan primero de nuestro proceso está orientado a fortalecer el desarrollo sostenible de las comunidades locales. Y alguien dijo muy bien en la mañana, el representante de la Coalición por Venezuela sentada en esa mesa, nos invitó a pensar momentos distintos del proceso migratorio. Dijo, llegó a hablar, dijo, de un enfoque asistencial a un enfoque de integración. Yo me atrevo a proponer incluso, ¿por qué no hablar de un enfoque de desarrollo humano de la migración?, que es mucho más integral porque incluye otros enfoques. No estoy desconociendo los anteriores, pero puede ser ese un enfoque notable, porque creo que no pudimos, la escuchamos y terminamos, y la provocación que nos hace la coalición es muy potente en ese sentido de pensar otra fórmula, y por tanto ahí se encuentra el proceso de Quito, que es una respuesta intergubernamental, que es una política pública regional, con una plataforma que es una experiencia técnica aplicada a problemas. Por eso es que el que esté hoy día el proceso Quito aquí, conversando con usted y viceversa, a través de quien usa la palabra, queremos un poco invitar a eso. Políticas públicas conversando con la plataforma. De hecho, lo quisimos simbolizar, y aquí sí que me callo, simbolizar en la toma de posición de nuestra presidencia. La mañana tomamos el cargo de Brasil, el 15, y en la tarde hicimos el lanzamiento de la plataforma en Chile, que no se había hecho. No habíamos hecho durante 3 años el lanzamiento de la plataforma. No se nos permitió hacerlo. Hoy día Chile es parte de la plataforma. Estamos con 2 años y medio atrasados, pero lo estamos haciendo en mi interés. De hecho, hay una delegación que está llegando hoy día de Chile para simbolizar mañana en el encuentro la respuesta de la nueva visión. Vienen varios ministerios que tienen responsabilidades en materia que ustedes han expuesto acá, para poder conversar con ellos. Están llegando hoy día a Bruselas, y eso es un ejemplo de cómo queremos conversar la política pública con la plataforma. Creemos que esa es una fórmula de darle una solución a lo que ustedes mismos han planteado como desafío. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, representante. Stein tiene la palabra, por favor.
Me advirtieron por todos los flancos que esta no era una reunión política. Pero yo quisiera plantear una inquietud política. Hay una duda que en el entorno general de las inquietudes de muchos de los países en América Latina está surgiendo con mucha fuerza, y es cómo se concilia el esfuerzo local que con tanta riqueza hemos podido absorber en las sesiones de hoy con los horizontes de actuación de los partidos políticos Y ese horizonte está tan determinado por cada 4 años o cada 5 años que muy difícilmente las políticas públicas que nacen de ejercicios tan valiosos y tan pertinentes como este no se puedan convertir en políticas de Estado, que tengan vigencia de una administración a otra y que la administración siguiente que las recoge las mejore y las perfeccione. Porque para los partidos políticos que no se ocupan de los niños normalmente, porque los niños no votan, entonces su horizonte de actuación es otro, tampoco les nace el preocuparse por políticas de largo plazo, porque el conjunto de agendas de logros políticos que buscan están determinados a muy corto plazo. Entonces, ¿cómo lograr que este conjunto de incluso urgencias de corto plazo que aquí se están atendiendo ya con el horizonte de, digamos, autosostenibilidad, por llamarle de alguna manera genérica, se puede en efecto promover, no sé si la palabra nueva narrativa vale o no para esta, pero cómo persuadir a los actores políticos de que es en su propio beneficio inclusive que el fortalecimiento de todas nuestras sociedades en el mediano y largo plazo está siendo atendido de manera fecunda, de manera pertinente y con éxitos muy concretos. El proceso de Quito es un muy buen ejemplo de ello, en donde esto no solamente es posible, sino que es beneficioso para las sociedades en su conjunto. Y quizá la peor costra a este nivel de partidos políticos con mirada de tan corto plazo es precisamente el que ven la problemática migratoria como un saco de líos y no como aquí se ha subrayado con mucha fecundidad como una posibilidad de desarrollo múltiple en donde América Latina ya no volverá a ser la misma después de lo que hemos experimentado en este momento. Así que lo dejo como inquietud porque me late que esa debilidad de la institucionalidad política que nos asiste a partir de los partidos políticos, tenemos que ver cómo se le entra, aunque esta reunión no es política.
Gracias, señor Stein. Yo quería dejarle a los coordinadores de la plataforma, pero yo le diría al representante de Chile que no se calle, que eso es música para los oídos nuestros, que el poder tener un grupo de trabajo desde la plataforma, algo muy, muy práctico, con el grupo de Quito sería una cosa muy, muy valiosa. En todo caso, lo veo desde mi humilde rol desde el sector de Shelter, con muchas ganas de colaborar ahí. Quiero darle la palabra a Elkin rápidamente, que tiene algo que decir, y no sé si nos quedan unos pocos minutos y algunas preguntas en el chat. Gracias.
Gracias, Rafael. Quiero simplemente reaccionar a dos de los puntos que se han planteado recientemente. El secretario general de Naciones Unidas, como los Estados miembros lo han impulsado, ha planteado en la agenda común el tema del multilateralismo inclusivo, que implica, por supuesto, involucrar actores más allá de los gobiernos nacionales y de los estados nacionales en la solución a los problemas globales, a los problemas que se discuten en el multilateralismo. Y por supuesto que ello incluye de manera cada vez más importante, quiero dar fe de que lo observamos, ustedes los Estados miembros están invitando cada vez más a los gobiernos locales a tratar las temáticas del desarrollo sostenible. Entonces, ahí hay una tendencia clara. Y por supuesto que esa es una excelente noticia. Dicho eso, ¿cómo dar el siguiente paso? Tiene que ver con capacidades a nivel local. Hay muchas asimetrías, particularmente en las áreas de frontera, y entonces uno de los puntos clave que además el conjunto de agencias y de organizaciones que formamos parte de R4V lo hemos ya visualizado, de involucrar cada vez más, en forma incremental, el trabajo con los gobiernos locales, la construcción de capacidades. Y yendo un poco más allá, y no es político, pero creo que tiene que ver con ese planteamiento tan importante de cómo darle continuidad a los temas, tiene que ver con identificar el ecosistema de instituciones, actores, que en un momento determinado más o menos se sospecha que van a llegar a la vida pública, o si no es este partido es aquel, y vienen de una universidad, de un grupo de trabajo, de unas asociaciones, y entonces ese ecosistema, que si cuenta con las herramientas, con la formación, en el mediano y largo plazo va a dar cuenta de esas respuestas. Pero el punto clave es construcción de capacidades. Y yo me atrevo ahí a decir que vale la pena que R4V y otros mecanismos, porque R4V es una construcción que ya es un hito en Naciones Unidas, y yo quiero darle todo el reconocimiento al liderazgo de mis colegas de OIM y de ACNUR en ese proceso. Ese R4V puede dar también la pauta, como la realidad es cambiante, la comprensión de la realidad también evoluciona, pues que el instrumento no sea el que se quede atrás, sino que el instrumento también evolucione, y en la próxima fase, ojalá desde ahora podamos incluir en las nuevas orientaciones que ustedes nos den para financiar temáticas, ese tema. Lo local, lo territorial, los gobiernos locales, las comunidades locales, en complemento a lo que ya está ocurriendo. Y eso y con eso cierro, como lo decía hace un rato, viene también con un impacto impresionante y muy interesante, que le interesa muchísimo a la comunidad de actores del desarrollo aliada de América Latina y el Caribe, es que permite hacer más con menos. Esa es la parte, creo yo, más atractiva e interesante de todo esto. Muchas gracias, Rafael. Adelante.
Gracias, Elkin. Adelante el panel.
Okay. One of the questions that we have online is related to the host communities. And the question is, what are some of the main challenges? And I know you've mentioned this before, but maybe you can go into some detail. Some of the main challenges and concrete activities and solutions that R4V partners provide in countries in Latin America and the Caribbean to populations that are in a precarious situation, that are refugees and migrants, but also to host community populations that themselves are in a precarious situation. So how does R4V and Shelter and CVA address both populations?
You want me to start? You want to come? You sure? I mean, and at least, sí, adelante, representante.
Sí, siguiendo con su provocación, ya que se habló y don Stein nos metió en un tema que vamos a tener que salir de él, ¿no? Que el mundo político. Yo creo que hay una relación con el tema político que algo un poco nos invita a don Eduardo a reflexionar en esta sala y en este espacio con ustedes. A partir de ya podemos ir viendo a través de la Secretaría, el proceso, con ustedes los momentos y aprovechar estos días que podemos tener intercambio y buscar una modalidad de trabajo, ¿no? Entre el proceso de Quito como espacio intergubernamental con la plataforma como espacio de respuesta técnica, si podemos definirlo así. Ambos se complementan y uno que tiene un largo trayecto en la historia de los procesos regionales, por lo menos en América Latina, este es uno de los pocos procesos que tiene esta contraparte, ¿no? Diríamos, esta moneda de Jano, ¿no? Por un lado está el proceso gubernamental y por otro lado está el proceso técnico, y eso permite enriquecernos mutuamente y ver en qué aspectos no estamos cubiertos. Iniciativas que está trabajando el proceso de Quito que a lo mejor no cubre la plataforma o viceversa. De tal manera de no repetir, porque a veces el desgaste puede ser interno y uno lo ve en la bajada. Voy a poner un solo ejemplo. Hicimos una visita previa antes de asumir la presidencia a 2 países de la región para conocer la experiencia de la plataforma, que fue Perú y Colombia, y conversamos justamente con las plataformas de los 2 países cómo estaban enfrentando el tema de las comunidades locales, y ahí nos dieron varias respuestas muy interesantes donde la plataforma interviene, en realidad ayuda a la comunidad en su integralidad, por lo menos en la experiencia de esos 2 países. Y eso indica que es muy importante en lo que puede ser un poco lo que plantea don Eduardo, es decir, de darle más sustentabilidad en el tiempo, más proyección de política de Estado, porque no está sujeto a la coyuntura del problema puntual, que puede ser la presencia de esa comunidad migrante. Pero ya que el tema político es parte de la conversación, y voy a ser muy breve en esto, en el taller se quiso abordar el tema del nuevo relato migratorio, que es una invitación que también nos ha hecho la Unión Europea en la visita que hicimos acá, en particular con ECO, en el mes de noviembre. Y los países miembros del proceso se atrevieron a hacer un par de reflexiones sobre el tema que me permito solo brevísimamente exponer. Primero se planteó de que el relato debe tratar de construirse, ustedes ya lo dijeron en sus presentaciones, en una lectura combinada entre lo que son las necesidades de la comunidad que acoge y las necesidades de la comunidad migrante que llega. Hay allí brechas que se pueden identificar donde la comunidad migrante, la comunidad local tiene ciertos problemas y que la comunidad migrante puede ser la respuesta a esa brecha. Por ejemplo, lo que señalé recién, yo me eco de las palabras de mi ministro de Educación, que decía, yo tengo un problema en la localidad del norte X, que no tengo profesores de historia, por ejemplo. Pero sí tengo venezolanos que puedan clase de historia, pero no pueden dar clase de historia porque no tienen el título reconocido en Chile. Entonces, hay una necesidad y una respuesta que se puede dar en el caso de un venezolano como cualquier otra comunidad u otro académico u otro profesor. Primer tema. Segundo, financiar a los gobiernos locales para ejecutar acciones de comunicación. El tema comunicacional no está en ninguna de las 2 explícitamente, no digo que no esté en la plataforma, y tenemos alguna iniciativa en el proceso, pero a lo mejor ahí podría haber una forma de destacar lo que ustedes aquí, estos videos que se mostraron acá, yo envidiaba tenerlos y poderlos mostrar en la televisión abierta en mi país y en la región para mostrar esta riqueza desde el programa de acogida hasta el equipo de fútbol que está, eso es en el norte, eso es nuestro, en el desierto en el norte, lo que mostraron de Chile. Los modelos soluciones están básicamente en un relato común entre todos los actores. Eso significa sentar a la mesa a varios actores. Aquí se hablaba muy bien el colega que hizo uso de la palabra recién sobre los multiactores, y no lo voy a repetir porque ya está dicho. Pero también los mismos países planteaban el despertar la empatía a través de nuevas estrategias de comunicación que visibilicen los rostros de la migración. En el panel anterior se hablaron de los rostros a partir de los grupos más vulnerables, pero también, si uno lo mira del otro lado, también son aportes, no solamente es vulnerabilidad. Un joven también es un aporte y también un adulto mayor. No es solamente lo decía muy bien aquí, lo decía muy bien don Eduardo. La migración no es un problema. Lo que pasa es que los medios lo plantean como un problema, porque genera dolores de cabeza. Pero la migración es una tremenda oportunidad para los migrantes de los países. Ese cambio de discurso en el cual yo creo, tal vez tengamos que ser más osados en plantearlo. Y termino planteando la hoja de ruta que los países propusieron fue el establecer mesas de diálogo intersectorial que involucren las necesidades tanto de la población migrante y refugiada, o sea, de las personas que arriban, como de la comunidad acogida, favoreciendo con ello la cohesión social. De hecho, en la Conferencia Sudamericana, uno de los postulados que Chile levantó y que fue aprobado en ese proceso fue lo que llamamos cohesión social migratoria, es decir, el diálogo entre la comunidad local y la comunidad migrante, y esos relatos podrían ayudarnos a lo mejor a tener un nuevo relato. Si pudiéramos salir de esta conferencia de solidaridad con un nuevo relato, alguien que va a ser también útil para la Unión Europea y útil para nosotros, y luego vamos a tener un diálogo entre América Latina y Europa dentro de poco. Este puede ser una muy buena práctica de cómo 2 regiones que han vivido en los últimos casi 10 años conflictos generados por la migración pueden dar una respuesta. Y estoy aquí haciendo un llamado encomiástico, yo lo sé, muy utópico, a lo mejor demasiado idealista, pero posible. Ambas regiones han vivido experiencias y las pueden compartir. Europa ha vivido el problema aquí se ha hablado del tema sirio, y nosotros un tema similar. Son los dos grupos de mayor movilidad en el mundo y han experimentado respuesta. Es el momento de compartir nuestras buenas prácticas.
Muy pertinente, representante, la verdad. Y creo que de alguna manera, por un lado, responde la pregunta del chat, aunque me voy a expandir un poquito en el tema del trabajo desde el sector de alojamiento. En pantalla hay un ejemplo del trabajo conjunto con la Delegación Presidencial Regional de Tarapacá, la Delegación de Colchane, el Gobierno Central y la cooperación. Ahora, también dejo en la pantalla una imagen y dándole respuesta o tratando de dar una respuesta o un comentario a la pregunta del chat. Nosotros en realidad hablamos de un enfoque territorial. No hablamos tratamos de no hablar de poblaciones distintas, sino que hablamos de un enfoque territorial a la hora de abordar la problemática espacial, y no solo espacial, así como dijo usted, o sea, tanto de integración desde el punto de vista de los currículums, integración, no voy a hablar de otros sectores, pero de las propuestas que usted hace con respecto a la educación, pues desde el punto de vista espacial, en realidad lo vemos como una gran oportunidad poder trabajar con un territorio, con la población desplazada y la población de acogida. Vemos de hecho que en muchas regiones, en muchas zonas de la región, comunidades de la región, la comunidad que acoge ya ha sido también una comunidad desplazada y es una comunidad ya sensibilizada frente a este hecho. Nosotros del sector humanitario sabemos que la primera respuesta la da la comunidad de acogida, y quienes se llevan la presión al inicio simplemente movidos por la propia solidaridad es la comunidad de acogida. Así que totalmente de acuerdo, tratando de ser más concreto, que lo pedía la persona que preguntó en el chat, desde el sector de shelter, hacer intervenciones de cierta envergadura, lo que buscamos es ser estratégico y hacerlas, estas intervenciones, con comunidades que finalmente acogen a estas, donde tenemos una población desplazada relevante, o por ejemplo, una comunidad donde tenemos un albergue que recibe temporalmente refugiados y migrantes, de manera de hacer ese trabajo de integración en conjunto. No sé si mi colega, sí, Flor, quiere agregar.
Muy rapidito porque sé que estamos cortos de tiempo, pero para responder a la pregunta en el chat, simplemente aclarar que desde la asistencia en transferencias monetarias, el primer punto importante sería que a nivel nacional y subnacional, los grupos de transferencias monetarias, digamos, difícilmente distinguen entre grupos poblacionales para elegir o no dar respuesta. Se da respuesta a múltiples grupos a través de múltiples crisis. Y en un mismo contexto, en un mismo grupo, se puede estar trabajando con desplazamientos internos, con poblaciones afectadas por efectos de cambio climático o fenómenos naturales, así como flujos migratorios y como comunidades que son en sí mismas comunidades de origen de grupos migratorios también. Entonces, que la realidad es siempre compleja y que las respuestas se dan a todos y específicamente en los programas que están pensados para, digamos, población en movimiento o comunidades refugiadas e migrantes. Hemos atendido, por ejemplo, al 2021, 80.000 personas miembros de las comunidades de origen también como parte de esas intervenciones. Y el otro punto que quería hacer es... hemos resaltado varias veces la importancia de trabajar con los sistemas o a través de los sistemas nacionales de protección social, tanto como posible, y insistir en que eso sería la manera en que se dé real integración en la forma de asistencia social que llega tanto a personas, digamos, de las comunidades de origen como a personas refugiadas y migrantes. Los refugiados y migrantes son uno de los grupos excluidos o entre los que existen brechas de acceso a la protección social, pero no el único, y que seguir trabajando por mejorar la regularización, mejorar el acceso a los registros sociales y eventualmente su elegibilidad para los programas de protección social en cada país, con el rol que la protección social tiene en nuestra región, es fundamental para que la respuesta sea realmente integradora, ¿no? Era solo eso.
Thank you very much. I think the questions are done from the chat. I don't see any other hands raised on the floor. Oh, we have one from Julio. One last question, and then we'll close this session and go to the coffee break.
Good afternoon, everyone. In the framework of Quito process, in November 2022, was organized the workshop about the orientation and reception centers and espacios de apoyo. Was the first activity organized by R4V and Quito process. And was very interesting the result because it's very important the role of this center, orientation and reception centers, and in different examples offered shelters too. But it's very interesting because it's not important only for protection, but in different examples offer job trainings, more interesting, and there are a liaison with host communities. For example, the Scalabrini in Cúcuta, there are a shelter and orientation center, and offer trainings with different near Laurel in the city, in the Cúcuta in this case. Because this space, shelters and orientation and reception center, is an important topic in the Quito process, and was the first opportunity to work together with R4V and Quito process. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Julio. So for this session, we're going to close. Of course, the panelists are here. If you have any other questions or comments from them regarding their area of work, please feel free to find them in the coffee break. So we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we have one more session. The R4V is big. We have 10 sectors, so we have one more session, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Gracias a todos. Aquí no las mandó Diego, pero si quieres hacemos otra. Vamos a hacer otra. O el representante, por favor. El representante. No, espérate. Que va,
Y las chicas.
Una fotito. Placer, muchas gracias por su intervención.
¿Cómo estás?
Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo le va? It's okay.
Aquí en la...
I need to do like this with you.
I can just squat.
No, tengo que subirme con la colega.
Aquí está tapando la bandera europea.
Listo, gracias.
Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias por las intervenciones.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
No, por nada, a la orden.
Estuvo chévere, por lo menos. He moved from subject, but it was nice to have him.
I thought it was a really good conversation.
It was super nice.
Yeah. All of my family members are shorter than me, so every photo I have, I'm doing that.
No,
¿El computador?
Sí.
Ah, ok.
Él nos pasa y nosotros vamos pasando.
¿Con qué? ¿Con eso?
Yo no sé. Philip. Preguntamos a Philip si él...
Sí,
Sí, yo creo que es así.
A ver cómo... Me imagino que es somewhere.
Tu presentación está ahí.
Bueno, me imagino, ¿no?
Sí.
Le voy a preguntar.
Sí, o compartir. Porque soy yo y tú vamos a reunir.
Okay.
It's only us, so we should go to the meeting.
It's only two?
Only me.
No, in ASEA.
Ah, okay.
The guy from ASEA is coming, so we will sit at the meeting, yeah.
Okay, let's go a little bit more to the side.
Like here.
¿Y ese es tuyo?
Sí.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, get some
But I
water.
just want to know where.
our presentation, no? I guess Philip's gonna do it. There's the general one, and then there's the wash one.
Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, it's our pleasure to welcome you back after a warming coffee break. I don't know if anybody else is feeling it, but it's very cold in this room. Maybe it's part of the energy-saving efforts of the European Union, which is wonderful. It also helps us preserve our planet. In the same context, welcoming you to the last of the 4 sessions of these R4V sector roundtables, focusing on food security, nutrition, and WASH. We're accompanied by 3 colleagues, 3 sector leads, covering the 3 thematic areas. And I'll pass the floor at this opportunity to Sunny from UNICEF to get us started. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sunny. I'm with UNICEF, and I'm here representing the WASH sector. I'm humbled to be here to speak on behalf of the refugee and migrants across the LAC region, including children. This is briefly the agenda that we have set up for the session, for the block. We will have our presentations, first WASH, then food security, then nutrition, and then we will have time for questions and answers and a main conclusion from Philip. To get started, we would like to highlight the triple sector integration, and nothing better than the UNICEF conceptual framework on malnutrition that highlights how food security, WASH, health, and social protection interventions contribute to nutrition. And so getting started with the WASH part, I will, actually before starting, I would like to invite you to take a sip of water and then tell me whether your cup is half full or half empty. Well, for the WASH sector, our cup is 11% full only. So I would say that we're pretty empty at the moment. In 2022, we had 11% of our funding requirements received, which is a major limitation for the WASH partners, the 54 WASH partners to deliver the needed assistance. And before I get started, as I see colleagues coming in, I would like to paint 3 scenarios. The first one is that you are a migrant and a refugee in a country in LAC, and you need water. You've walked a long way, and you are asking for water. And I'm going to tell you that I only have 11% of the water you need for you to drink. And then I will tell you, for the rest of that water, you need to go over to the river and get contaminated water. I guess you don't need me to come here to tell you what will happen. If we drink contaminated water, you'll get diarrhea, you will be vomiting, you will be sick, there will be a health impact. And for children particularly, there will be a nutrition impact. And so with that, I would like to highlight how access to water is a survival need and is fundamental for the health and nutrition of children and populations, including migrants and refugees. Now going to a second scenario on toilets. So you drank 11% of clean water, and the rest was water from the river. And now your stomach is not feeling very well, so you need to use the toilet. But there is no toilet around. Where do you go? Well, for myself, I would probably walk around a town, try to find a toilet, but I would be scared of gender-based violence and protection, because I might be walking to dark alleys, I might be asking a favor of someone to be able to use their toilet, or I might have to go to a field to be able to use the toilet, and there might be issues of violence and protection that happen there. So I just wanted to illustrate to you that the lack of water and sanitation services not only impact health and nutrition, but can also have impact on gender-based violence on protection. And I would like to get to the third scenario, get you a bit more familiar with the WASH sector, and talk about a situation that you can imagine yourself in, perhaps. Imagine you're in a settlement, in a migrant settlement in Latin America, and you are a girl, but you're not able to go to school like your brothers because you have to fetch water to help your mother at home. You're missing out on school and on your education. And your neighbor, one of your girlfriends, she's going to school, but she misses at least 1 week out of the month of school because she doesn't have menstruation products. So she cannot go to school. She doesn't have a toilet to change, water to change. And so with that, I would like to illustrate to you the impact that the lack of WASH services have on girls and on education. And with that, I would like to get started highlighting the importance not only of water, sanitation, and hygiene for people, for their health, for their nutrition, but also for gender issues and dynamics, for protection, for education, and others. So let me put on the video of our
the
WASH
water,
sector.
sanitation, and hygiene, or WASH sector, of the Interagency Coordination Platform for Refugees and Migrants from Venezuela. The strategic priorities of the WASH sector are: 1. To strengthen national WASH sector governance to embed the needs of refugees, migrants, and host communities in the national and local plans, policies, and budgets. 2. To provide safe and quality water and sanitation services that are sensitive to gender and age needs, as well as inclusive to people with disabilities. 3. To provide hygiene services, including menstrual hygiene management, supplies, and informative messages. For more information, visit r4v.info. The water, sanitation, and hygiene.
Yeah, so before I get started telling you about our plan, our targets, the specific needs based on data and evidence, the vulnerabilities that we capture, and the funding requirements that we have, I would like to invite you, especially the donor community, to make a coordinated, concerted effort to fund a survival need sector like WASH. I think 11% of funding for such a survival sector is far from what migrants and refugees need in the region. And that call, I leave until the end of the session where I will present the funding requirements that the WASH sector has identified. Just to mention that regionally, UNICEF, as one of the partners of the WASH sector, has developed a WASH migration theory of change, where we have conceptualized actions that cut across the humanitarian development nexus, and that goes all the way from system strengthening, policy, advocacy, financing issues, down to service level quality monitoring. And that has guided our planning. Here's an overview of the needs and targets. We have nearly 600,000 people we are targeting for 2023, and a bit over 600,000 for 2024. And that represents about 12% of the total needs. In terms of geographical coverage, the WASH sector is targeting activities in all countries as part of the R4V RMRP plan 2023-2024. And you can see there how Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, some of the countries have a higher number of refugees and migrants, and how the needs are heightened there. Here I will present to you briefly one of
En
our
este momento estamos en La Peñita, es una comunidad en Vera, en la provincia del Darién, en Panamá.
No hay agua potable, entonces la tarea es purificar el agua de un río cercano y hacerla potable y bebible para que todos tengan acceso a esta agua. Tenemos una planta de purificación portátil que usamos para filtrar el agua, luego la repartimos a la comunidad por medio de tuberías.
Tengo 32 años de ser morador de aquí de esta comunidad. No, aquí no había agua potable, nunca ha habido agua potable aquí.
Brindamos acciones en saneamiento e higiene que incluyen acciones en lavado de manos, recolección de basura, puntos de hidratación.
El grupo de niños y el grupo de mujeres embarazadas es uno de los grupos que vienen con mayor deshidratación. Tener agua potable cuando llegan aquí es vital para que vuelvan a su mejor estado de salud. Además de eso, es importante para mantener un alto nivel de higiene.
Sí, yo los veo contentos, ellos cuando cuando se les va a dar agua, se ponen contentos porque ya llegó el agua, dicen, ya llegó el agua, vamos a coger el agua.
Ahí empezamos a tomar agua potable y bueno, más bien ahí estamos un poco seguros para hacer comida, para marinar, a tomar.
Yo salí de Colombia a los 10 años por la situación en Colombia, entonces digamos que ir a otro país y como encontrarse en el camino gente o organizaciones que te puedan brindar como lo que necesitas en ese momento y aliviar como esa sed que tienes o ese dolor de pies que tienes en ese momento, pues digamos que es una sensación muy satisfactoria, ¿no? En este momento estamos en La Peñita,
Yeah, so I think I had highlighted early in the presentation on how WASH contributes to other sectoral outcomes, not only for adults, but also for children. Here in this slide, you can see how WASH services will benefit children across their life course, impacting on nutrition, health, protection, and the education. And later down, I would like to highlight some other vulnerabilities that within the WASH sector we have identified, such as indigenous populations and women and girls within the refugee and migrant population targeted. So children is one of them. So moving on to data and what refugees and migrants are telling us, we have 65% of the population in transit drinking contaminated water from rivers, lakes, and rainwater in Panama. We have, in Colombia, 60% of the population in transit reporting access to drinking water to be one of their main concerns. If we are to be accountable to affected populations, we must address their concerns, their priorities, and this need. In terms of shelters and settlements, in Mexico, more than 50% of the migrant population lives in shelters, spontaneous shelters, without adequate access to safe water. In Brazil, 51% of spontaneous shelters have deficiencies in sanitation and environmental health. In Colombia, 82% of people living in spontaneous settlements don't have improved water services, and 66% do not have access to sanitation. This is a diarrhea outbreak or a waterborne disease outbreak waiting to happen.
La importancia del agua en un contexto de emergencia es principalmente garantizar un mínimo vital para las personas. No solamente es calmar la sed, sino también reducir al máximo algún riesgo de salud pública que pueda estar asociada a la calidad del agua, a la poca cantidad de agua que pueden acceder. La visión nuestra no es solamente atender la emergencia, sino dejar capacidad instalada. Y esto es una ventana de oportunidades. Esta emergencia nos está dando la oportunidad de llegar allá y de llegar con respuestas concretas y pensadas a largo plazo.
So I think with that video, what we wanted to illustrate to you is that when WASH interventions happen, and when we make investments in WASH interventions for migration and refugees, we are not only addressing a humanitarian need, but we are often leaving behind infrastructure and development that will serve that country in the long term. And I think there's no more practical way to illustrate humanitarian development nexus here. I mean, it's visual, it's lasting, and we want to highlight along the side of the integration sector how, for example, in Panama, Bajo Chiquito is a community of 600 people, and daily they have triple the number of people passing through their community, interfering in a way or in one way or another with the access to WASH services and to the environmental health they have around, which is a challenge, but also an opportunity that we see to improve the situation of host communities, but also serve migrants and refugees on the move. I think it's the last video. Here we want to show the context of La Guajira in Colombia, where we have pendular communities cutting across across the border.
Las personas tenían que ir a los aguay a poder tener acceso a agua para lavar su ropa, hasta para darle a los niños a beber, porque no tenían acceso a agua, como quien dice, agua potable, agua de la que traemos nosotras del acueducto. Eso prácticamente lo que daba era tristeza, porque como un niño pequeño de 1 año, una mujer embarazada, tenía que obligatoriamente beber agua de Hawái, que esa agua prácticamente viene infectada, tiene muchas bacterias, muchos microbios, o sea, no es apta para el consumo humano. Teníamos que ver cómo hacíamos, pues durar 2 horas caminando para poder llegar al pueblo y que las personas tuvieran el consumo de agua.
Here you have the real story of that girl that has to fetch water with her mother. They have names and they are in our region. And we would like to address these vulnerabilities in the long term. I will be closing the presentation soon, but before that, I would like to highlight that the highest mortality rates that we see with acute diarrheal disease has a face to it. It affects indigenous people, it affects women and girls, the elderly and children under 5 the most. And so those are our special target groups, although obviously when we work in WASH, we work for the entire community. Looking at the needs of women and girls specifically, we have 12 to 30% of women in destination sites reporting no access to menstrual hygiene products, which prevents them from maybe attending school or going to work. And that's the case in Panama, in Peru, in Uruguay, in Paraguay, and in Bolivia based on the needs assessments. We have in Colombia and Costa Rica, 22% of women that report while in transit that they don't have access to menstrual hygiene products. In terms of indigenous populations, we recognize that local indigenous populations find their traditional wash practices and uses of rivers and water resources altered by the new influx. And that's particularly the case in Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, and Panama. And I think COVID came to highlight the importance of hand washing, to highlight the importance of public health. And we see that, for example, in Brazil, where indigenous people were dying twice more than the national average from COVID, and that 1 out of every 3 villages in indigenous land had access to treated water. So the gap, again, in our region, and in this case illustrated by the Brazil figures, show that indigenous populations are lacking these services, and when migrants and refugees come through, they also need those services, and we could address a double-sorted problem that could last a long time, you know. In terms of peri-urban areas, in the districts of Lima, where most Venezuelans live, they were the most affected they were the locations where COVID-19 deaths were most prevalent. We had 23% of Venezuelan households that don't have access to pipe water within their houses, so they had to go buy or go fetch. In Ecuador, we have 19% of people reporting an inability to afford to pay for wash services, and 25% that don't have a bathroom or a shower within their home. In terms of schools and health centers, in Colombia, we have 18% of schools assessed that do not have access to water, and 18% of health centers that do not meet minimum standards for wash. So I didn't talk about that scenario, but can you imagine delivering a baby in a place that doesn't have clean water or a toilet or soap to wash your hands? Maybe for mothers here, you can relate to that challenge. Finally, to close the presentation, the wash sector has identified 3 priority interventions. The first is to improve access to wash facilities in destination, in shelters, settlements, health centers, education, learning facilities. Secondly, is to deliver hygiene promotion and behavior change, because services need to go along with behavior, healthy behavior practices. And finally, coordinate and partner with our governmental institutions, with service providers, civil society, and communities to ensure the capacity and sustainability to the wash services. I was jump in there and say that we have 54 partners, many activities planned, and to accomplish what we have targeted, we need 130 million over the 2 years. So 66.46 million for this year and 63.99 million for next year, highlighting that a lot of the infrastructure and efforts made now can last beyond a short time frame, let's say. With that, I'll pass the mic to my colleague from Food Security, and thank you for your time.
Well, thank you everyone for being here. That's one of the last but not least session. So thank you again. So I'm working for the World Food Program based in Panama. I'm here with my colleague Miguel from ACF. We are both representing the food security sector, which is including 65 partners across the region. I will talk about the general context on food security in the region, and Miguel, you will talk more about the roots and different needs in the region. So I will try to be brief, but let's just start with key figures. Just saying that for this year we have assessed and seeing that there are 7 million people in need in terms of food security in the region, with a budget of 242 million in terms of food security for Venezuelan migrants in the region. From these figures, we'll target 1.5 million, and it's only 22% of the total population in needs, just because of the lack of capacity, the loss of funding. So it's also a way to raise the case for food security in the region and for migrants in the region in particular. I would like to start as well to say that the migration crisis is a protection crisis, but it's also a food security crisis. If you want to protect the population in the region, you need to make sure that they have access to food. One of the main consequences of food security in the region is migration. So you have all the drivers that you can see on the slide, but one of the main consequences of food security is migration. And it's particularly striking when we know that 75% of the people in the region are migrating for economic reason, and 40% are migrating because there is a lack of access to food. And that's very important to highlight this. If I go to the overall figures for the region in terms of food security, that's not only for migrants. The countries where WFP has a presence, I'm just saying that, we have 40.1 million people which are food insecure. If you take the overall region, you can quadruple this figure, which is reaching more or less 200 million people. That's very important to say that. If we zoom to specific countries, if we zoom to Colombia, for example, for the people who they have the intention to settle, 50% of them are food insecure, and 75% of the population in transit is food insecure. If you take Ecuador and Peru, for example, and we talked about that in previous presentation, 75% of the migrating population has to adopt a negative coping mechanism, and we raised that in other presentation, like selling assets or borrow money. So that's very important to highlight. We tend to focus to neighboring countries to Venezuela, but if you look as well at Central America, and that's important to make the case as well for Central America, where you have a lot of migration and return that we have seen in the previous months. In Central America, there are 600,000 million people which are food insecure. And based on an assessment that WFP has done in the 2 last months of 2022, 20% of this population is willing to move. And when we know that 1 on 3 migrants is food insecure, that's very, very striking. So that's important as well to raise that. Let's not forget as well the Caribbean population, the Caribbean region. There is a lot of movement happening there as well. If you take Cuba, for example, 400,000 people have left the country in 2022. So it's important to look at the migration context and crisis in a broader way. I will stop here. I just wanted to share some data on the overall context related to migration. I will hand over to Miguel to speak a bit more about the different routes.
¿Es posible pasar? Gracias. Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Corentin. Muchas gracias a todos ustedes por su paciencia y su deseo de seguir conociendo más sobre la problemática. Esta fotografía de acá es de Cúcuta en el 2018. Es una fotografía lamentablemente típica, una cola de migrantes esperando para hacer sus trámites. Como hemos podido ver en muchas otras fronteras de América Latina, en el último año, especialmente de Sudamérica, y esta foto es del último fin de semana. Esta foto podemos decir que es de ahora, es una cola parecida, una larga cola, de migrantes venezolanos y de otras nacionalidades esperando para hacer sus trámites en el Instituto Migratorio de Danlí, en la frontera sur de Honduras, entre Honduras y Nicaragua. Y lo que vamos a hacer ahora va a ser un estudio de caso. Después de esta presentación de datos generales que nos ha dado Corentin, vamos a acercarnos a lo que ocurre a esta frontera sur de Honduras con Nicaragua, para utilizar la información que tenemos de este lugar como un observatorio, como un barómetro migratorio sobre las tendencias, sobre lo que está ocurriendo, no solo en este punto, sino en toda la región. Y es importante también tener en cuenta que esta fotografía, aunque no la mostremos aquí adicionalmente, se parece mucho a algo que ocurrió también en el 2018, que ustedes verían en todos los medios internacionales, que son las caravanas de migrantes que salían desde Centroamérica, que salían especialmente desde Honduras y El Salvador. Porque estos migrantes que vemos en la fotografía de la derecha están llegando al país que tras Venezuela tiene la mayor intención migratoria de toda América Latina y Caribe, Honduras. Estas son las rutas tradicionales que hemos tenido de migración, especialmente en el ámbito sudamericano, pero vemos también cómo especialmente en el último año la ruta hacia Estados Unidos, hacia México, hacia Estados Unidos, está adquiriendo una mayor importancia. Y cómo hay rutas que son de ida y de vuelta. Y eso es algo que se está haciendo especialmente notar después de la pandemia. Y aquí es muy interesante ver para ello los datos que tenemos de ingresos irregulares en Honduras a lo largo de los últimos años. Por un lado, tenemos las gráficas las gráficas primeras, que están más cerca, las gráficas de la derecha. Vemos cómo ha evolucionado los ingresos de personas en Honduras de origen venezolano. Entonces vemos que en el año 2020 solo ingresaron 11 personas, 11 venezolanas ingresaron a Honduras, probablemente en esa ruta hacia el norte. En el 2021 ya pasaron a 377, pero el año pasado fueron 55.000. Y estos son cifras, son de los registros oficiales. Luego hay un subregistro también presente para tomarlo en cuenta. Pero claro, estos venezolanos y venezolanas que están ingresando de forma irregular, pero registrados a Honduras, no lo están haciendo solos, ya no caminan solos. Están acompañados por cubanos. Ahí pueden ver la cifra en 2022, alcanza alrededor de 74.000 cubanos, pero también ecuatorianos. Aquí hay alguna, ha habido una modificación ahí en la presentación, pero hay unos 20.000 ecuatorianos y subiendo. La cifra de ecuatorianos es la que más rápido está subiendo junto con la de venezolanos, pero también haitianos, colombianos y de una veintena más de nacionalidades. Afganos, bangladesíes, angolanos, todo esto, toda esta realidad migratoria ahora mismo está confluyendo en esta frontera sur de Honduras, en un país que hasta ahora, y sigue siendo emisor de migrantes, pero con unas capacidades también limitadas para poder atender a todo este flujo migratorio. Cuando preguntamos en esta iniciativa, en el trabajo que estamos llevando a cabo, un grupo es un consorcio de ONGs, se llama Consorcio Life, apoyado por BPRIM, apoyado por UNICEF, trabajando de manera conjunta, lo cual también es un ejemplo de coordinación. Pues en este esfuerzo por conocer qué ocurre, cuáles son las condiciones en las que están llegando los migrantes, no solo venezolanos, sino de distintas nacionalidades, a este punto de su recorrido hacia el norte, cuando les preguntamos la causa por la cual usted decidió migrar, bueno, pues vemos cómo se repite, al igual que decía Corentin, pues la falta de empleo es la respuesta más común. Y después de la falta de empleo, la segunda respuesta más común es la falta de un empleo que me permita poder vivir. O sea, la cuestión ya no es solo tener empleo, sino, lógicamente, tener un empleo que permita atender los costes más básicos. Y eso es algo de importancia creciente, especialmente en el último año, porque una de las cosas que también hemos identificado en este observatorio es que en el caso de los 55.000 venezolanos, el 22% de estos 55.000 están reemigrando. Están migrando desde Colombia, están migrando desde Ecuador, desde Perú, desde Chile, porque nos cuentan que aunque tenían un trabajo informal, como esta mañana también se decía, informal en el 90% de los casos, ya no les alcanza. Los ingresos que tienen ya no les alcanzan y deciden seguir hacia el norte. Desde el punto de vista de la seguridad alimentaria, usando el indicador del puntaje de consumo de alimentos, esta es la situación en la que están llegando los migrantes a los cuales nosotros encuestamos en este punto, entre Danlí y Trojes, en la frontera sur. Aquí lo interesante, y son muchas cifras las que hemos compartido, pero yo lo que quisiera destacar es que la comparación entre la población local hondureña, ya de por sí vulnerable, mucha población hondureña con esa intención alta de emigrar, pues para que nos hagamos a la idea de la gran diferencia entre los migrantes en tránsito y la población local hondureña, en este caso tenemos que el 90% de la población local hondureña tiene un consumo de alimentos aceptable. La población local hondureña que nosotros también encuestamos, que nosotros también evaluamos utilizando los mismos indicadores. 90% tienen un consumo alimentario aceptable. Comparen con el caso de los migrantes, con independencia de la nacionalidad, en ningún caso alcanzan un 50% de consumo de alimentos aceptable. Migrantes, vuelvo a decir, en tránsito a través de la frontera sur de Honduras. Le paso nuevamente la palabra a Corentin para el que...
Bueno, muchas gracias. Now we just wanted to talk briefly about the needs and the response the sector is providing. So you have here slides, which is basically an assessment done on migrants in Honduras last year. And you see that the needs prioritized by migrants are the following. So the cash support come as a first and really first priority for migrants. Then you have food, shelter, medical assistance, wash, clothing, hygiene, etc. So the cash response, which is clearly a top priority, and we have discussed that in previous groups, sectors, is 50% of the total responses on cash right now in the region. We have reached more than 3 million people last year as a sector, so that's clearly something that we are pushing forward. In terms of the use of aid by migrants in terms of cash, so the cash is used for food, for shelter, for transportation, for water, for clothing, but food is coming as a first priority again. This said, so in terms of priority actions and projects, so we have to tackle two angles. First is the humanitarian response, that the direct response that we are providing to migrants. That's the response in cash, in kind, school meals, etc., that we are providing in the region. So we need to continue with this response for migrants who are looking at settling in countries, but also for migrants in transit. And as you raised, there's also the question now about returns, right? And there is needs for returns as well. But on the second angle, we need to look at midterm and long-term support, resilience building, capacity building. We need to make sure that social protection can insert migrants. As an example, in school meals program, we have support as a sector. We used to support 30,000 people in 2008. Now in 2022, 2023, we have support more than 400,000 people. So that's clearly an example of integration of migrants in school system through the school feeding programs. So that's an example for Colombia. Now, just a last word on funding. So as I said in the beginning in my introduction, the sector is targeting 1.5 million people, which is only 22% of the total population in need. We need to raise our voice to support food security in the region. We are seeing shortfall in terms of funding in several countries. As an example, in Ecuador, there is, I think, 50 million shortfall right now, which will force actors to reduce distribution from 6 months to 3 months. So that's just to give you an example in a country. Same for Colombia and same for Peru. So that's just to raise this issue on funding and to say that food security is a top priority for migrants and for the region. I will stop here. I don't know if you have any additional word, but thank you very much for listening, and we are here for questions after the session. Thank you very much.
Sorry. I was just saying, I'm sorry you're going to have to listen to me again. I'm going to be presenting on behalf of the nutrition sector. Matthias and Yvette, my UNICEF colleagues who couldn't be here, have requested that I present on their behalf and on behalf of the sector and all the partners. So actually, before getting into what is nutrition, we just finished the food security session, and I wonder if anyone in the room knows well the difference between food security and nutrition. ACF and the nutrition partners cannot speak. Oftentimes, I think nutrition and food security sectors are mixed, and that's because there is perhaps a lack of understanding of the differences. And throughout the presentation, we'll have that intention to clarify and highlight the importance of the nutrition sector's work for children, for pregnant women, and for the target group that the sector highlights here. So in terms of what's nutrition, it's the intake, the absorption, and the utilization of nutrients in relation to our body's needs. And why is it important? Well, because it's the bedrock of child survival and development, and because well-nourished children are better able to grow, to learn, to play, and to participate in their communities and contribute to society. Well-nourished children are also more resilient in the face of crisis, including in refugee and migration situations. And so, in light of that, the nutrition sector has a clear target population group that you can see there, focusing on the 1,000-day window of opportunity. That's from the time of gestation all the way to children under 2. So the target groups are primarily pregnant women, breastfeeding women, adolescent girls, children under 5, and especially children under 2. And malnutrition in children under 5 is associated with a number of factors. Some of them include poverty, poor maternal health and nutrition, frequent illness, and or inappropriate feeding and care in early life. So here showing the example of wasting in children under 5. Basically, wasting is when the child is too thin for their height, and it reflects a rapid deterioration in nutritional status over a short period of time. And we are seeing these cases in the migration and refugee crisis in Latin America and the Caribbean. Children with wasting have weakened immunity and increased risk of death if not identified and treated timely. And as you can see there, in terms of the data available, 3 to 13.4% of children are found with wasting in Ecuador, the Dominican Republic, Colombia, Peru, and Brazil. You have a disclaimer there on the data that it was obtained from surveys, that was not obtained from surveys using representative samples, but it is what's available, so we would like to share that. And in terms of stunting in children under 5, well, to start off, stunting is when the children are too short for their age, as the picture shows, and it reflects nutritional deficiencies over an extended period of time, so it's more chronic. And children may never reach their full possible height, nor their full cognitive potential. And we are seeing that with a range of 8.2 to 22.8% of cases in Peru, Brazil, and Colombia, highlighting how big of an issue it is in these migration and refugee contexts in the region. In terms of anemia under 5, anemia can potentially result in poor growth, in impaired physical and mental development, and increased risk of death due to infectious disease. And in the region, we're seeing data from Peru and Colombia that ranges from 19% to 37.3%. Again, we have a lack of data in most countries, but that's what we have in hand. Now moving over to the nutritional status of pregnant women. In Colombia, the data is showing that 24.1% of pregnant women have anemia, and 23.7% are underweight. And that has a clear impact on the perinatal morbidity and mortality, as well as impaired cognitive development in newborns for anemia. And for underweight, it has an increased risk of mortality and morbidity, prematurity, and low birth weight. So if you look at infant and young child feeding, so from 0 to almost 2 years old, as you know, breastfeeding is a critical life-saving intervention in emergencies, and it's highly promoted within the nutrition sector, obviously as a major nutrition-specific intervention. And here you can see that 37% only, sorry, I think the graph was changed, but anyways, the data here is showing that there's a very low percentage of mothers exclusively breastfeeding when in transit, with 37.5%. In destination with 44.4%, so it's a very low percentage and concerning percentage. And when we look at minimum acceptable diet, the graph below, you can see that for infant and young children in transit, there's only 8%, no? And with a very low on pendular situations as well, with 11.8%. In terms of nutrition-specific interventions, I think there are 3 key areas. One is that the interventions aim at addressing the immediate causes of malnutrition, and it's channeled through health services with trained health professionals that can support that process, and it's also delivered by the nutrition sector during emergencies. So here you can see that nutrition-specific interventions plus, emergency situations lead to nutrition in emergencies interventions. And some examples of that include breastfeeding and complementary feeding counseling, micronutrient supplementation, energy protein supplementation, deworming to prevent diseases in young children, and the identification and treatment of acute malnutrition. Moving on to nutrition-sensitive interventions, that's where we go back to that first framework we showed on the conceptual framework of malnutrition, where we can see the impact of health services, food security, WASH, and social protection in a child's nutrition. So the interventions are not the intervention's primary objective is not nutrition, but it influences the underlying determinants of nutrition. And here, in terms of the key differences between nutrition and food security interventions in humanitarian settings, I would like to highlight some of these differences. For the nutrition side, the vulnerable groups and the population at most risk are inherently heightened. The population groups most at risk of malnutrition because of their inherently heightened nutrition needs are the target population of this group, which, as mentioned below, includes children under 5, particularly children under 2, pregnant women, adolescent girls. The nutrition sector addresses specific nutritional needs of vulnerable groups according to age and condition to prevent all forms of malnutrition. The nutrition sector identifies and treats malnutrition differently than the food security sector. It also improves survival in these vulnerable groups. The nutrition sector also supports appropriate infant and young child feeding, establishing safe spaces, counseling caregivers of children under 2. It also offers micronutrient supplementation and prevention of acute malnutrition with ready-to-use supplementary food. So that's more of the nutrition side. So if we look at food security, on the other hand, the target population is the general population. It increases physical and economic access to food. I hope you agree. It focuses on delivery of agricultural inputs such as seeds, fertilizers, materials, veterinary supplies. It also supports the establishment of food assistance infrastructure, including facilities such as dining rooms, communal kitchens, shelters, and provides food assistance distribution, including food kits, food rations, etc. So in terms of examples of nutrition-specific interventions implemented across the migration flow, we have, I think that has also been changed, but we have complementary feeding examples, workshop from Brazil. I think the picture is no longer there, but that was, we have, let's say, photos of that action. Also skilled breastfeeding counseling with trained healthcare staff, as well as a ready-to-use nutrition supplement to prevent malnutrition with children on the move in Ecuador. Screening of malnutrition in children under 5 at the Peruvian border. That's that picture on the bottom right. As well as screening of anemia in children under 5 and identification and treatment of acute malnutrition. Just to start closing the presentation, the nutrition sector has been expanding progressively. So in 2018, the nutrition sector was delivering services in Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Trinidad and Tobago, and Guyana. And in 2022, Bolivia and Dominican Republic were added to the plan. And now in 2023, we have Chile and Panama. So it's a progressive expansion for the past few years. And in terms of the priorities, there are 3 main priorities. The first being ensuring access to nutrition services and interventions by qualified and trained personnel. The second one is assessing the nutrition situation of vulnerable groups through surveys, etc. And the third one is advocacy, advocating for stronger prioritization of nutrition interventions as life-saving interventions for refugees and migrants. In terms of the key achievements of the nutrition sector, I'd like to highlight 4 of them. One being work hand in hand with health authorities to improve the nutrition support provided in the countries. The second one being the identification and provision of support of vulnerable groups in transit, including nutrition evaluation in some countries. The third being the adaptation to nutrition activities to the context of COVID-19. And the final one is the expansion of the nutrition response over time in terms of number of countries with an active nutrition response, as presented earlier, as well as the number of partners with nutrition response capacity. To close it, in terms of challenges faced and direct solutions envisioned, the nutrition sector has identified that the lack of data of the nutrition situation of vulnerable groups in host countries and communities is a key issue. And as a result, as a solution, they would like to conduct assessments of the nutrition situation of these vulnerable groups. Another key issue is the monitoring and follow-up across borders. So in terms of a solution, they're looking at exploring with the health sector a mechanism to monitor the nutritional status and nutrition services across border. Finally, limited capacities, so limited presence of actors with nutrition expertise, and as a result, looking at training of existing nutrition partners and health partners, and development, update of nutrition protocols to support delivery of services. Number 4 is the turnover of personnel providing nutritional services, so regular training and working with the sector, including the health sector, would support that. And finally, a major issue that I think many have highlighted is the limited funding that in turns limit the work at scale. So advocacy and resource mobilization to fund and to implement nutrition-specific interventions is key. And I'm sure I cannot do it as well as Matthias or Yvette could do it, but I want to highlight the need of children and of the targeted groups to receive services and to have a concerted effort for funding towards the nutrition sector. Here you have the targeted group. We have 200,000 people targeted for 2023 and 223,000 for 2024, with a total requirement of 13.8 million for this year and 11 million for next year. And that is a need funding requirement across 25 of the nutrition sector partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Over the last roughly 20 minutes, 30 minutes, we learned a lot about something that is very basic. And it's food, sanitation, nutrition, elements which are very common to our everyday lives and which are in many cases taken for granted. And we heard the consequences of when it is not in place. The interlinkage of the different sectors was not only demonstrated throughout the day when we heard about the immediate as well as longer term responses of the R4V response, but also in this session when Sonny shared with us the common elements that the three sectors who are here with us right now, that one of the elements that they have in common, also with the sectors that we heard earlier, is of course the funding situation, which is one of the reasons why we're here in Brussels. It's dire. Having a response sector funded with 11% is precarious, creates immense gaps in the response, and the consequences of these very basic elements of a response not being adequately or let alone even minimally funded are evident when we're looking at the basics that we're talking about in this session, in particular, water and food, the linkage of nutrition with development, the linkage of nutritional situation with the overall development of a child. Clearly, focus of these sectors is also on special groups, on particularly vulnerable groups, be that children, women, indigenous groups, just to name a few. We saw the nexus, one of our favorite words as humanitarians, visibly demonstrated by the investments that were made by WASH sector partners, in particular also during the past COVID years, and how much that has impacted not only the WASH situation of refugees and migrants, but even host communities in managing the pandemic situation, but also in managing their own WASH situations in the various countries. We were visibly presented with the examples of why this situation is not only a protection crisis, but also a food security crisis, and how it impacts the multinational and multi-directional movements that we observe throughout the regions, north-south, south-north, east-west, west-east, returns and onward movements, how they are impacted from the food insecurity crisis across the region. Remedial actions were highlighted very visibly by Miguel and Corentin in the proposal or in the efforts undertaken by food security actors to support host governments in enhancing social protection mechanisms that not only benefit affected refugees and migrants and host communities, but also a sustainable response, a sustainable positioning of the stakeholders towards lingering food insecurity situations. We learned that nutrition is not the same as food, and that the responses and the risks that are connected with the nutritional situation that is very grave in many parts of the region, the impact that that has on the development of children in the long term, and its prevalence across the region. The immediate remedial as well as the longer-term preemptive responses, which at times appear to us very simple, have been well explained, using concrete examples of achievements throughout the region and the close collaboration amongst these three sectors in particular. Across the region, we've seen and we've learned about the priorities of the sector relating to access to services, information about the situation and surveys, as well as ongoing advocacy, which I believe applies not only for these three sectors here, but really across the board. With that short summary, maybe we would like to take some questions and comments from the floor. I know Ambassador Hernandez has already raised his hand, and then we look forward to additional questions and comments before we start closing the session for today.
Muchas gracias. Creo que esta va a ser la última vez que intervenga ahora en la tarde, así que quiero aprovechar de felicitar a este enorme panel que hemos escuchado, y me hace tres provocaciones que quiero brevísimamente plantearlas desde la perspectiva del multilateralismo, el tema del enfoque de derechos humanos. Me atrevo a proponer acá esta discusión tal vez un concepto que en esta idea de poner a traer el mundo académico el concepto prospectiva de la movilidad humana. Yo creo que aquí estamos hablando de los escenarios que vienen. Y en esta teoría, la perspectiva de la movilidad humana siempre se manejan alternativas, como son los escenarios tendenciales o los escenarios aberrantes. Si no resolvemos el tema del hambre, el escenario se transforma en un escenario prospectivo aberrante. O sea, se transforma en un drama para las personas y, por lo tanto, la urgencia que nos han puesto los panelistas no puede pasar para los países. Y en este caso, hablo en mi calidad de la presidencia del proceso de Quito como una urgencia, porque aquí lo que se está planteando es ciertamente medida de política pública. Resolver el derecho a la alimentación es un derecho humano. Y por lo tanto, la invitación que nos hace la plataforma me confirma lo que decíamos en la intervención anterior, de iniciar pronto conversaciones entre el proceso y la plataforma, de tal manera de buscar líneas de solución. Entonces, aquí hay un concepto que sugiero que podemos ir de a poco incorporando, el tema de la perspectiva de la movilidad humana y ver qué perspectiva tenemos en el periodo que tenemos por delante. Tenemos 2 años. Nos hemos puesto un escenario de 2 años, 23, 24, en la propuesta que nos hace la plataforma. Por primera vez tenemos un plan bianual, lo cual nos permite tener 24 meses o lo que queramos poner, o los 600 y tantos días que esto implica, medidas que a lo mejor pueden ayudar a abordar este asunto. Hay un segundo elemento que lo traigo desde mi región, de la región de América del Sur particularmente, a este debate. Hemos vivido una COP27, estamos a puerta de una COP28, que es la relación que cada vez se está apareciendo con mucho más vigor. Y, por cierto, los migrantes en la América Latina no son indiferentes a este tema, que es el cambio climático y los desastres. el fenómeno del cambio climático, los desastres, como dicen los expertos, es multifacético. Mi país acaba de vivir un verano de terror. Nunca habíamos tenido una situación tan dramática. Habíamos tenido incendios en los años anteriores, pero esta vez no de las características como esta, que hubo 24 personas fallecidas, que no había sido el fenómeno del 2017. Las hectáreas son menores, pero el impacto en vidas fue superior a cualquier expectativa. Más allá de si hubo planificación o no, no es una discusión, pero el mundo en movilidad vio esto con un gran desafío. Pero ¿qué pasó como respuesta? Y ahí viene el tema de los voluntarios. Uno de los primeros grupos voluntarios que se desplazó a Chile fueron los brigadistas y bomberos venezolanos. Además de europeos, y agradezco a la europea, España, México, Brasil y varios países que se hicieron presentes para ayudarnos a resolver el tema. Entonces, yo creo que hay un segundo punto, que no es el espacio técnico, pero no podemos desconocer que en la línea de la movilidad humana este es un tema central. Y lo último, en esta reflexión que estamos haciendo para plantearnos desafíos en esto de la prospectiva, el efecto que significa la dinámica del cambio climático y los desastres. Hace mucho tiempo atrás, el profesor Manfred Magneff, ya fallecido, premio Nobel de Alternativa de Economía, nos hacía pensar sobre las diversidades para entender, a propósito del tema de la nutrición, de la alimentación, del derecho al agua, lo que él llama necesidades humanas y satisfactores. Y dice tres cosas: que el desarrollo se refiere a las personas y no a los objetos. O sea, la invitación que hace Magneff es mirarlo, como ustedes nos invitan a hacerlo hoy día, a partir de las personas, no de los objetos, no de las cosas. Plantea que las necesidades humanas son finitas, pocas y son clasificables, o sea, las podemos ordenar. Ustedes han hecho un listado priorizado y podemos todavía ampliarlo y mejorarlo. Y las necesidades son las mismas a lo largo del tiempo porque cambian solamente de rostro. Esto quiere decir que podemos aprender a resolverlas. Básicamente, el agua sigue siendo un problema desde la humanidad. Siempre hubo problemas de aquello. Lo mismo que el fuego, lo mismo que el aire, lo mismo que los recursos, lo mismo que el acceso. Los pueblos se mataron por eso, pero los problemas fueron los mismos. Por lo tanto, tal vez podemos allí hacer una propuesta en esa perspectiva y me atreví a citar a Magneff porque creo que puede ayudarnos a entender desde otra perspectiva lo que son las necesidades que ustedes nos han planteado. Y aprovecho de agradecer una vez más el rico debate que creo que ha sido el cierre, como tú decías muy bien, de una jornada tremendamente rica. He aprendido mucho, tengo un montón de notas aquí que espero poderlas transmitir también a mis colegas del proceso. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Su Excelencia. Do we have any other comments from the chat or contributions or questions before we do a last round with the panel? No.
Of information. Honduras, Salvador, and Guatemala, the so-called Northern Triangle countries of Central America, are experiencing, as never before in our history, a systematic presence of transnational crime. And this is not only influencing directly the cost of irregular migration into Mexico and the United States, but also establishing patterns of territorial control in the quest to obtain, how would I put it, electoral triumphs of representatives of the cartels, because they are looking for the protection they gain in being elected to Congress in the three countries. And this is something that no single government has been able yet to deal with effectively, with the sole exception perhaps of what the Salvadorian president has just started in the construction of a mega jail for gang members. And in this perspective, I think that security issues linked to organized crime, transnational crime, should become part of our research. There is enough information of the deficit that local security forces experience because they themselves have been infected by organized crime. So this is something that, although not directly pertaining to the nutrition universe, are conditioning a lot of what goes on in the irregular migration patterns in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stein. Maybe for a last round of feedback and comments from the panel.
Nada, por nuestro lado, bueno, creo que nada más que añadir, pues agradecer muchísimo que hayan aguantado hasta el final, o sea que y siendo el primer día, ¿no?, que queda todavía hasta el viernes, o sea que muchísimas gracias.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Sobre el tema de cambio climático y desastres, solamente para decir que es claramente una prioridad todo el tema de early warning, de anticipatory action en la región, es una prioridad del sector y de actores, ¿no?, en la región, para decir que, bueno, trabajamos en eso, pero está bien de llevar este tema a este nivel. Muchas gracias para todo y, bueno, nos vemos los otros días. Gracias.
Yeah, just on the climate change point, I think the effects of climate change are already being felt everywhere, and that includes in our region of Latin America and the Caribbean. And I think most strikingly, they are felt through water. And so for the wash sector, integrating climate resilient wash is key, is fundamental, and not only in accessing risks and delivering services, but also through policy to engagement of the youth and of populations. I think the increased demand for water due to low rainfall can cause water sources to run dry, but we also have the issue of heavy rainfalls and flooding that can damage water sources and sanitation facilities and other facilities. So I think with that, we wanted to make sure that we highlight that throughout the presentation, all the WASH services, the policy, the theory of change that was presented integrates climate change into the work, and I welcome that contribution from your side. Thank you for the time and for letting me be the last one to thank you for the patience and the concentration of today, and we look forward to more collaboration in the coming days and years. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you to the panel for going very in depth in terms of the sectors that you cover. First of all, thank you for all of your attendance today, both virtually and in person. I know it was a long day, and I hope that you saw the entire kind of perspective of the platform from the various sectors and working groups, and what really we're doing day by day in the coordination, in the largest coordination structure for response, covering 17 countries, 228 partners, 90% of which are civil society and non-UN entities. And in regards to the week that we're here, we thank the European Union, of course, for organizing the the International Solidarity Conference starting tomorrow and the next day, and thank them for the ability to have an official R4V side event today to really allow the technical level experts to discuss the various sectoral matters that continue, and to go expand upon the needs that continue to grow. In terms of the rest of the week, the R4V, from the R4V side, we will be having a documentary screening that many of you here in person have already signed up to attend. We'll be at a cinema in Brussels tomorrow night, and from our side, that's the last official R4V event in Brussels. We invite you, of course, to continue to read our materials, to take a look at the RMNA, the RMRP, and to keep in contact with any of the sector leads, working group leads that have presented today and that exist. You can see a chart on our website, r4v.info, with all of the listed focal points, and if you're interested in a specific sector or other topics. So again, from our side, thanks again for coming. We're here for the next few days, Philippe and myself as the co-coordinators of the platform, and of course all of the colleagues from the region and representatives from their organizations that are sector co-leads will be here too for any further questions you have that you'd like to go into more depth. And then with that, I'll hand it over to Philippe to close.
Well, thank you very much. Before joining Zach and the colleagues here on the panel in thanking the European Union and ECHO in particular for allowing us to be here, I would like to highlight one element which I think has really come out throughout today's discussion, and it's at the core of why we are here. R4V is a complementary mechanism that supports and complements activities of the primary responders, of the host governments across the region, as they deal with the second largest displacement of human beings currently monitored. It's also the largest displacement of human beings in generations in the Americas. So it's not a small feat. It's not something that should be forgotten, whilst many other emergencies and humanitarian situations take the attention of media and of course of governments. And as we are in Brussels, whereas we are ahead of the European Humanitarian Forum, many topics will be discussed. But as was evidenced and as was in depth elaborated by the 9 sectors, subsectors and working groups today, precarious needs exist on a continent on the other side of the Atlantic, pretty far away from Brussels, but nonetheless impacting more than 7 million displaced Venezuelans and many, many affected host communities that have so generously been integrating them, and the governments who've done a formidable effort in providing solutions, regularization, and opportunities. Having a situation that is so gravely underfunded, however, creates even more challenges for those host governments. Over the last 5 years, R4V has been providing that assistance to the governments, and one can legitimately ask, why are we here again knocking at the door of the world's largest donors? We mustn't forget there was a pandemic in between, and that pandemic so gravely affected the Americas region. And as was also elaborated in the Human Development Report, it's pretty much set us back to where we were 5-6 years ago. Only that there are now many, many more refugees and migrants in those countries, and those countries do not have the same absorption or integration capacities that they had before this gruesome pandemic. Therefore, in not only responding to the ongoing humanitarian needs, but a focus continues to be on solutions. And we're not defining where those solutions are. Those solutions can be in a host state, but they can also be in a home state, in a country of origin. We've heard about the multi-directional movements and the multi-directional dynamics will continue to characterize this year and the years to come. And R4V and its 228 appealing organizations stand available and continue to support refugees and migrants in whichever direction they choose to move, and all the host countries that are leading in these great efforts. Therefore, we thank the host governments yet again for their generosity, their support, their openness to discuss with us policies in the Quito process on a bilateral basis, and in particular the donor community for their loyal and continuous support to the R4V response, which, as already mentioned, is the world's largest response mechanism, with very, very different dynamics. We look at Chile, we see some of the Caribbean islands, we see Mexico, very, very broad ranges of needs and responses, and we mustn't oversee countries that are often off the radar. When we speak to partners, Guyana is often off the map, but there are needs there just as much as they are in Bolivia, just as much as they exist in Panama and in Costa Rica, while, of course, the situation in Colombia, in Peru, and in Ecuador remains a very visible axis of the response. So, on our part, we thank you for your time, for your day that you've invested in R4V, in listening to the partners. We thank the partners who've come with us from Panama, as well as the colleagues who've made themselves available to support this dialogue between interested stakeholders. It's not the end of our discussions. It's to give new impetus to the discussions, to allow the stakeholders to meet face to face again, because that has so much more value than a Teams meeting can ever do. We will provide further information throughout the week on what we've achieved last year, what the situation is in the different countries, and look forward to your continued support in this process. Thank you very much.